Yeah, definitely want to do it for the championship. Do we have any crowd at Mike at all? Or field level Mike at all?
He said there might be, but he said he don't know where it is.
All right.
I see you guys' mics on here.
Yeah.
I'm not getting any signal from anywhere else.
All right. As long as you know which one of us is which. Otherwise, we're about ready when you are. We can do starting lineups and talk a little bit about the game if you'd like.
Yesterday, I said that with NAIA teams that we were down to 6. It's 8 right now because, for whatever reason, I didn't consider the Home Depot backyard games. But that's all going to be taken care of in the next couple of hours anyways.
All right.
Is there a desktop wing to look on the phone?
No.
After this hour, we'll be down to 7 teams. And then
6, because we got the backyard.
Yeah, so after the 9 o'clock games, we'll be down to 7. And then backyard, 10 o'clock.
No, there's one going on at 9 in the backyard, Weber Midland.
No, that's what I'm saying. After this 9 o'clock game, we'll be down to 7
6.
because 7. Because it's Weber Midland.
And then
the third team
Warner,
will be.
K-Dub.
You're right. Yeah, no, you're right. Dude, I don't know what's wrong with me the past couple of months.
Math is hard.
Well, not just math, but it's like the basic stuff. You know, stuff that like even a year ago that I'd be on top of my game. I don't know if it's maybe because I'm just distracted because of all this stuff going on, but
Good morning and welcome to the NAIA Flag Finals 2023 presented by NFL Flag and the Atlanta Falcons. I am Corey Thorpe, your play-by-play for this weekend's tournament, and with me is the one, the only, the man, the myth, the legend, Angelo Pontello, back for another year of a great tournament. Angelo, how you doing?
It's good to be back in the environment. I think we're in for a good second day of tournament games. I mean, after seeing the opening day and how things have fared out, I mean, we're down to 8 teams now. It's going to be exciting to see how the rest of this day unfolds. You know, we got Kansas Wesleyan here and Warner. And, I mean, this is the coup de grace at this point for these teams, especially now in this elimination game. It's go home, or it's do well or go home.
We are down to 8 teams now. We'll be down to 6 after this set of games. We've got Warner and Kansas Wesleyan here, and we've got Weber and Midland just over to our left in the Home Depot backyard. So let's do a little bit of starting lineups and introduce you to both teams. First off, for the Kansas Wesleyan Coyotes, starting on offense, it's going to be number 2 quarterback Brianna Hernandez Silva, the dual threat. Number 14 center Angel Almaraz. At running back, number 13 Kendra Velasquez Monroe. At wide receiver, number 22 Ashley Hawthorne. At wide receiver, number 4 Corinne DeQuee. At wide receiver, number 0, Angel Roman. And at wide receiver, number 10, Jasmine Whitfield. Defensively, at rusher, we've got number 30, Layla Cassian. At linebacker, number 20, Alexa Manser. At linebacker, number 7, Lexi Marquez. At linebacker, number 3, Alexis Jimenez. At corner, number 12, Jada Wilson. At corner, number 23, Nikayla Howard. And at safety, number 8, Shani Marape. For Weber, we'll see who they start at quarterback. They have run 4 quarterbacks so far in tournament play. The one who they're probably going to use a lot is going to be number 1, Andrea Rodriguez, although you could see Shay Crooks, number 0. You could see Allison Mangiotti, number 8, or Courtney Cromer, number 10 at any point. At running back, you've got number 11, Jonna Hong. At center, number 18, Trinity Kieran. At slot receiver, number 21, Cynthia Holmes. At wide receiver, in the slot, number 43, Andy Castillo. At outside wide receiver, number 24, Amiri Logan. And at outside wide receiver, number 23, Anna Vincini. On defense, at rush, it's going to be number 88, Deshauna Lyons. At linebacker, number 21, Cynthia Holmes. At linebacker, number 8, Allison Mangiotti. At linebacker, number 17, Lexi Mosley. At corner, number 23, Anna Vincini. At corner, number 28, Nicolette DeSimone. And at single high safety, number 24, Amiri Logan. Going to be a great game, Angelo. These are 2 teams with really nice defenses, have held their own throughout the tournament. But the X factor here is going to be Kansas Wesleyan's Brianna Hernandez-Silva.
I mean, she's been a very dominant player on the offensive side. There's a reason why she is the defending Offensive Player of the Year in the KCAC. The uncanny ability to still lead this Yotes team that has really played in their own, and again, competing against teams like Ottawa and trying to make the statement to be the queens, if you will, of the KCAC, has been a tall order when you have a stout team like Ottawa. So for what Silva Hernandez has done so far, even throughout this tournament, I mean, this is an opportunity for them to get back into their form. You know, they're coming off a 2-game skid, but of course, with that said, they're playing against top-tier quality teams. So now going up against the Warner Royals team, maybe an opportunity for them to get back into that rhythm that they wanted to see since the end of April.
So, can't tell who won the toss there, but just reminding you that just like Ottawa is the back-to-back national champs, Kansas Wesleyan is the back-to-back silver bracket champions in this tournament. They know how to go out and win this thing.
Yeah, and that's the experience that you get, too, when you've played in high-level competition. And, you know, give credit to this program altogether, and especially when you have a first-year coach that is trying to keep up with that momentum, trying to find ways to continue to build that Coyotes tradition of winning games and just being a winning program overall. I mean, they've gone through their own pieces of adversity as well, but give credit again to the Coyotes. I mean, with a 6-game win stretch down the road at the end of the season before you had the conference tournament championships, it's an opportunity, again, like we said, partner, an opportunity for them to get back into their form and show the NAIA why they are one of the more elite teams here.
And it looks like, yes, it will be, that might be Shay Crooks back there at quarterback to start the game. Yes, that is Shay Crooks. Crooks looking to start first and 6, looking deep over the middle, and it's going to be picked off by Kansas Wesleyan, headed back down past the 20. Got a little bit of a lane, and that flag pull is going to happen at the 10-yard line, and that is huge to start off for the Kansas Wesleyan defense.
You need a big play, and it seems like this is now the 3rd game where we see the opening play turn into an interception, and just good wherewithal by Kansas Wesleyan to be prepared. Not exactly sure what the thought process is for Warner to start off with a big, deep play. It was a gamble, but now Kansas Wesleyan in prime position to take the first score.
Jada Wilson on the interception there for the Coyotes. Bunch formation here for Kansas Wesleyan. Hernandez-Silva back in the shotgun, takes the snap. Looking, rolling to her right, throws it up, and it's tipped away and caught. Great catch to stay with it through the contact there for that Coyote touchdown.
And all it is just being calm, being simple, act like you've been there before, and Hernandez Silva is already showing signs of that poised veteran leadership.
Believe that what not sure who that was on the catch.
Ashley
there.
Hawthorne from Las Vegas, Nevada, making that first score for the Coyotes.
Nice call there. So the all-important PAT here for K-Dub. Takes a snap, looking left, slant route, no good. Well defended there by the Royals to keep it to a 6-0 disadvantage as they look to come back on. And we see not Shea Crooks coming onto the field, but that is going to be number 10, Courtney Cromer, who played most of the game against Cotty and led them back against the Comets in that elimination game. Going double quarterback there with Cromer out wide and Crooks taking the snap. And Crooks does take the snap, rolling immediately left, tossing it out to Cromer. Cromer looking, she's going to take it herself and see if she can reach out for the first down. And they're going to call her shy at about the 18-yard line.
You know, not very often have we seen Warner try to go off with that dump-off quarterback option. And like you were mentioning, alluding to earlier, partner, Warner trying to find its identity here late in the year. And again, when you're without your top two quarterbacks and you're trying to find a way to still win games, try to find a way to be competitive, you got to find just about everything you can on the fly. And, you know, give credit to Coach Tim Mims in trying to still be a formidable opponent and to be kept in games.
Crooks takes it. Looks over the middle, caught ball, and that's going to be a first down and a lot more, getting about 8 yards past there on the catch by Madeline Portwood out of Bradenton, Florida, and that's going to move the sticks for the Royals.
You just got to find ways to stay in the middle, and Warner has to keep it simple. Again, it's the dink and dunks that can get you the yardage, because when you're working in these 20-yard box increments, it's not like regular NFL football where everybody's accustomed to seeing a first down at every 10 yards at the spot of the foul. Everything is predetermined, so in this case, you can afford to get the couple 7-8-yard plays.
Crooks looking, dumps it off to the running back, and that's going to be about a 4-yard gain there. Gianna Ong there on the catch, and that's going to bring up a second down there for the Royals.
And again, with Ong, haven't seen too much of her this season, but even last year, but when she steps up in the right position, she can be an absolute playmaker for the Royals, and it's good to see her getting acclimated with that offense.
A little bit of an odd formation here with Cromer out of the dump-off. Crooks going to Cromer. Cromer looking. She's going to take off with it. No, she's going to throw it, and it's going to fall incomplete. They were looking for the Sun Conference Player of the Year there, Cynthia Holmes.
And even with Holmes' capability and even a little bit of some of their other known receivers that have made these staple situations, they have to try to find a way to get them more involved. And we didn't see too much of that on Thursday, but in this contest, they just have to, again, like we said before, find their identity, find a way to get back into that Royal mix.
You are missing a Mary Logan here as Crooks takes the snap, looking to her left, caught ball, and it's going to be a little more there, but that's going to be fourth down. And what are the Royals going to do? Are they going to punt, or are they going to go for it here just shy of the 40?
Yeah, Michaela Michaels, another one of those players for Warner that is a staple piece that you think of. I mean, especially heading into last year, she was one of the key offensive pieces for the Royals down in that outside corner, and she's been able to get some deep fadeaway routes and get them at least a good 10-15 yards.
Royals are going for it here on 4th and 2. Takes the snap as Crooks looking, and that's going to be a sack there. Nice sack. Getting in there is Layla Cassian. And making, no, that's not Cassian either. I apologize. That is Asdian Rabano there out of Jersey City, making the sack and a turnover on downs for Kansas Wesleyan. And, man, the Yotes have just been kind of in control almost this entire start of the game. It's been their game.
Well, granted, it's been one possession on each side, and for Kansas Wesleyan, the second and third possessions is where we'll see where the consistency lies.
Hernandez Silva gets one in a quick pull there for Warner. That's going to be Andrea Castillo there. But a nice pickup still by the Yotes. Obviously, if you're Kansas Wesleyan, you're going to look to attack this cover 2 defense of Warner there, trying to find stuff over the middle between the safeties, between the linebackers, and try to find space. Snap to Hernandez Silva, looking deep, and just through the hands of the receiver, incomplete pass. That pass was intended for Ashley Hawthorne.
Yeah, Hawthorne's going to wish he had that one back, because anytime you see those opportunities, especially when you get those post corner, or if you get those corner routes and you have a defender beat, you got to capitalize on that. If it hits your hands, you got to bring it in.
Snap going over the middle and just too tall for the receiver there, intended for Velasquez Monroe. And very quickly, we're back at 4th down here. And the Yotes are obviously going to go forward inside their opponent's territory, try to find a spot to pick up 8 yards.
I think in that section for Kansas Wesleyan, Hernandez Silva is trying to get them going. She's trying to get through the middle with intermediate passes. And again, just with them being overthrown, it's got to be a consistency.
Going deep and knocked away. No flag there. Going for Corinne DeQuee there. And that's going to be a turnover on downs. And the Warner defense steps up big. And that quick change defense there off the turnover on downs does well.
Interesting move there by Hernandez Silva to still try to go for that corner route, even though there were 2 defenders in that area. Looked like she may have been able to gauge it as a step beat, but either way, you got to bring it down and make the big plays.
Cromer now under center, takes the snap, looking left, dumps it off, gets it off to her running back, and that's going to be a short gain of about 3 or 4 yards, caught there by Gianna Ong.
And again, don't look to try to go for the big plays if you're Warner. Go with what works, and even if you have to take a couple of yards at a time, 2nd down, very manageable to get to midfield, and don't try to do anything fancy as yet. Right now, the goal is to try to move the ball down the field.
Cromer with the snap, 2-man rush going, and just through the hands of number 23 there, Anna Vincini, and Kansas Wesleyan does like to bring that blitz with an extra player there usually from the linebacker spot, but that's going to create some opportunities maybe to find Cynthia Holmes or Andy Castillo open from that slot spot. Takes a snap to Cromer, rolling right, gets it off, and a miscommunication on the play. 2 players in the same spot, and it's again 4th down for Warner.
And even with some of the more go-to players like Trinity Kieran, you got to set them up in plays that it's going to be successful to where they can get to those out routes and you can feed them the ball. Have your go-to players step up and make those plays and make the differences.
And it does look like Warner is going to punt it away here. Nice spiraling kick there, taken at the 10-yard line. Let's see if they kneel it there at the 19. Oh, that's a forward pass, and they caught that there. So we're going to have an illegal forward pass. The ball is spotted at about the 27-yard line, but it's going to be going back.
And this is why one of the key pieces when it comes to flag football, this is one of the components that teams will try to practice all the time, because forward passes are one of those things you cannot mess up on, and it could be a big difference between what could be a big breakaway for 6 points or something that gets called back. And you got to make sure that when you're doing it, you do it in a lateral formation. You see most of these players, the way they're throwing it, they're still throwing it like if they're a quarterback, or they pitch it off with just getting it off, and that's where the direction of the ball can go left or right. Naturally, it's going to go forward because the way your body is angled and positioned, it is going to go forward naturally. So unless if you're intentionally trying to throw it to your side or backwards, you almost have to act as if you're throwing it back in order to make sure it's at the very least lateral, if not back, so that way you don't come across that issue of a forward pass.
There's also another penalty there on that punt. That's going to set Kansas Wesleyan all the way back to the 9-yard line, and they've got a hard road to hoe ahead of them. Hernandez Silva takes the snap, looks, tosses it off to her running back, and that's going to be caught there right at the 20. The flag pull by Warner is slightly short there. Velasquez Monroe there out of the backfield on the catch. It's going to be 2nd down and 2 yards to go. Kansas Wesleyan not using a running back here, just 5 wide across the line of scrimmage. And a poor pass there from Hernandez Silva didn't quite get her wide receiver enough space to come back and get that ball. You mentioned it earlier, Hernandez Silva has not taken off really a lot in this game. I wonder if they're kind of holding her back until a little bit later to try to see if they can get the defense to fall back a little bit.
Well, I mean, it's a risk that you take anyways because, again, it is a 1-score difference.
And there she goes, gets the 1st down, and a lot more as she spins her way down to about the 28-yard line. That's going to be a 1st down and a large chunk more. It's exactly what we were talking about with Hernandez Silva being the X factor, being able to get out on the edge.
And you'll see there Warner really not paying attention to that possible option of Hernandez Silva trying to run to the outside. They were looking more towards the middle. They were waiting for that dink and dunk in the middle, and that just sets up the opportunity to gain some extra yards, whereas Hernandez Silva can be that dual threat quarterback. You got to watch those outsides.
Twins to each side for Kansas Wesleyan. Takes the snap. Does Hernandez Silva looking. It's going to be short and caught and flagged down there by Anna Vincini. Corinne DeQuee on the snag, but nice job for Warner not getting caught up in the formation and still finding your assignment in that formation.
Well, that's the key in terms of being disciplined on defense, is knowing that when you have a play, you got to stick with that play regardless of what goes on. It's very easy to audible out or change and adapt to what the offense is doing. That's what the offense wants you to do.
Hernandez Silva takes the snap, looking, goes over the middle, incomplete pass through the hands of the intended receiver there.
Again, just another play where Hawthorne's going to wish she had that one back. Just a quick reception to try to get a couple of yards, but a big break for Warner as well, where it's another situation where they've kept Kansas Wesleyan in position.
Warner's still using these 2 high safeties here, and there might be some matchup difficulties there as Hernandez Silva looks to go over the top and just cannot find DeQuee there on the on that out route, or not the out route, on that corner route. It looks like they are going to line up to punt.
And they'll wait as it is the end of the quarter.
So the end of 1 quarter of play, Kansas Wesleyan leads this ball game 6-0 over Warner University. And here at the start of the 2nd quarter, Kansas Wesleyan will line up to punt. It's a wobbly kick, caught at the 20. Cynthia Holmes tries to make a little headway, and she'll be flagged down there right about the 28-ish yard line.
And again, it's always another drive and an opportunity. As long as Warner can still stay within a score of Kansas Wesleyan, the sky's the limit.
In their game against Cotty, really, Amiri Logan was the one who came out to play with 3 interceptions, including a pick 6. If you're Warner, you've really got to see if you can create some offense through your defense.
And Warner hasn't, as of late, really been able to try to overtake teams. But again, it's a matter of what can they do on offense.
That's going to be Rodriguez at quarterback and too far outside the reach of the wide receiver there, Holmes. And this is the 3rd quarterback we've seen today. This is the quarterback who started most of the games to end the regular season for Warner was Andrea Rodriguez after losing their first 2 quarterbacks to injury in back-to-back games, no less.
Yeah, and the fact that Warner is also testing Jada Wilson's side a lot is a pretty bold strategy. Wilson, being one of the better defenders in the KCAC, is just waiting for an opportunity to make a big play.
Rodriguez over the middle, gets it off, and with the pitch there, they're going to pick up about 4 or 5 yards there on 2nd down. Going to be 3rd down here and about 8.
See, and that's what you see right there on your screen. That's more textbook example when it comes to pitching it off. You want to make sure you're at that right angle to where you can still look as if you're passing it slightly behind you, but it's in a direction where whoever receives the catch is still going to be able to keep going while she receives the pitch.
A lot of room here for Kansas Wesleyan as Rodriguez takes it, and she's going deep. She's trying to find a Mary Logan who's got it, and she's going to try to get into the red zone and more. She is pulled there at about the 15-yard line, and that's a huge explosive play for Warner to get into the Kansas Wesleyan red zone.
It's just a matter of time before you see the big plays, and that time Kansas Wesleyan really not that honed in. Not exactly sure why the back safeties just weren't seeing just a slice and dice move, a seam route, if you will, to make that big play, and now all of a sudden you got Warner in position to potentially tie this game.
Logan's not a speedster, but she will get open. Rodriguez takes the snap looking, tosses it up to the end zone. She's got an open receiver, but it's just too far out of the reach of Andrea Castillo.
And you can see now that's twice where Kansas Wesleyan has left that open deep middle where you have the safeties. They're coming more concerned about the sides than they are with the middle. Warner's seeing that, and they're trying to take advantage, but wide open plays like that, you got to capitalize on it.
You think maybe they're trying to fade over to the side where you've got Logan and Holmes there maybe, and trying to pay more attention to that, and it's leaving this backside open. Rodriguez takes it. Logan with the catch, fights through the pull, but that's going to get about 5 yards on the play, going to end up at about the 9-ish yard line. Logan just a good possession receiver. You always need a speedster and a possession receiver, and Logan is your quintessential possession.
Well, anytime you're in goal line situations, especially when you're within 10 yards of pay dirt, it always helps to have somebody who can box out a defender or box out a room or a piece in the end zone. So that way it's your security blanket. It's your go-to area if you're needing a quick play.
Flat across the secondary here for Kansas Wesleyan. Rodriguez takes it looking. Caught ball and touchdown. Right back to Amiri Logan on basically a drag route across the middle, and Kansas Wesleyan had no defense for that.
Amiri Logan, you see, just wide open, just takes a quick slant route, post in the middle, able to be wide open. You can already tell that since that big play by Logan, Kansas Wesleyan needs to try to figure out a way to regroup defensively because they have not been able to hold in sorts.
It's a 6-6 game right now. This PAT is big right here. Rodriguez takes the snap, looking, fires, and that is a caught ball and a good PAT for Warner, and Warner takes the lead on the back of Mary Logan and Anna Vincini on the PAT, leading the Yotes 7-6 here with 8:32 left in the first half.
We'll see how Hernandez Silva and this Kansas Wesleyan offense responds after a big drive by Warner. But now this should give the Warner defense some momentum and hype to try to make a couple of stops.
And you've got to, at this point, now you've got that slight 1-point advantage. Now you've got to get that turnover and turn 1 point into 8. Hernandez Silva surveying the field, takes the snap, looking left, takes off to that left-hand side, throws the ball, and it is caught. That's going to be a first down and more. They're about 9 yards into the next quadrant.
And again, it's very easy in the game of flag football to feel like your offense and defense plays around. But again, with Hernandez Silva and this offense, continue to do what you do best. Find ways to get open, find ways to just be consistent, stick with those textbook routes, and continue to gain yourself a chunk of yards at a time.
First down here for Kansas Wesleyan. Sidecar right for Hernandez Silva takes the snap, and they're going to run the option here to the right-hand side, and it's going to be a fumble and a dead ball at the 22-yard line. Remember, in flag, there are no fumbles, just dead balls, and that's going to be terribly difficult because you just put yourself right behind the sticks here on second down.
And with that, I think it was just a little bit of miscommunication on that play in terms of where the players were specifically. Warner did get a little bit of that quicker rush, forcing Kansas Wesleyan to get that option pitch earlier than anticipated.
Sidecar right again. Motion here. Going to go on the option again. Gets back across the 20, but again, a bad pitch there. And ball goes out of bounds at about the 24-yard line.
And you can see with Hernandez Silva, she's still at the last second trying to find ways to gain even more yards. In that decision-making pitch, it was very easy to just go off to keep the play alive, but at some point you got to read it to where sometimes it's better to just keep the ball and don't take any chances to keep going, because anytime you get those pitch-back options, it's very easy to become under that perception that there's going to be more yardage, but that time Warner had that area covered.
And lost a couple yards on the pitch. Third down for Kansas Wesleyan. Takes the snap to Hernandez Silva. Looking, takes off to the left. She's still looking, tosses the ball deep. Caught by Kansas Wesleyan for a first down. Warner just broke under at the last second in the secondary. I'm not sure what they were seeing there.
And again, that rollout by Hernandez Silva, you go up there, finding an open pocket through that Warner secondary, and just being in the right position, staying afloat, and give credit to Kansas Wesleyan's receiver. That was just a tremendous play by Angel Roman to just be in that right position to get the catch.
Twins on both sides for Kansas Wesleyan. Takes the snap to Hernandez Silva, tosses it off quick around the edge, and a flag pull and no flag there. I know Kansas Wesleyan probably wanted that for a little bit of illegal contact, but the refs keeping the hankies in their pockets, and it's going to be second down and about 7 yards here. Kansas Wesleyan driving here as we hit 5 minutes left in this half. Hernandez Silva checking the playbook. Takes the snap, looking right, tosses, complete, but very well. One flagpole missed there by Holmes, but cleaned up very quickly there by Castillo on the near side, and we're looking at, should be third down, I believe.
And again, just a pair of KCAC first-teamers hooking up there, and you just have to go to your best options to keep it moving.
Hernandez Silva under pressure, but I believe she is sacked in the backfield. She is just Shauna Lyons there on the sack, and that brings up a fourth down for Kansas Wesleyan, who will likely go for it here within their opponent's territory.
Even if she wasn't sacked, Cynthia Holmes still was able to read that play out, and had it have been just a little bit more to the right, we might have seen Holmes potentially turn that into an interception.
Holmes is extraordinary on both sides of the ball catching the football. Fourth down for Kansas Wesleyan here. Hernandez Silva going right on the quarterback keeper, and my stars. Again, Jashana Lyons with the second consecutive sack, and absolutely stops the Kansas Wesleyan offense in their tracks. The freshman from St. Petersburg, Lakewood, coming up big in the closing minutes of the second quarter.
Big-time plays require big-time play. I guess what I'm saying is big-time situations require big-time plays, and Tashana Lyons really stepped up early on. That's the kind of plays you're going to need to make if you're going to look to survive and move on. What are you going to do to make it happen?
Rodriguez tosses the ball over everyone's head. I believe the thought you're looking for is big-time players make big-time plays in big-time games.
Exactly.
Deion Sanders, 101. Second down here for Warner, as looks like they are bringing in Shay Crooks. Let's see
It looks like Allison Mangiotti. And Mangiotti, again, was a big proponent in their game against Campbellsville late in that contest.
Mary Logan with the catch and fighting through, getting that ball out there to try to advance as much as possible. And we're going to be looking at about 3rd down and 5. And Mary Logan with the nice job to just fight through the Yote plethora and the Yote pack there, as it were, try to get as many yards there with the ball forward. Rodriguez rolling right, throws it and just too high for Cynthia Holmes. And Holmes does have an impressive catch radius, but it seems that most of the passes going her way today have just been outside of it.
Again, it's got to be consistency there, and Holmes can make those plays. I mean, like, that's been one of her bread and butters, but for Rodriguez, you got to make sure you're connecting with your receivers. If you're missing up on these textbook throws, that's what can cost you an opportunity to even gain a further lead.
And Warner will punt here. Kansas Wesleyan puts 2 girls up at the front to block. Gonna try to see if you can angle it over. She does. Spiraling kick. Caught it and fumbled there at the 18-yard line, and that's where they'll set up. There, right at the 2-minute warning. For those who are not as familiar with flag, at the 2-minute warning, we changed from a running clock to a conventional college football clock. So we'll see what Kansas Wesleyan can do in a 2-minute drill. Man in motion is DeQuee, who takes the ball. Just does get past the 20. Great pull there.
I'm interested to see what the mindset of the Kansas Wesleyan offense is like in this 2-minute drill. You start off with a jet sweep, and you do want to get the first down here, and it makes sense. But now I'm expecting to see Kansas Wesleyan really start to open it up through the air with Hernandez Silva's arm. 1st and
18 for the Coyotes. Jenna Marrero on the outstanding tackle there, spreading the field from sideline to sideline as Hernandez Silva looks over the top, and that is picked off by Warner, by Anna Vincini. Gets her hands on it, and that is the kind of thing that I was saying Warner has to do in order to succeed in this game. You've got to get those turnovers when your offense is struggling a little bit.
Vincini just was in the right position at the right time. She was able to read that pass. She opens up her body a little bit to make the pick, and Hernandez Silva was expecting to loft it over to her receiver, but just great position by the freshman to be in gear to make that interception versus over the back shoulder.
Takes the snap, looking deep, just out of the reach of Holmes yet again is Rodriguez. That was good coverage there by Kansas Wesleyan, staying right in Holmes' hip pocket. They understand the assignment there in trying to keep Holmes under wraps. With that incomplete pass, obviously the clock stops, gives Warner a chance to huddle up. Rodriguez takes the snap. Looking, tosses it back, and gets a few yards, but that clock's going to still run there, advancing it to about the 27-yard line. Going to be 3rd down here with the clock moving, nearly 1 minute left in this first half.
Yeah, now about 1:10 or so, but here, if you're Warner, don't feel like you're rushed. You got momentum, you got the position, and it would be in your best interest to make sure that as you're looking at this clock, be comfortable with it.
It almost looks like they're trying to milk it a little bit. Quarterback still over, chatting with head coach Tim Mims, and less than 10 seconds left on this play clock.
But at the flip side, too, you still want to make sure you end up with the score on here because you did start with the ball first, and Kansas Wesleyan will receive possession in the second half. So while you are taking your time, you want to make sure you don't take too much time off the clock. And now you get that timeout by Coach Tim Mims, and we'll see what they draw up here.
Honestly, I don't know why you, unless you're trying to milk the clock, I don't know why you don't just call that timeout to begin with. The clock was rolling off of that play. Call timeout, stop the clock. You've got 1:15. Now you've taken out 30 seconds extra. Unless you're trying to milk this first half clock, I don't quite grasp any other reason why you do it.
And in this tournament alone, this isn't the first time we've seen this method. We saw in the Warner-Cotty College game, it was fairly similar. I say Warner-Cotty College, it was actually Midland versus Cotty College, the very first game of this tournament. We saw a little bit of that late in the first half where teams, it seems like at first they were undecided when they want to call the timeout, but maybe it's a certain strategy they're seeing that we may not necessarily look at from a perspective standpoint, but it's 42 seconds left, and you got to find a way to the end zone.
Rodriguez takes the snap, looking to her left. She's going to toss it up, and oh man, caught ball. What a great catch through traffic there. And Andrea Castillo again with a great snag, going to set you up with a first down. Clock's going to start on the set there, but you're looking at 9 yards to pay dirt in 32 seconds.
And just another fade route there, that time over 2 Kansas Wesleyan defenders. And for Castillo to still have the wherewithal to make that catch is huge. Sets you up for a new set of downs, and you're within 10 yards of pay dirt.
Rodriguez gets a snap, rolling to her right, just again out of the reach of Cynthia Holmes.
You know, again, and it's no point beating a dead horse about it, but again, you see that into fruition, and if you're the Royals fans, you're like, it's right there, it's an opportunity to score, and we're just missing on those big plays.
Last time they were in this area, they were looking for a Mary Logan, who I do not see right now on the field. 8 seconds on the play clock, changing the play. And there's a flag here. False start on Warner, and that is precisely what you did not want after a nice play there to get into this spot.
Warner right now is trying to go quick. They have to make sure they're still holding that discipline, the cadence factor of ball control, line of scrimmage, making sure the pre-game snap management is on point. And I don't know if you want to call it the excitement or just trying to get it off quickly off of a time clock, but it's little mistakes like that, the fundamentals, if you will, that you have to clean up.
15 yards to go here now for the Royals. Rodriguez takes the snap, looking, fires it over the middle. Caught ball there by Cynthia Holmes, can be down at about the 4-yard line with 15 seconds left. And we are going to have a Warner timeout.
See, now with Rodriguez getting it back, you find Holmes, you finally get an opportunity to use the Sun Conference Player of the Year. You got to continue to drive it in. Just go with your best players in this situation. And now as they get into this timeout, you're back into the similar situation you started at first down. Are you going to look to try to get it over the middle like you did for that first touchdown? Are you going to try to hit it to the outside? I mean, very interesting how this next sequence of downs is going to be. And Kansas Wesleyan, they know what's coming, and Warner's go to inside slant post routes. So,
except that Logan is looking on from the sidelines here and not on the field as we set up for a play from the 3-yard line. Takes the snap to Rodriguez, looking, and Holmes comes down with it. The master of the 50-50 ball strikes again, and Cynthia Holmes does what she does best and gets 6 points.
And even through 3 defenders, you trust a veteran like Cynthia Holmes to still come up and make big plays. And this is just showing shades of what she did in the Sun Conference tournament 2 years ago.
As Rodriguez takes it, tosses it back up for Holmes, who it's batted away in the end zone, incomplete. Well defended there by Kansas Wesleyan. They've got 7 seconds now. You might as well just call this halftime.
All right, but again, you have Cynthia Holmes, and you got two of your better defenders in Kansas Wesleyan, Angel Roman and Jada Wilson, trying to hop that down. And if you're going to loft it up to Cynthia Holmes like that, I mean, it is a toss-up, but that's pretty bold to be expecting to get a PAT from that scenario.
Throw it up and let your best player go get it. We talked about the clock management earlier here with the 30-second runoff, but you see Kansas Wesleyan only has 10 seconds left to go, so hey, big brains win. Hernandez Silva takes it. She's going to try to go deep down the near side, and it's going to be over the head of everybody. Andy Castillo there on the defense, and somehow only 1 second drips off the clock.
Yeah, Castillo just was in that position. I mean, you saw Jada Wilson trying to beat out Wilson and maybe looking for that deep gun throw or that streak route, if you will. And that time, if Castillo wasn't in that set position, Wilson may have been able to try to recalibrate and make that reception. But, you know, good job by Warner being in the right place at the right time.
Hernandez Silva looking, evading the throw, going left. She's going to take off. This will be the last play of the first half. And there's a flag. Well, I say that it's going to be the last play of the first half because the clock expired, but if this is a defensive penalty, we get one more free play. It is not. It is an offensive penalty, and that'll be it. At the half, Warner University has struck back here, scoring twice to take a 13-6 lead over Kansas Wesleyan at the half. This is the first half of the NAIA Women's Flag Finals game day 2, presented by NFL Flag, and the Atlanta Falcons will be back after a break. So maybe this one? We wish.
Or are they just expecting us to look at theirs?
That's literally what we ended up doing.
Vince, are you able to control if our mics are hot or not?
No.
on what the contest is going to look like.
And Kansas Wesleyan takes the field here for the second half. Let's see what we've got going on here, what differences have been made here over halftime. Hernandez Silva waiting for the snap to start the second half. Snap, looking, gets away from the rusher, and she's going to take off, got the first down and more. And that pull is going to be spotted there at the 26-yard line. Just like I said, you got to get Brianna Hernandez Silva on the run.
For sure, and right there too, we just missed it on the camera play, but I'm not exactly sure if Kansas Wesleyan may have gotten away with an illegal screen at the time. I know Warner's rusher was making an argument to the official, in the back judge official on the offensive side, trying to go off of, hey, there was just maybe an illegal block. I wasn't able to get that flag, and she was able to cut me over and for Hernandez Silva to go around with the route. But either way, Kansas Wesleyan able to get that first down.
Watch the option here is got the running back right there. Yep, that's exactly what they do with the option. Pitches it back, actually connects on the pitch this time, but minimal gain there, maybe 2 yards on the option play. Corinne DeQuee, though, anytime that you can get her in space, she is definitely such an athlete. Talking to some of the folks who were on Kansas Wesleyan's staff last year, you know, we're talking about what a weapon DeQuee was and how good it was to have her back.
Absolutely, and even on option routes as well, you want to make sure that you're giving her the space in the room to do what she does best.
Hernandez Silva pitches it out to the far side. A little dancing there, but a great flag pull there by the Warner defender. I want to say that was Jenna Marrero again on the pull.
Yeah, you get that screen option route to Jasmine Whitfield. She's able to get that space to make a couple of moves and perhaps gain about 3 or 4 more yards. And that is all you need if you're Kansas Wesleyan, just to keep the ball moving. You just got to find ways to continue to inch it slowly but surely and move that ball down the field.
And that was Vincini on the pull. Our apologies there. It's going to be third down here. Hernandez Silva calls for the snap, looks, rolling left on the run, caught ball, first down, and a lot more drops back. A little bit of hip movement there, gets a few more yards there for Angel Roman.
And again, it's just another one of those plays where when the time comes, you need to call on your KCAC first teamer to get the job done through 2 Warner defenders and keep the ball moving and the drive on.
So a fresh set of downs here for the Coyotes. Hernandez Silva calls for the snap. Looks, flushed out to the right. She's going to take it, and ooh, a bit of a hit there between Logan and Lyons, but everybody seems to be no worse for wear, and the flag pull occurs very quickly. Minimal damage there for Warner. I believe that's going to be second down here for K-Dub. Look at this formation up top with 3 receivers lined up right behind each other. Hernandez Silva out to that top spot, and Warner fights through the crowd there, and the ball will be spotted right there at about the 24-yard line.
Again, that's what you would consider a very well-protected screen for DeQuee to come through and just gain a couple of extra yards. Warner just having to wait for an open pocket through that wall to make the flag pull, and even though Warner came up short, or check that, even though Kansas Wesleyan came up short, great way to make it a very manageable first down situation.
Going to go right back to the same formation with 3 right behind each other. Short yardage situation here for Kansas Wesleyan. Takes the snap, does Hernandez Silva, and she's flushed right. There's a couple of Warner defenders, and they get the flag pull, but not in time. That's going to be a first down for the Yotes there as they continue their march down the field to open this second half.
Hernandez Silva was met with at least 2-3 Warner defenders on that route, trying to get the play and trying to get Warner to bite all over on the far side. But when she took off on that right option on the right side, 3 Warner defenders were on top. But again, that veteran experience, the wherewithal to try to get the first down came to fruition, and Hernandez Silva was able to keep it going.
Looking like an option play out to the far side, but man, the slippery Hernandez Silva goes right up the gut, and they're going to spot that at right about the 9-yard line. Nice job finding the open spot.
Yeah, and again, just another one of those routes where you'll just get Hernandez Silva up the middle, use the hips and dips to gain you those extra yards. But that's the quickest way. If you're going to use hips and dips to be the most effective, you got to go north and south. You can't really go to the side because you gain that leverage for the defender to come around and grab that flagpole if needed.
So Hernandez Silva looks, goes back to the right, goes right back up the middle, and that's going to be a flagpole at about the 4-yard line. But Kansas Wesleyan using the legs of Hernandez Silva to pick apart the defense of the Warner Royals.
Yeah, Warner's playing a little bit back. They're trying to play in that zone defense, and if you have a dual threat quarterback like Hernandez Silva, you're going to eat up that option every time. They're trying to bait Warner to cut in a little bit more, so that way if it's a little bit more of a closed up defense or a man on coverage, they could potentially go on a fadeaway out route or get somebody open.
Twins to the near side here for Kansas Wesleyan. Let's see what they do here right on the goal line. Snap to Hernandez Silva, looks left, flushes out to the right, pops it up, and that's going to be a touchdown. And our game is going to be tied pending extra point. It's 13-12 right now, and nice job just getting out and finding the open receiver, buying yourself some time to get away from the rush.
Ashley Hawthorne's second touchdown of the day, just the go-to receiver in goal line situations for Kansas Wesleyan, was able to come down. And again, that height is huge, and her jump extension, if you will, there's a term that it escapes me right now, but her range is just that great for Kansas Wesleyan to come down with a good score.
Definitely a good wingspan there for Hawthorne, as they're going to go for 2 here to try to take the lead off of Warner. Sidecar left. 3 receivers to the near side. Going for 2 from the 10-yard line. Snap to Hernandez Silva. It's going to be the option out to the far side, and the flag is pulled, and that's going to be no good. Stop there at the 5. That's a tough 10 yards to gain all at once.
Again, you're trying to go away from the setup, and an option route with 10 yards away, I mean, that's pretty bold to be expecting to try to get a 2-point conversion. I thought I would have been able to see like a 10-yard pass, and especially with Brianna Hernandez Silva's success slicing her way through the middle, whether it's through a run option or through a pass, that surprised me in terms of the decision there. And that gives Warner an opportunity to retain their lead and perhaps go back and get that 8-point lead again.
So Rodriguez takes the snap, throws it out, and just off of the hands there of number 27. Destiny Burrows there just couldn't bring the ball in, and that's going to be 2nd down and 6 here for Warner. And like we were saying earlier, that PAT is so critical because now Warner still is able to hold on to that lead even after giving up a score. Rodriguez takes the snap, rolling to her right, finds Holmes, who does get the first down and a little bit more.
And even with this 1-point lead, there still is plenty of time left to go overall in this game. You're still in the 3rd quarter. You just hit the 5-minute mark. You know, this isn't just time yet to try to milk clock. You still got to get down the field, and you got to get that score back, extra PAT or no extra PAT. You don't want to come away empty-handed and give Kansas Wesleyan an opportunity to take the lead.
Logan and Holmes up top as Rodriguez takes the snap. She's looking over the middle and goes up. Does Cynthia Holmes, shows off the hops that we've been telling you that she's had. We haven't seen them until now when she goes airborne to make that catch.
And that's the capability, again. You see these lofty passes by Warner's quarterbacks here. Kansas Wesleyan could be in a position where if they step in front, they can try to get some picks, take those chances, but you rely on that veteran leader in Cynthia Holmes to still come down and make the play regardless of who's around.
Snap to Rodriguez, looks, goes to Logan. Logan over the middle, and that's going to be a quick pull there by Kansas Wesleyan, and that's going to bring up quick, I believe, third down.
Partner, you tell me if head coach Tim Mims didn't have a heart-to-heart conversation with this team after the way they played Thursday and almost potentially being eliminated by Cotty College, that, hey, we need to find our rhythm, we need to find our game, and we got to step up big time if we want to continue on in this tournament.
Survive and advance has been the theme since late Thursday for Warner, with a direct snap there and a quick pull. Great job there by Kansas Wesleyan to have the presence of mind now to stop the direct snap. A little bit of subversion of expectations there. Let's see who that was.
Yeah, not very often you see Gianna Hong with an opportunity to get those direct snaps. You've seen her more getting the receptions, but the quick snap here and there, I mean, it's like you think of, from an NFL perspective, the potential of a Darren Sproles. You know, little June bug that can just go right through the middle and cut and gain yardage. And that time, Warner trying to use that for a first down.
Cassian, great presence of mind there. Rodriguez takes the snap, rushing two. Caught pass by Logan, first down and a little bit more. Pull there on the outside, but Warner does get a fresh set of downs as we come to about 2.5 minutes left in this third quarter of play.
Again, just that outside route. Logan has been able to establish a good routine out there on the far side as an outside receiver. And you just get the pass to her. She'll find a way to box out or gain that extra distance and space to make the reception.
Holmes and Logan out there is such a luxury to have as Rodriguez looks back over the middle and picks up about 5 yards or more on the play, maybe more, about 7. Gets the ball out to Trinity Kieran again, to center.
Now that's a name we have not called in a long time, and again, with Trinity Kieran's play at around this time last year too, she's been one of the go-to receivers for Warner, but the fact that we've only called her name with a reception just now goes to show you that Warner's trying to find other players that can step up in those roles and also be difference makers.
Rodriguez takes the snap, rushing two, going deep. She's got Holmes wide open, but she overthrows her, and that is an opportunity to take an 8-point lead. Dreadfully missed there for the Royals.
Yeah, and again, you see with these backup quarterbacks that Warner has to operate, you can tell right now those opportunities are there to be had. But again, just overthrowing receivers when it can easily be converted to touchdowns and points or big plays, you know, that's what's going to keep Kansas Wesleyan alive. And regardless of if you have your best players or your reserves out there, you got to find a way to make it work. And this is the NAIA National Flag Football Tournament. There's no excuses. You got to make it work.
Rodriguez takes the snap, rushing to his Kansas Wesleyan, wide open and overthrown again for Holmes. And that's, you start to feel bad at some point for Holmes being targeted, but hasn't been much she's actually been able to pull down.
I like that idea by Rodriguez, though. You get Holmes to come out on that streak route, give her an opportunity to get the ball. But again, Rodriguez is just pushing that ball out a little too far. The cadence is clearly off between the connection between Rodriguez and Holmes. You just have to make sure that cadence is all there and just get in the drop back and give Holmes just enough time to go get it.
With Kansas Wesleyan rushing too, that's leaving an opening there as Rodriguez takes the snap, looking deep. She's got Logan, but overthrown, and Logan looked like she broke off the route early. Maybe there's a miscommunication there, and that's going to be a turnover on downs for Warner.
Yeah, it seems like initially it was a play that I don't think it was Rodriguez's intention to throw it deep there. I mean, again, with that rush and pressure by Kansas Wesleyan, it may have just been an opportunity to get out of the ball. With Rodriguez, it's one of those, you are designed to do a play. There really is not a lot of reads. And again, when you don't get those reps, especially in the national tournament games, you're going to feel more obligated to go with what's being planned. The audible parts is the other notch that you have to be willing to do and adjust to make a certain play.
So with 10 seconds left in the third quarter, Kansas Wesleyan will take over. Hernandez Silva gets the snap. She's going to take off to the right and go right back to the running back. Nice shovel back over for about a 4-yard gain, and a late flag comes soaring in from the referee on the far side.
Could have possibly been a late hit or just a little bit excessive contact or a personal foul.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely excessive contact there. No. I don't know what that was there, but Warner's clapping, so they're tracking it back. I am unsure of what that could have been off that play, but
yeah, it looked like it's a personal foul on Kansas Wesleyan that moves them back 10 yards. The official just made the signal for it.
Watch the near side here with that lined up set. Going right back to DeQuee, who tries to make something happen through the mess of defenders down there. Good pull by Ulesley Hodgson there. And that'll bring us to the end of the third quarter. Kansas Wesleyan scores one, but is not able to get the point after touchdown. And they just put 45 seconds back on the clock. Okay.
It's probably just a 45-second break in between quarters. They started off with a minute earlier on, but I think just 45 seconds is a way to get the game going a whole lot faster.
So at the end of 3, Warner holds a slim 1-point advantage over Kansas Wesleyan, who is trying to drive down and take the lead here at the start of the fourth quarter. Your score, Warner 13, Kansas Wesleyan 12.
Crunch time right now for Kansas Wesleyan. Even though it is a 1-point contest, you got to make sure that you make everything count. Time's going to be running out, and even in this situation, if Kansas Wesleyan doesn't come away with points, Tim Mims may be more inclined to start going back and running the ball up the middle instead of going for the outside passes.
Hernandez Silva takes the snap, looking, pumping, faking, going back to the right, looking, dumps it off, caught ball, flag thrown. Play will be blown dead here, but there is a penalty on Kansas Wesleyan that's going to back them up. Let's see if that's going to result still in a first down.
I couldn't quite catch what the head official was mentioning in terms of the official call, but again, you know, it's the poise and the confidence for Kansas Wesleyan to try to get back into business. And for Warner, they know what they're getting into. They know the situation fairly well. They've been in close games compared to last year and this year, and now we're getting a signal.
Third down here for Kansas Wesleyan. So the line to gain is still midfield. So that play is wiped off the board.
Which I almost can't help but think this may be a benefit for Kansas Wesleyan with the way their offense has been moving.
See the triplets down at the bottom. Looking is Hernandez Silva. DeQuee coming across the middle. Pass back, first down and more here. Flag pulled there by Lexi Mosley right at about the 36-yard line or so, but that does move the sticks for Kansas Wesleyan on third down. Nice job letting the play develop.
How Angel Roman was that wide open on the near side, we may never know. But in terms of the defense, You know, if you're Kansas Wesleyan, you take it. You know, you got to rely on one of your go-to threats at receiver to be open and make those plays.
There are quite a few weapons here for this Kansas Wesleyan team going back to this triplets format, taking a little bit closer to the middle of the field here, going back to DeQuee, who gets around the edge, missed flat. No, Cynthia Holmes got that flag pull right at about the 30-yard line. Nice diving pull.
See what you said recently about the Deion Sanders quote, big-time players make big-time plays. Cynthia Holmes has always been a dual threat on both sides of the ball, and she finds a way to make that flagpole happen to prevent DeQuee from getting more yards, and just a good, tremendous play there made by Warner's defense.
Twins to both sides for Kansas Wesleyan. Second down here, takes the snap, does Hernandez Silva looking, gets out to the right. No, oh, knocked away. Amiri Logan almost had a 4th interception in the last 2 games.
A dangerous throw at that. Anytime you see it bounce off a receiver's hands, defenses are going to eat that up alive. And very fortunate that it being bounced off the receiver, that Amiri Logan didn't come back and potentially throw that away. And again, that's Ashley Hawthorne. Just it bounces off of her hands, and that could have been very lethal for Warner's defense had they come up with the interception.
Hernandez Silva surveys the field, looking, pump fakes, gets it off to DeQuee, but it's going to be short, defended there by Anna Vincini, and we've got a 4th down and 4 yards here. 4.5 almost for Kansas Wesleyan. 8:48 left in this contest. You got to have points if you're the Coyotes.
You definitely got to make this first down for sure, and that's what the focus should be. Don't try to go for the end zone just yet. Find a way to get through the middle, try to get an out route, try to make sure you have protection on the sides.
Twins to both sides. Hernandez Silva looks under pressure, goes back to the left. Defense collapses, and the flag pulled there by Anna Vincini, and that's going to be a turnover on downs for Kansas Wesleyan.
But I think we got a flag that was thrown on the play too.
Indeed we do.
Inside referee may have seen something. We'll look on the Jumbotron.
It is on Kansas Wesleyan. And so Warner will take over on downs here and add the penalty to that turnover on downs.
I couldn't exactly catch what that penalty was about, but my first initial thought was, could it have been the option receiver stepping out of bounds and coming back in, and it's an illegal touch?
Or it could have been in that spot.
Because it was very close to the sidelines. I mean, you could even tell Kansas Wesleyan's people from our angle were right there when the pitch happened, so we couldn't tell. But, again, just a possibility to think about.
If I'm Warner, I'm still going with my full offense here as Rodriguez gets the ball off, pass caught there by Andy Castillo. I think I still go with the full playbook here instead of trying to run the clock out, milk the clock with 8 minutes. 8 minutes is a long time.
Yeah, I mean, it's still plenty of game. It's a 1-point difference. I mean, had it have been a 2-touchdown lead, you might have a little bit more comfort room and affordability to do it. Now you got Allison Mangiotti in the mix as well. Don't know if we're going to start to see her gain some option reps.
And that's tipped and caught, intercepted by Kansas Wesleyan. This might be a pick 6. It's going to be, and Kansas Wesleyan takes the lead on a pick 6, tipped at the line and caught by Alexa Manser. And the Yotes have taken the lead with 7:34 left in this game and 18.
This is why you don't try anything fancy. And it looked like it got tipped at the line of scrimmage, too, when that interception was made. I mean, Kansas, it's a recipe for disaster. You got to keep things close. And if you're Warner, there's no excuse for that. But on Kansas Wesleyan's side, great heads-up play by Mansour to be at the position to pick it off and just beeline it for the end zone. And that could potentially be the difference in this contest.
I believe our in-stadium scoreboard has this wrong. I believe it's 18-12 Kansas Wesleyan, not 19-12.
Hey, for all we
Warner.
know, I mean, you look at the purple, you look at the navy, it looks fairly similar. It looks like you could get away with Warner's jerseys, who kind of have a similar realm when they're wearing their white uniforms.
Going for two again is Kansas Wesleyan here from the 10-yard line. Triplets to the near side. Hernandez Silva looking, goes, caught ball, but pushed right out of bounds. And that's going to be no good here. And so Kansas Wesleyan takes the lead in 18-12, thin 6-point lead with 7:34 left. Obviously, if Warner's able to go down and score off of this, then you know it's a 5-point lead, 18-13. Correction there. If Warner's able to score off this, you know, we're right back to where we were.
Yeah, and now the momentum changes. You go from being able to go to the line. Now there's a sense of urgency to keep it moving.
Rodriguez going up top looking for Castillo. Well defended there by Kansas Wesleyan. Was in the pocket of Castillo, and that's going to fall harmlessly to the ground.
Yeah, initially looking at that instant replay too, it looked like Rodriguez was getting fairly close to the line of scrimmage when she threw that ball up in the air. I almost thought for a second that could have been a tic-tacky potential illegal pass at that moment. But either way, got the throw off. Kansas Wesleyan making a nice defensive stop.
Second down here for Warner. Calls for the snap. That's going to be, I believe, Crooks at quarterback gets it off. But flagpole is going to be short there to John Ong. Third down here. And you got to get this first down if you want to be able to get down and score any at all.
But this is part of the late season struggles, again, when you and I talked about it earlier in this game, where when you're without your top two quarterbacks and you're trying to make something work, this would be a game where Warner would already have a 2-3 possession lead because of the play of Madison Tingen. But you got to make it work. Again, you're in the national tournament. You got to find a way to keep your season alive regardless of who you have on the lead or not.
And that's an incomplete pass there by Crooks, who fired it in there. And it's going to be fourth down, I believe. And boy, Warner, this is kind of do or die for the Royals here. If you can't make this, start warming up the fat lady.
Possibly, but again, even with like 5.5 minutes, you'd have to be seeing Kansas Wesleyan do some game clock management.
And there, we're going to have a flag there, roughing the passer call. That's going to be an automatic first down, plus what happened on the field.
Yeah, again, another player that we haven't called her name in a long time, but Michaela Michael is another outside threat for Warner, where if you get her going, whether it's on a fade route or even just boxing out and gaining leverage, Michael has that capability of gaining that separation to make those kind of plays when you need them the most.
Ball will be spotted there at the 31-yard line. That's going to be a fresh set of downs, obviously, for Warner, regardless of the penalty. 5:21 left on the clock here and rolling now. Kansas Wesleyan with that 18-13 lead. And we see the two-quarterback system here with Crooks and Cromer up top. Crooks takes it. She's going to look to run. And a great pull there by Kansas Wesleyan's number 5, Anziane Rabano, gets the effective sack. That's going to bring up second down here with under 5 minutes to play in this opening game in day 2.
Yeah, Crooks just a little bit too late in trying to get that handle out there, and now it's a matter, if you're Warner, you got to keep the system going. You can't let that affect you, and you got to find a way to make it work.
Mongiati checks out. Logan checks in for the Royals. And again, you have Logan and Holmes to the near side here. Takes the snap, does Crooks. Looking, going deep. It's a Bit of a duck, and oh my stars. Even through that, Cynthia Holmes almost still caught that ball.
Good plays by Kansas Wesleyan. Yeah, and you could see near the end, I'm not sure if Crooks was trying to sell the personal foul or roughing the passer, but either way, Kansas Wesleyan's not fooled. They're going out there playing defense and stepping up big between Jada Wilson and this secondary unit for Kansas Wesleyan. That is a huge, huge stop there for the Coyotes.
3:34 as Crooks catches Andy Castillo, and I think that's going to be short. Yep, they're going to spot that at about the 37-yard line with 3:23 left and counting, and that's going to be 4th down now for the Royals.
And again, good read there. Nice outstretched reach by Castillo, not just with the wingspan, but also trying to go fight for that first down. I mean, this is, like you said, partner, early on, it's survival mode. And if you're Warner, you got to find a way to make this first down. Try to get something short just to keep the sticks moving.
4th down here at the 37. Crooks looking. That ball is caught. Cynthia Holmes gets a little bit more. Jukes gets the hips going, and that ball is going to be spotted at about the 28-yard line. It's a first down and a lot more for the Royals as they try to get back in this game with 2:30 or so left.
And again, just on that out route, even with a defender on top of Holmes, she is still able to make that reception and keep things going for the Royals. And now you see a little bit of life on that Warner sideline. As long as they continue to remain consistent and not try to do anything too brash, there's a chance.
Crooks takes the pass, looks, gets it off, right up the middle. With a flag pull there at about the 25-yard line. Going to be 2nd down and 5 here. Every little bit helps, and in flag football, the old saying 3 yards in a cloud of dust becomes 6 yards in a cloud of dust, and that fulfills that requirement. Looks like we are going to have a timeout on the field.
Looks like the 2-minute warning according to the score clock.
Yep, this is the 2-minute warning there, and we apologize to those at home who are not able to stare at a score bug and a time clock as we are. We'll do our best to radio style this thing and keep you updated with the time. As Kansas Wesleyan leads 18-13, but the Royals are driving. Crooks takes it, and that is caught by Andy Castillo. How she fit that in that window, I'll never know.
Again, we talked about it earlier. Cynthia Holmes, it's her bread and butter play, but realistically, that's been a go-to thing for Warner, is getting those out routes and just making sure that you throw it just enough to get on the outstretched arms of your receivers. And that time for Castillo, just showing textbook out routes on how it should be ran.
1st down and 9. Goal to go here for the Warner Royals with $1:54 left in this contest. Warner trying to stay alive with a touchdown. Crooks takes the snap, looking left, finds a receiver, and that's going to be a few yards here. Looks like Michaela Michael there on the snag. It's going to be 2nd down,
and all of a sudden you start to see the very familiar targets for Warner come out of the blue, no pun intended, to come out and get these plays and to make these short happens. And this is what Warner needed from the get-go in the start. It's good that they have it late in this 4th quarter, but now with the season on the line, you got to go with your best players.
And there's going to be a whistle there. I think we do have a timeout, Kansas Wesleyan here. The staff over there finding something they didn't like. Probably Tarek Smith, who heads up the defense over there for Kansas Wesleyan.
But now you look at the positioning. Again, you're about 10 yards away from pay dirt, a minute 14 to go. You look back to what we saw in the first half as well. This could go so many different ways. Warner right now can attack this from different angles. You can, again, go with the post routes up the middle. Kansas Wesleyan hasn't been that strong in terms of center control. You also can look for the out routes because it's been a consistent factor throughout this drive, and Kansas Wesleyan just not able to find a way to get towards those out routes and make the coverage because Warner is just making it that much impossible. But
I think I'm coming to this near side here. Crooks looking, fires over, and, well, she does hit the sign in the back, but that's about all she's going to hit on that play.
yeah, just a little outstretched there. I just don't think she was considering the end zone, but that was definitely going out of bounds anyways. But good read. I like the decision making, just got to make sure it's within the end zone.
3rd down now for the Royals. 1:09 left in this contest. Both sides trying to cheer their team on, coaxing them to victory. Crooks takes the snap. One-man rush, looking, fires, and it's out of the outstretched arms of Andy Castillo. And Warner has one more play to make this happen.
See, even in the past few plays, you would think that you would try to get it up the middle because we have seen them attack the middle. But again, everything has been to the sides and trying to go for it all. It's like you're going for a big, deep play. And now, 4th down, you got to make it to the end zone. You can't have the capability of going inside. Not unless if you trust your inside players to make a move here and there and just be shifty to get to the end zone.
To be fair, Cynthia Holmes is an inside receiver. You definitely could come to this near side as Warner calls their 2nd timeout of the half here with 64 seconds left in this contest. I mean, honestly, with this near side combo of Holmes and Amiri Logan, you could run some nice concepts to get one of those two open in the end zone.
Yeah, and right now, if you're looking at those options, I mean, you know Kansas Wesleyan is going to be looking at that. They're already utilizing and dominating the sides, but we have seen already time and time again that anytime you see these timeouts called by Warner, they could do something that's slightly unexpected, and it can catch Kansas Wesleyan off guard just by that much. Don't know if that's what they're anticipating here out of this timeout, but again, it looks like you got the right players out there to try to go for this 4th down.
The stakes couldn't be much higher. It's win or go home. It's a 5-point game. 4th down. Crooks takes the snap, looking, fires, has a receiver caught. Touchdown, Cynthia Holmes in the corner of the end zone, and the Warner Royals have snatched victory out of the jaws of the Coyotes.
Well, hang on there, partner. There's still 58 seconds, and you and I have seen crazier things happen in the final minute. But 4th down, excellent play by Crooks. They go for that corner route to Cynthia Holmes. And for the Wildcats, who have just been able to cover the corners for most of this game, could not that time with the Sun Conference Player of the Year. An excellent route there by Holmes. And again, big players making big-time plays. That's huge for the Warner Royals.
Going for one are the Royals. Crooks takes the snap, looks, fires, and through the hands of Amiri Logan. But in this case, 1, 2, or 3-point conversion, it doesn't matter. Kansas Wesleyan has to have a touchdown. It doesn't really matter on your extra point in this case.
But you got to be feeling confident if you're the Coyotes fan base. You got Brianna Hernandez-Silva under center. You know, there's some confidence factors there that you are very assured that she is going to make plays. Meanwhile, you got the play of Angel Roman, Jada Wilson as well. And don't forget Curran Kui as another option as well.
So what will Kansas Wesleyan have to cook up in 1 minute with 2 timeouts? Hernandez Silva takes it out to DeQuee and through her hands. That's it's not how you want to start the drive, but with only 3 seconds off the clock, it doesn't kill you too much.
Still final minute pressures. You got to be thinking about how many times have we seen Kansas Wesleyan this season in those set situations where they have to try to score in the final minute, and if they can't, then they lose the game. I mean, they've been on the winning side of things most of the time. They have to dig deep and not even look at the clock as that huge of a factor. And I know that's an oxymoron to say, but they just need to continue going out doing what they do. First thing, get this 1st down.
Trip set to the right, or to the near side, looking, She's going to run for it. She's looking. There's a flag in the backfield, and there's a lot of Coyotes. And that is a run away.
But it's not going to count because I think Hernandez Silva was over the line when she made that throw.
There's a penalty on Warner. Roughing the passer, and the 76-yard touchdown pass snatches victory back away out of the mouths of the Lions, the Royals. My goodness.
Yeah, so right there, that wasn't even a roughing the pass as much as it's just that contact, and it goes back to discipline because that contact there, just a little too much force on the blocker. I mean, you gotta watch what you're doing from a rushing standpoint. But regardless of that, going back to Angel Roman right there on the side, a huge play for Kansas Wesleyan, which is why I said, partner, 58 seconds. You can't count any team out. Still plenty of time to make a big play.
Always. We've definitely seen crazier here, and now we got to get some flags on the field here, as a little bit of help from the sideline. Play clock not yet moving. Going for one are the Coyotes. No. Going for two, but with the penalty, it's half the distance to the goal, so the Coyotes will set up for a 2-point conversion from the 5-yard line. Bunch set for the Coyotes. Hernandez Silva takes the snap, looking, flushed out to the right, and that's going to be knocked away by Cynthia Holmes. And that's a 1-point lead now for the Warner Royals with 37 seconds left. Never say die here in this game. This has been one heck of an opening game for today.
And that's the kind of plays you would anticipate from your players, and especially with Hernandez Silva and what she has been able to do. I mean, that is what you call clutch offense. And now for Warner, all that work you just did, now you got to try to reduce it to 42 seconds. And can Cynthia Holmes or perhaps even another Warner receiver step up and make big plays to potentially get this lead back?
Staying with Crooks at quarterback. She takes the snap. Two-man rush. Out. Caught ball, need to get out of bounds. And she does. Short of the first down, but the clock will stop with 37 seconds left. Trinity Kier in the center on the grab there. Crooks takes the snap, looking, going across the middle, and it is caught. First down and a lot more, spotted at the 36-yard line. Going back to Anna Vincini here. Clock will start when the ball is spotted, so need to be quick here with your movements. Crooks takes the snap, two-man rush, going over the middle and incomplete behind the intended receiver. That'll stop the clock with 27 seconds remaining for second down for the Royals.
And it's very easy right now to just continue to feel like you got to get greedy and go deep. But even with 27 seconds left, I believe they still have one timeout to spare. So be smart about it. Make sure that you're continuing to use their out routes if all else fails. But you got to continue gaining those yardages one step at a time.
Clock does stop when you make a first down, so that is helpful. Crooks takes the snap. Two-man rush going, and an errant pass again back towards Gianna Ong, the running back.
See, that time with the pressure, I mean, Trinity Kieran was right there for the reception. She was wide open, but again, Kansas Wesleyan takes a chance to add two rushers. And again, that cadence factor, it forces Crooks to throw it sooner than she wants to. And when you disrupt that momentum from a quarterback standpoint, that's all you need if you're Kansas Wesleyan.
Mangiati checking in for Ong here. Crooks takes the snap, looking, goes over the middle, caught ball by Cynthia Holmes, gets the first down. Ball will be spotted at the 39-yard line with 18 seconds left. Clock again will start when the ball is spotted. Yeah, you definitely, I don't know that, let's see, who's got the timeout. That's going to be Warner's third and final timeout of the game. And especially now that you've expended all of your timeouts, I don't know that you want to go terribly deep, especially if you can't make it out to the sidelines if you're in the middle of the field, because you've got to run all the way back for the play.
Unless if you're willing to do an intermediate route, knowing that as soon as the flag's pulled, you have to be running these kind of scenarios and situations in offense, because as soon as that happens, you got to run down to the line of scrimmage quickly and try to spike the ball to set yourself up with at least one more play, if not two, depending on how quickly you get down there.
Looking, there could be some interesting strategies here. Because the clock does stop if the ball is thrown out of bounds.
So, but incomplete passes could be a factor to stop the clock. But again,
so you could lateral out of bounds and stop the clock. Crooks takes the snap, looking. That's going to be underthrown, and we are going to have, I believe, a fourth down play here. Nope. Third, one down shy. Another timeout for Warner?
Perhaps maybe Warner had 2 timeouts.
Maybe. We're prone to miscounting up here.
And again, I mean, like, you know, obviously you have certain luxuries and whatnot from the booth, but at the same time, it's one of those opportunities for Warner to, with this final timeout anyways, try to come up with something and knowing what you're anticipating, what you're seeing, because now that you have no timeouts, you got to plan not just for this upcoming play, but you got to plan for the next play and what happens if this happens. If it's an incomplete, we're good. If you make a reception, you guys have to know to get down there quickly. I mean, all these kind of scenarios runs through your minds when you're going through a timeout. And for Warner, it's trying to make sure that you do what you can to the best of your ability, because you got one shot with 13 seconds to go.
Getting down to do or die time here for the Royals. Has Crooks, the man in motion. That's Holmes. Takes the snap, looking, tosses it deep, got a receiver, and knocked away out of the hands of Anna Vincini. Matched up one-on-one. Deep, had a step and just couldn't bring it in.
Had the step there. Vicencini had a real shot at making a big play, but again, you make that play, the clock would, I mean, obviously be a first down, but if you're Warner, you got to get to that line and make sure you spike the ball quickly. And now with 6 seconds, you're practically looking at another Hail Mary situation, unless you try to get a quick play out of bounds to shorten the distance.
But it's fourth down, so you got to get it at least 20 yards downfield.
So at this point, it's practically a Hail Mary for the Royals.
Effectively, you are going to have a Hail Mary. Holmes and Logan to this side. Crooks takes the snap, steps up in the pocket, throws it off to Castillo, and that's going to be a pull, and that's going to be game. And Kansas Wesleyan survives and advances and sends the Warner Royals back to Central Florida on a 24-19 heck of a game to start off day 2 here at the NAIA Flag Finals.
Warner had plenty of chances this time to make it happen. They had plenty of opportunities to hold and defend their lead, but Kansas Wesleyan, give credit to their experience, how they've been able to put things together, and that's where you have that resolve come into play, and that championship mentality helps them escape this one.
And so with that, Kansas Wesleyan survives and advances. They will match up with Kaiser University at 12 p.m. Eastern Time in the Home Depot backyard. K-Dub fans, you can find that on the NFL Flag Facebook page at noon Eastern. As for us, we will get a 15-minute break, and we'll be back with the main event here, the 1 versus 2, Ottawa University versus Thomas, the rematch from last year. We'll talk to y'all after this break.
The rematch everybody's been anticipating since May 14th, 2022, and we're just moments away from seeing that into fruition. Thomas and Ottawa getting ready to go. First snap, it's Alexa Wilson coming from the gun just off the hands of Britt Delva.
Yeah, I like that pass there, trying to get Delva into space quickly to get that first down there. Freshman Alexa Wilson was sitting in these seats a year ago watching this game, knowing what this means to rematch the national championship.
Wilson rolling to her left, and she finds Jones for a good chunk of yards. But a third down situation coming up. Already Thomas looking very short in these routine plays, but third down already, and Ottawa looks like they have the upper hand.
Thomas has been liking this year to roll Alexa Wilson to one side, simplify the reads, and get the freshman really going here to make life a little bit simpler for the quarterback. She's been aided by 4 exceptional wide receivers here in Delva, Jones, Knight, and Brown.
Kiana Cole as the blocker. Wilson is going to loft this one. Finds Knight over the middle for the first down.
Going right in between those 2 safeties, reading the field, getting enough time. Kiana Cole, it doesn't matter where you place a Cole. She is absolutely the player you want her to be. As running back, she's an exceptional blocker. As a wide receiver, she's fast in space. At quarterback, she makes people miss. She is the one who's going to be able to free Alexa Wilson to make these deep throws and find the holes in the Ottawa defense. But watch out when Ottawa rushes 2 with Kaufman and Paris.
Some Sun Conference players as Delva picks up the quick first down.
The pull there by Abby Brown of Ottawa, and that's how you're going to have to, when you see the 2 rushers from Ottawa coming your way, you've got to find the slot receiver that they're coming off of. This time it's Britt Delva who's able to slip between and get those hips moving for a large chunk of yardage, and Thomas has very quickly gotten onto the Braves side of the field.
Big acquisitions for the Braves, picking up former St. Thomas rusher DJ Paris, as well as Suze Kaufman from Weber International. As Wilson is back for the snap, she will roll to the right this time, finds Knight again, and the flagpole will be made by the Braves. Give that credit to Farron Maloof.
Nice job there by Alexa Wilson, not freaking out there, coming to the near side, finding Kiera Knight, the steady Eddie of the wide receivers for Thomas, and a good pull there by Maloof to keep Knight from gaining any further yardage.
From a technical standpoint, Thomas coming in as the number 2 seed in this tournament. Ottawa getting the number 1 seed for the first time in program history. And you know what they say, third time's the charm.
We shall see, because Ottawa from that spot has been able to win back-to-back national championships.
Wilson rolls around to the right, finds Knight again, and she will get an extra couple of yards, but nevertheless, flagpole's made for the Braves, and another soft pickup for the Nighthawks.
Gravide Peralta there, missing the flagpole, giving springing Knight for a few extra yards. The Captain McKay on the pull.
Ottawa at the moment still undefeated at this point in the season, a huge first for them, finishing their season 14-0. Nighthawks on the flip side coming in officially at 15-1 on the season, trying to come away with a key win here against the Braves. It's Wilson, fires over the middle, and open Giselle Jones, she drops it.
Jones has been so good all year for Thomas in that precise spot, making that catch, and just goes through her hands. Boy, Heidi, you talk about wanting to have that one back. Giselle Jones really, really wants that one back.
And we've seen similar mistakes made by the Nighthawks last year in the national championship against Ottawa that came back to bite them, but this is something where you got to regroup quickly, and that is a huge bullet dodge there by the Braves. Wide open coverage. Expect them to make the adjustments. And a false start, or a offsides, if you will, and that's Suze Kaufman taking an extra step. Talk about a little bit of vindication there for the Nighthawks.
It does pick up a little bit of yardage there. Not going to be enough for that first down, though. But it does certainly make that a lot easier on Thomas. Does seem a little weird, partner, having this game this early.
Well, that's what you anticipate from a double elimination bracket, because as big as this game is, the only benefit for winning this game is you don't have to worry about going through the rest of the loser's bracket. You get to prepare for Saturday's championship game. As Wilson looks to her left, she's rolling around, struggles, and will get sacked by DJ Paris.
Just an unstoppable rush there by Kaufman and Paris. And Thomas can't make anything off of the drive. I believe that was fourth down. We'll see that turnover on downs, and Ottawa will start up at their own 22-yard line.
And now you got the KCAC Player of the Year and two-time defending national champion quarterback in Madison Carrera looking to find her way once more against this Nighthawk defense.
We talk about the wide receivers for Thomas. There's so many weapons for Ottawa, even the center Alyssa Linkus, especially the center Alyssa Linkus.
Carrera moves her out, dumps it off to Orsborn for the first down. Maddie Orsborn still moving, and the flagpole finally made by Nakara Brown.
Rare miss there by Janae Scott on the pole. Usually she is one of the most solid flag pullers in the NAIA, but can't quite make that one happen.
So with the new fresh set of downs, about another 10 yards to midfield. 6:02 in the opening quarter. Thomas had a huge opportunity to take the lead on the opening drive. Ottawa able to make the stop on fourth down and taking advantage of a wide open missed pass. Carrera rolling to her left. She'll take off herself, and she's going to get the first down and more. And right now, Ottawa with all the momentum early on in this contest.
Yeah, the Thomas defense just opened that door wide open for Carrera, cleared out that near side of the field, stayed with the receivers, which is good, but once the quarterback is past the line of scrimmage, you've got to break off of the route and keep your head on a swivel, especially with Carrera, who is the best dual threat quarterback in the NAIA.
The Braves and a balanced gun with a blocker. Carrera quickly feeds it out for another quick reception there.
Bailey Hodgins there on the catch and just picking up a little bit of yards, taking what Thomas gives them. Thomas hasn't yet to allow a point in this tournament, but the Braves are knocking at the door.
And that will be a first down for Ottawa, so a first and goal, very deep though, nevertheless. Orsborn could take the direct snap here, but instead they will go to Carrera. Finds an open slot receiver.
Linkus there on the snag from the center position. And I will say one thing about this Ottawa offense, not only are they extremely athletic, but they are able to make plays with the hips, with the spin moves and moving their hips around that make them extremely difficult to bring down once you've actually got them close.
Second down now for the Braves as they go back to a balanced gun. Carrera finds over the middle Linkus, but Delva awaits her there for the flagpole.
Nice job by Delva, bodying her up and finding those flags, making sure that even if Linkus does spin, as she is wont to do, that you've still got her boxed out.
3:24 and rolling. And on a third down situation, Braves decide to go weak side.
Here's where you kind of want to watch for the Osborne direct.
Carrera looks towards her left, finds a receiver, reach out. It's a touchdown for Ottawa. Jaslyn Camacho with the first score.
And that is a textbook first drive for Ottawa. Finding the seams, finding the spots in the defense, taking what they give you, finding the green grass and open space. And TU, to this point, just had no answer on that first drive.
And that's the kind of plays you would expect from a team that has won back-to-back national flag football titles here for the NAIA, and just that veteran poise of a very experienced Brave squad. The PAT for Ottawa. Carrera looks over the middle, and they're going to give her the extra point.
Great grab. Thomas had that covered up so well, and the receiver still found a way to make that happen. Great job. Linkus is such an incredible player for the Braves.
And so now Thomas will have to climb a hill on this next possession. Was looking great with the momentum, but then again, that wide open drop by Giselle Jones when she had nobody but green grass in front of her. And now Thomas looking to try to regroup. It's Wilson on the snap on first down, finds Delva, and will get this pitch out to Giselle Jones. Giselle Jones still up, but looked like a delayed whistle by the referees. Ottawa trying to make a case that her flag was pulled before the first down.
And it was. They did get it off there at about the 18-yard line. We're seeing the replay there on the pull, and definitely a pull, and hard to see that there for those referees, but a short second down coming up for Thomas.
Nighthawks in a balanced gun, a Cole as the blocker. Wilson looking for options. She'll go over the middle, finds Knight, and there's going to be a flag. Ottawa excessive contact on the coverage.
Great job by Kiera Knight. She's been open time and again across the middle. Such a great job by Thomas there to keep Alexa Wilson clean so that she can find those intermediate routes down the middle of the field between the safeties.
Kiera Knight, who has been exceptional all across the board. Last year she was also passing, was a tri-threat, if you will. But this year, heading into the tournament, had 43 receptions for 415 yards.
And this is about where Thomas was on the last possession, where the Ottawa defense turned it up and stopped the Thomas drive.
.209 in the opening quarter as it's Wilson finding Delva in the slot. Makes a nice spin move, a pitch to an open Giselle Jones, and she's going to get the first down and more.
Right about the 16-yard line there. Nicely done. The senior leadership there from Britt Delva, the graduate student there, finding Giselle Jones on the outside, just knowing where everyone is. That's one of the things that makes Thomas a very dangerous team.
First and goal, as this is the Nighthawks' first trip to the red zone today. And you got two back-to-back Coach of the Years, respectively, in their conferences, going at it in a chess match. Liz Sowers from the KCAC side, Chelsea Palmer from the Sun Conference. Wilson going for the tie, and this one just overthrown, as it was that matchup coverage between Gravid DePaul versus Kiera Knight.
Both of them were kind of short where they chose to high point that ball. Looked like both kind of broke it off a little early where the ball just floated over the top. Bit of a odd play there.
And the clock continuing to roll, 36 and rolling. And a second down for Thomas. Wilson rolling to the right. Finds Kiera Knight and just a few yards.
Not even that. That's going to be a pull for loss there. A negative play for Thomas. As Alexa Wilson just trying to find somebody and anybody. And they're going to lose a yard on that pass.
And the Nighthawks appear that they will elect to take this one into the end of the quarter. So an early opportunity. Thomas with 2 strong drives on the offensive possessions. But this time, a chance to tie things up. Ottawa with the lone score in the first quarter as they'll go right into the second quarter. Wilson is going to look again, and this is Giselle Jones, and there will be contact in the end zone. Thomas in prime position to set up for a 1st and goal.
Ottawa's head coach not very happy about that. Coming to about midfield, and it looks like there's going to be a flag there on the head coach.
Yeah, and if there's one thing the Sauer sisters have to worry about and to calm down, it's the excessive arguing with the referees. You knew that this was going to be a very hyped contest and that both sides needed to be within control, and you can't start to lose control early regardless. You got to be reasonable. There's a time and place to talk with the officials, but you can't do anything to cost your team an opportunity to defend a strong team like the Nighthawks.
And the Ottawa duo is still giving the referee a bit of what for there on the far side. And we'll see where they set it up. It looks like they're going to be at the 4-yard line after that.
And now you got Ottawa personnel trying to also make sure that things are within reason and trying to keep the peace, if you will. But again, you don't want to do anything from a personnel standpoint to get your team in trouble.
Definitely not, because it's one thing to have a player lose control and be removed from the ball game, but you never want to have a coach be in a situation where they could be removed.
I mean, there's plenty of times we've seen it with the teams that are higher up that are going to try to make their case, but at the same time, don't do anything that's going to get yourself in trouble with the league. Don't do anything that's going to get yourself be shown in a bad light, if you will. And this isn't the first time we've seen either Liz or Katie have their say with an official when it comes to these matchups against Thomas. We've seen that in every single contest so far in the series. This is the 3rd match overall, but at the same time, against these 2 powerhouse teams in NAIA, you knew it was going to come down to little tic-tacky calls.
Always does. And that will be the official end of the first quarter now, as we had that kind of untimed down there at the end of the first.
So now the penalties, the unsportsmanlike conduct, the pass interferences. Ottawa has already taken a chunk of yardage when it comes to the penalties, but nevertheless, it is another opportunity for the Nighthawks to potentially come back and tie this game. But defensively, Ottawa headed into this tournament, if you will, allowing an average of 6.4 points a game. Very tremendous effort from a defensive side point. Their offense has been booming and better than ever, averaging 40.3 points, leading the NAIA offensively. And now when it comes down to the grind, you got to turn it into a championship. It's now Kiana Cole and Scott in the backfield. Cole is going to roll to her right, finds Janae Scott, and the flagpole will be made by Grave de Peralta.
These are the top 2 defensive teams in the nation, both allowing less than 10 points per game. Both Thomas and Ottawa, and 2 of the top 2 or 3 offensive teams in the nation as well. So this matchup definitely is a precursor to a possible national championship matchup.
Alexa Wilson checks back in to the backfield as the quarterback under center. Kiana Cole back to the blocker position and possible dump off.
Got a delay of game.
Could you possibly think it could be the early freshman jitters for Alexa Wilson? Or are they going to wave it off, they're saying?
It does look like they got a timeout off just in time, did Thomas. And that'll be their first timeout of the half, and that saves them as they were up at about the 3-yard line.
And it goes back to some of the issues we've seen even in last year's tournament, partner, where you saw some of the game administration from a clock standpoint, making sure that the play clock is in order. The officials are looking up to make sure that everything is put in play, and you got to make sure it goes back to communication, where that is a huge difference, and especially in a tightly contested contest like this, you want to make sure you're getting everything right and you're not pulling any false calls out of your bag or in the hat, whatever terminology you want to use for it. Chelsea Palmer, the back-to-back Sun Conference Coach of the Year, trying to get her Nighthawks tied up. Wilson overthrows a receiver, and another flag.
And that's on Ottawa. I see it on the near side ref. They're going to call that a penalty as well. Going to be a half the distance. Ottawa's got to watch themselves there. I can hear some of the language from all the way up here.
Yeah, right now Ottawa is in a position where, you know, we talked about it already, but Thomas could use that as an opportunity to take advantage of it, but discipline has always been key. Ottawa is starting to unravel by the seams just slightly. Wilson to the right, looking back the other way, and Delva looked like she got taken down, but Ottawa is all fired up. Delva had it in her hands too, but just dropped it through 2 Ottawa defenders. And I think from the flag that we saw in the end zone, that was nothing more than just a contact. It wasn't an automatic first down, so Ottawa will get possession back.
They will start pretty deep though.
Carrera over the top, it is to Osborne, and the flagpole will be made by Nakara Brown.
Janae Scott came under but was unable to make that pull. They get out of the shadow of their own goal line.
Ottawa heavy on the weak side gun. Carrera finds her security blanket in Osborne, and
good pull there by Scott.
Will be just shy of the first down.
Just a little bit of a clear out there for Ottawa. Getting Osborne there in open space, dragging the receiver from the near side over to make room for the running back there to get loose, and Osborne is extremely elusive. Once you get her in space, she is awful hard to get her flags.
Carrera over the middle, Linkus, and now the pitch over to Camacho as Knight is there for the stop.
Thomas bringing in a little bit more pressure. We have seen that from time to time from Thomas, but against an opponent like Ottawa, you got to make sure that you've got it covered over the middle, that hot route is taken care of.
9:05 and rolling in the first half. Ottawa still with a 7-0 lead, and after all the craziness, trying to take a 2-score lead, and this one's overthrown.
A little bit of miscommunication there. There was nobody in the spot where Carrera threw the ball to. And a lot of Nighthawks somewhat close. No harm, no foul there as it falls harmlessly.
Ten on the play clock. Braves going to the side again, and it'll be a small pickup.
And a flag there again on Ottawa. Ref's taking some time to explain why the penalty was thrown there. That's a 10-yard penalty for the Braves.
That honestly looked like it was more than 10 yards. Or maybe it was about 10 yards. But again, partner, you and I have talked about this in previous broadcasts too. When you're playing in those 20-yard boxes, there really is no official yard market. You just have to do a lot of guesstimation. It's a lot of footsteps, the traditional old flag football way.
Well, thankfully the stripes on the field are 5 yards wide, so that does help.
Carrera in the back will throw back towards the middle and just out of the reach of Camacho.
Just can't get it. Nice rush there by Jada Reese. Does not make it home to get the sack, but does influence the pass and makes it uncomfortable for Carrera.
Chance here on third down, and the fans will get hyped up. Ottawa in tight formation off the Twins. Carrera is going to go deep, trying to go for that first down, and it is almost intercepted, but just thrown over the middle. No Ottawa defender in reach, and we got a flag coming up.
The only thing I can think of at this point would be roughing the passer.
Roughing the passer. I did remember seeing off the corner of my eye there was a little trip up somewhere, so it could be an illegal contact, personal foul on Thomas, and it's got to have been a trip up. But it came just right off the line of scrimmage as well. Can't remember if it was Camacho or Orsborn coming out of that route, but it looked like they got tripped up just a tad bit by Thomas.
Do not think that is an auto first down there.
Towards the right rolled, and this is caught and completed. And we'll pick up a nice little chunk of yardage by Tatiana Dos Santos.
Great job staying within herself there for Thomas. Britt Delva. And that's going to bring in the punt team for the Ottawa Braves.
So first punt we've seen all day today, but most of this game it's been the possessions and the drives have been a little longer than usual. We haven't seen too many quick plays by both of these teams. And this one's back. It'll be Sanaya, or check that. Aaliyah Wood that fields the punt and gets it just beyond the 20.
And a little bit of a freshman mistake maybe there, not kneeling it there at the 19, setting yourself up for 1st and 19 instead of 1st and 1. Of course, Wood, the freshman from Bakersfield, California, has been an absolute godsend for Chelsea Palmer, both offensively and defensively, as we've gone through this season. Has been an exceptional weapon utilized on both sides of the football.
Wood, one of the first, if not the first, Western recruit for Chelsea Palmer and this Nighthawks coaching staff, and has been doing wonders for the Nighthawks.
Nakira Brown.
And a good pickup there by the sophomore to get a nice chunk of yardage. But to finish up the point about Aaliyah Wood, enters this tournament with 39 receptions, had 371 yards. You know, so if you do the math, that's about 9.5 yards a carry. But with Aaliyah Wood, one of the more possession receivers and the better ones to do it at the NAIA level.
And nice job there by Alexa Wilson staying in, finding her receiver, getting the ball off.
Balanced gun for the Nighthawks with a blocker, Wilson. And that reception will be just about a couple of yards, but no more. Again, Nakara Brown on the reception.
Nice pull there by Haley McKay. Read the play, reacted, got down, reacted into that, and got the flag pull cleanly there, limiting the yardage.
And with about 5.5 minutes remaining in this first half, it is now 3rd down. Nighthawks have to find a way to score here. They've had 2 great offensive opportunities and both have fell shy. Wilson finds Delva on the left side. She'll outstretch her arms for the first and will be just short.
About 1 yard short on 4th down here at the 39. The grad student trying to use every trick in the book here, every move to get it, but comes up just shy. And you're right, partner. Thomas does need to find a way to get down the field and score here. If Ottawa goes up by 2 or 3 scores, it's going to be tough to come back on these Braves.
And as anticipated, Nighthawks will go for it just a yard. Empty backfield, it's just Wilson. 10 on the play clock. Wilson will look for Kiara Knight and has the first down.
What a great pull there by Ottawa. I think that was Gravide Peralta there on the pull. Man, that was quick. No, it was not either. It was
Farron Malouf with the flag pull, but had she not made the flag pull, Kiara Knight may have been positioned to take off and possibly take it the distance.
Yeah, it was nothing but the turf monster in front of her there for the Ottawa defense.
New fresh set of downs for Thomas. It's Wilson looking to her left, and Delva drops the pass.
It's not something you see a whole lot of from Britt Delva. One name we haven't called, and we talked about this on this whole weekend, has been Margarita Pena. We have not seen Pena get very involved so far in this game, where we thought that maybe Pena would be a major player in dinking and dunking this defense.
Wilson going towards the left side, and it is intercepted. Grave de Peralta on the one-on-one coverage with Giselle Jones, and Ottawa continuing to shut down this Nighthawk offense.
Jacanie Washington on that pick stayed right, was a little out of phase, but the ball was underthrown, and Washington just was in the right spot to come down with. There was nothing at all that Giselle Jones could do to turn into a defensive back at that point.
And now Ottawa trying to cash in on that possession as this pass, first reception of the day to Mando Scalisi.
And that'll be just short there on 2nd down. Now when Scalisi goes in at running back, man, that opens up your options a lot. Scalisi, a very nice piece for Ottawa, but that allows Orsborn a lot of times to go out to wide receiver. I don't see her out there right now, but Orsborn in space is tough.
Tight twins as Carrera has a lot of daylight, and she will take off for this one. Hips her way out of one pull and will finally go down.
And you saw it there. Janae Scott, as soon as Carrera crossed the line of scrimmage, she reacted over, but there was just too much green space there before Scott was able to cut over and get the flagpole.
We approach the 2-minute warning just on the horizons. Ottawa comes back in a balanced gun. Scalisi, the blocker for Carrera.
Tightening up.
Carrera looking for options. She'll just dump it short, and it's blocked down by Kiara Knight, stepping in front.
Nota Leah Wood has come in for Jada Reese at rusher. Reese on the sidelines here. Couple of changes in the Thomas defense that Thomas defense, as you see Sanaya Glover also in at cornerback.
So the pass intended for Linkus, but Kiera Knight read it well, had the outstretched arms to knock it down. I believe it'll be 3rd down for the Braves. Thomas trying to look for a big stop. Carrera moves to her left. She's going to take off for this 1st down, and she'll get it and more.
See where they spotted. I don't think she got the flagpole, but they are spotting it at about the 38-yard line. 1st down, Ottawa.
They send one rush, but again, Carrera just another one of those dual threat quarterbacks that you have to find a way to spy on her. But nevertheless, they take advantage of the yards given to her. And another 1st down for the Braves. Carrera finds Linkus on the out route. It'll be a short pickup for Ottawa.
It's about 6 yards there, and that's about what you needed to do to get yourself a better opportunity there, but just an easy pitch and catch there for the Braves.
1:18 and rolling. Ottawa looking potentially to go up by 2 scores. Thomas needing a big defensive stop. Carrera flushing to her left, and this one's caught. Pitch back. 1st down and more by Camacho. But the reception perfectly put in by Maya Quinn before pitching it out towards that left side for another 1st down.
Giselle Jones trying to go for that pick there instead of defending and keeping the ball in front of you. Maybe playing a little bit of hero ball here, trying to end the Ottawa drive, and it ends up costing Thomas here as Ottawa has a fresh set of downs.
Quinn, the freshman from Boca Raton, getting on the stat sheet today as they will send a receiver in motion. Carrera running to the right, has some open room. She'll take off herself. Carrera cuts back the other way, lost control of the ball, but her flag will be pulled short. Janae Scott with the flagpole.
What an incredible weapon to have your quarterback be able to run like that and to cut back like that against the grain. Just to be able to make that decision, and if not for the diving stop of Scott, that would have been 6.
A balanced gun. They will send a receiver in motion again. Carrera looking left, finds Linkus, and it's a touchdown for the Braves.
Again, finding Linkus, such a weapon there out of the center position. We talked about it yesterday that the centers are often underappreciated, but when you get one who's able to do what Alyssa Linkus is able to do, it's an incredible weapon and a matchup nightmare.
And Thomas has just not been able to subdue the Braves offense. They have taken a lot of time in both of their possessions, but it has paid off now being up by 2 scores with an opportunity to convert on the PAT. Braves lined up in trips near right side. Carrera to the right, and this one just out of the outstretched arms of Bailey Hodgins.
16 seconds left, not much time for Thomas. Gives you an opportunity if you're Ottawa. It eliminates the possibility that Thomas is going to be able to charge back early in the second half to come with a good use of clock.
So now you get the Nighthawks trying to figure out what they're going to want to do with the 16 seconds, and now they're going to go ahead and charge Thomas with a timeout. And again, 16 seconds to go. We have seen the Nighthawks come up with big plays in even less time, but it would really hurt Thomas if they don't try to come away with points, considering the Braves will get the ball in the second half.
Yeah, absolutely. Thomas has got to find a way, if not this drive, then the second half to erase that goose egg off the scoreboard. Right now, the defense is doing a fair job of, at the very least, slowing down the Ottawa Brave attack. But if you're Thomas, you've got to be able to force some turnovers, get the ball to your offense in advantageous positions. So far, that just has not happened.
So you get back on the field, and again, Tom, we mentioned earlier that Ottawa's just been having a fantastic year, as in what else is new. But for Thomas as well, they've been able to maintain their consistency as well, had one of the better defenses, if not the best defense, and currently giving up 13. Wilson is going to go in the air for Delva, and it is tipped in the air and knocked away again by Grave de Peralta.
It was a good thought there for Thomas to try to go for it, but that was well covered by Ottawa there, playing a little deep and letting the ball come to them, and just comes up with the pass breakup. 10 seconds left on the clock. Strange things have happened, but at this point, you also, if you're Thomas, don't want to open yourself up for something like a pick six.
Ottawa began, as a timeout's called there by Thomas, Ottawa began their path with a 33-6 win over Midland, waiting for that team to come out of the opening play-in round, and then the Braves turned around from that win against Midland and were able to defeat the Kaiser Seahawks 21-12 in that winner's bracket semifinal. Thomas, on the other hand, began their postseason, or if you will, their NAIA National Flag Football Tournament run with a vengeance, with an emphatic 28-0 win over the Warner Royals, and then they turn around and blank the St. Thomas Bobcats, a team that has been neck and neck with them, 19-0 in the winner's bracket semifinal, and now in this winner bracket final, been really struggling to try to get that offense moving.
So what can you do in 10 seconds?
Empty gun for the Nighthawks. It's Wilson. She's going to go over the middle, air it out again, and it overthrows everyone.
Trying to go for Key Knight, but Key wasn't able to get in position between the safeties to make that happen. And now with third down with 4 seconds left, you might as well kneel it and go to half.
A big play here with 4 seconds. We've already seen earlier what happens if you try to get too fancy and it ends up backfiring you hard, and that's referring to Warner earlier today having a lead over Kansas Wesleyan before a Mansour interception gave the Coyotes new life, and they ended up going on and ending the Warner Royals season. Ottawa trying to maintain its 13-0 lead and potentially buy their way into the Saturday championship game. Wilson, duck throw, and it is knocked down incomplete. Or are they going to give her the interception?
That might have been a sack back here on that. In any case, it's now halftime. And at the half, Ottawa has a 13-0 lead over Thomas.
Thomas having a little bit of ways to go before the end of the first half, but it is going to be quite a drive for them. As we mentioned again, with the Braves, this is a team you do not want to be trailing by 2 scores. It doesn't matter if you're the best or the worst. You don't want to be in a position where you're trailing early to a Braves team that has been notorious for maintaining its lead.
So we'll take a quick break and come back after halftime. Here, your halftime score: Ottawa 13, Thomas nothing.
down halftime analysis on this contest, and partner, it's been fairly similar between these offenses, but with the way this contest has gone, it sure seems like it's been more one-sided. Ottawa with 151 total yards of offense, the Nighthawks with 102. But then you look at the performance of freshman quarterback Alexa Wilson, really starting to see more of that freshman side come out of her, 13 for 25 on those passing yards. And against a team like Ottawa, even though you get 100 passing yards with 1 interception, that's not going to cut it against the 2-time defending national champions.
Not at all. That's only 4 yards per attempt. I mean, when you're even in the men's game, when you're looking at 10-yard increments, 6 is considered low on that side. So to have 4 in a game where it's much more spread out is very low. The Nighthawks overall 3.92 yards offensively per play. Ottawa at 6.86 yards per play. Madison Carrera has been just scary efficient. 14 of 18 for 99 yards. You know, if you're getting the ball in good spots, like Ottawa sometimes has been, you don't necessarily need the yards, but you know, it's been get the ball to your receivers and let them do their thing.
And then as we also continue to talk about Ottawa as well, I mean, firing on all cylinders, and again, when in doubt, if Carrera can't get it done through the air, she'll get it done on the ground. 4 rushing attempts, 52 yards. And then for the rest of the offense, I mean, the biggest factor piece, Linkoos's play. Linkoos, we have not seen her in past get on these out routes with Thomas. So this is the matter of speaking new territory for the Nighthawks. But with that said, it's bread and butter for Ottawa, and that's something they've been able to douse their opponents with, is the play of Linkoos on the short routes.
Absolutely. I mean, she's just another fantastic option when you look at this Ottawa Braves team. Every single one of their wide receivers, their center, and their running back can take any pass to the house at any time. It's scary what they've got offensively across the beam. Thomas on defense just has to figure out what they're doing and be able to respond to it and lock it down. Thomas has been a good defensive team. They've been able to put their corners on islands and allow Scott and Delva in the middle to fire quickly, but the running of Carrera has really been a problem, especially because she's getting out enough to the sides that she is making Scott and Delva really cover a lot of territory in order to catch her 20 yards down the field.
And it's amazing too, Corey, because you look at this contest, and this is truly the first time where Thomas has really been down in this game. You look back to last year in the regular season, Thomas had complete control over the Braves. Then in the national championship, it was tossed up in the air. Ottawa ended up gaining a slim lead, but then it was back and forth. Here, Ottawa's got a 2-touchdown lead, so to be naturally down against the Braves, this is something the Nighthawks are not used to.
Not really, and the only time that Thomas has lost this season has been to St. Thomas. That was a 19-18 loss to the Bobcats in Miami Gardens. It was a trap game ahead of the Sun Conference championship tournament. This is the first time that really Thomas has been down significantly in a game of this magnitude that they knew that they had to have.
Nighthawks trying to somehow come away with their 18th win. Ottawa trying to remain perfect and go to 17-0 overall on their season. But right now, it's been all firepower for this Braves squad. And again, Linkoos and this coaching staff for the Braves have just had their way with Thomas, capitalizing on mistakes from the green and white. And now you look into the second half, and there's got to be some changes from Thomas's end.
Absolutely. Defensively, you've got to figure out what's going on. You're staying with NAIA Glover, looks like it, at corner over there. And looking for, they've still got Jada Reese on the sideline here, coming out at the 14-yard line here at a halftime. That's not a good thing for Thomas. Jada Reese has been the spark plug here for this defense. And now you've got to replace her, and they've got Giselle Jones out at rusher right now.
Jones has also been very efficient at the rush position for this Nighthawk team. You know, she's had 16 flag pulls, but this season has not had too many opportunities, which explains why she hasn't had a sack as yet. But it's Carrera to start the second half. She'll dump it off to Osborne, trying to outstretch her way towards the right side, but won't get past Delva.
Osborne is very, very quick out of the backfield, and making Thomas's linebackers go side to side to get away from that is a great option there for Ottawa, and eliminating Scott and Delva, the heart of the Thomas defense.
So Ottawa as well taking some time here on this second down play. They will have all but one receiver bunched up to the near side. Carrera potentially looking back at that lone receiver, biding some more time. Giselle Jones, and we said she was waiting for a sack, and she gets her first sack of the season in fitting fashion, as this senior is not going to go down.
No, absolutely. The Tallahassee Godby product dives for it and gets Carrera. The first negative yardage play for Carrera the entire game. And that makes it very tough here for Ottawa. Thomas creeping up to the line, no high safety here.
As Carrera's going to go deep, trying to go for a home run play early to Camacho, and just out of the outstretched arms of the Las Vegas, Nevada native.
That's a really good read there, just as I had said. Thomas had no deep safety back there, so you're running on a cover zero option here, and you got to find something on third down. Now it's fourth down, and Ottawa will go scoreless on their opening drive.
Janae Scott in the back to return it, along with Aaliyah Wood and believe Nakara Brown. And so Scott will field it and will fall just shy of midfield. Will get the 1 yard shy and give Thomas an opportunity to set up. And you mentioned it earlier, Parter, with Aaliyah Wood, how from a freshman standpoint she wanted to go for the first down, but Janae Scott and the veteran experience trying to give Thomas a best chance at gaining more yards.
Absolutely, and you see that difference between the junior, the experience of Scott versus Wood.
Wilson will pick up the quick first down off that Delva reception, and Delva will move her way forward for more yards, but that'll be about roughly an 8 or 9 yard pickup.
Spotting it right there at about the 34-yard line. Now 35. And that's what we're saying now. It's first down and 15. The burden of the next play is not nearly so great.
Nighthawks have still yet to try to make some impact on the offensive side, have only been to the red zone once, and Delva will haul that one in. It'll be another short pickup for the Nighthawks.
5-yard gain for the grad student. 4-yard gain, actually. But picking up that yardage, finding it, and eating your way down the field one bite at a time.
Wilson struggling to get it out, will be unable to field it off to Cole. And again, that double rush of DJ Paris and Kaufman has been eating up Wilson all day today.
It's not something she's seen very often during the regular season. I can't really think of anyone else that has rushed in such a fashion. And Alexa just has not been able to find an outlet sometimes on that, or if she has, the passes have been where Kiana Cole hasn't been able to get to them, or or Margarita Pena.
This is Wilson, will go deep early on tonight, and it's picked off.
Not the best pass there from Alexa Wilson, shaded to the inside where your receiver had outside leverage. If she's thrown that on the outside shoulder, we would probably be looking at a Kiera Knight touchdown. But as it stands, throw it with that inside shading there, and the Ottawa defender was right there waiting for it to come down like a gift from heaven.
And that time you look back at the inexperienced portion from the big games, and Ottawa has just been able to read this Nighthawks offense. And again, just a tremendous job for the Braves to step up defensively to deny Thomas. And of course you see that chain. It's been quite a tradition there for the Braves, for whoever makes the most recent big time defensive play, as this quick pass.
Boy, Devil wanted that one right there, wanted to change the numbers on the scoreboard with the pick six. Almost got it too. Thankfully she had Janae Scott behind her to clean up there.
So second down, right about the 8-yard line.
Seeing extended playing time for Jones there at the rush position, as well as Sanaya Glover.
Carrera, quick throw over to Quinn, and the flagpole made by Scott.
Don't have to do much, but just got to keep moving the line of scrimmage, and that's how Ottawa does it. Now, one thing you mentioned halftime that we haven't seen Ottawa do a whole lot of is run with the two quarterback system that they like to trot out every so often, and really to test the mettle of the defense to not break down. Interested to see when they break that out.
But in the meantime, it's a balanced gun for the Braves. Carrera trying to sidestep Jones, looking over the middle, tipped up in the air, and it's caught. Camacho could take it the distance. She's got room. Camacho down at the 1.
Wow, just a breakdown of the defense there for Thomas. Giselle Jones thought she had the sack there, and just shades of 2013 Auburn off the tip. And Camacho in the right place at the right time. And that sets up Ottawa real well to take a 3-score lead on Thomas University.
And it has been a masterpiece performance for this Braves. They came into this contest well prepared. And again, you go back to the early portions of this contest where Thomas on the opening drive looked like they were about to potentially take that momentum, but then you look back at that drop pass from Giselle Jones, and since that piece in the game, Ottawa's been able to take it to a whole new level.
Bunch formation here, interested to see what they do.
Carrera biding some time in the middle, gets around and finds a wide open Linkus for a touchdown, and the Braves pour it on.
What makes this Ottawa offense so difficult is Carrera's ability to change the point of attack in the backfield at will, going from side to side. You can't bull rush straight like you would want to as a rusher. You're forced to wait and play chess while your defense in the backfield can't collapse onto one side of the field.
Carrera and company trying to make it a 20-0 game, and Maya Quinn says no problem.
We do have a flag on the field on Ottawa. Looks like they will replay that PAT.
This will be a longer distance.
Pass interference there, the call.
So with the offensive pass interference, Braves will back up closer towards the 14, or check that the 15-yard line, trying to get this PAT and trying to go up 20-0.
Now, if you're head coach Chelsea Palmer, you've got to do something here. to spark your team. You're now down by 3 scores.
Carrera. And now we potentially could see the quarterback option. She'll take it herself, and this one just overthrows Camacho. Yeah, you were talking about when that double and try quarterback system was going to come to play, and we did see a few players step back, but Carrera thought she had an open option with her longtime go-to reliable Jasmine Camacho, but that time just overthrows her veteran receiver, and so the scoreline will still remain 19-0 with 5:06 in the third.
And that is important that they got the last PAT there, that 19-point margin. If they can hold Thomas scoreless, is the one for mercy rule.
Wilson to her right, throws backside, and it is caught, and it's Aaliyah Wood with a nice gain.
Nice call there. Rolling the pocket with Wilson, something that we've not seen Thomas want to do so far, but able to do it and pick up almost 20 yards on that pass to Wood.
First reception of the day by Wood, that's 10 or more yards. As with the new set of downs, Thomas now lines up and trips on the weak side. Wilson now rolling to her left, looking for Giselle Jones just out of her reach. But again, throwing towards her backside, you got to make those receptions.
It was a tough catch there behind her, and Giselle just could not catch that one. That would have been much more spectacular than the one earlier. But just trying every trick in the book at this point is Thomas to try to gain some yards and find some space here on this Ottawa defense.
Thomas still stays in trips as Wilson now finds Jones, and Jones will pick up just another yard or so after the reception.
Thomas starting to leave in an additional blocker to help account for the double rush. Now, while yes, that does give your quarterback more time, that also eliminates a numerical advantage that the offense gets when you do bring that second rusher.
And when you do bring in that second rusher, it does, you know, like you were alluding to, it's a less receiver, but you got to find ways to just keep the yards moving. As Wilson, looking now towards her right side, finds an open Pena, and she gets on the stat sheet for the first time today.
We've been wondering when we would hear Margarita Pena, when we would see her get a reception, and we got it here late in the third quarter. It's going to be a first down. And keeping the chains moving, still Alexa Wilson running for her life back there from play to play in the backfield.
Abby Brown picking up her first flagpole of the day in this contest as the Nighthawks, again, back in Braves territory.
A Cole under center with Wilson as the second quarterback. This is not a normal formation for Thomas.
Kiana Cole now running to her left side, will throw it off to Jones. It'll be another small pickup.
I don't know that we've seen this one on film too terribly much for the Nighthawks. Not something they trot out terribly often, but at this point, down 19, you've got to...
Well, remember, too, that even though we've seen Shelby Hartley mostly in the national championship game, Cole has had her experiences coming out in spurts, coming and chopping down on this yardage to give them that spark that they need.
Got to find something at this juncture.
So it looks like they'll go back to Wilson under center on the second down play. Wilson finds an open Kiera Knight and can't make a man miss. And as a result, a nice flag pull there for the Braves.
It's going to be third down here for Thomas, about third down and 10. So we're in the last 90 seconds of the third quarter.
And again, Ottawa defensively has been outstanding thus far, knowing what they had to anticipate with this Nighthawk offense. Wilson now back to the left, finds Jones once more. Another flag pulled made.
Nice job there by Washington to get that flag pull on Jones. Good catch by Jones, too. That one was also slightly behind her, but gets her hands up and makes the grab.
So the Nighthawks now face a 4th and about 6 to go.
Nothing deep really for Ottawa. Everyone's within about 10 yards of the line of scrimmage.
And look like DJ Paris jumped a little bit. Nighthawks want a call. They're not going to get it. And now another delayed flag as Wilson just throws it in the dirt. But we got a couple of hankies out there, so we'll get this all squared away.
Looks like that one's going to be on Ottawa as well. And a first down for Thomas.
But you could tell right from the opening stat, DJ Paris had a little bit of a jump.
Ten-yard penalty here. Not sure what exactly the infraction itself was, but it is a personal foul.
And that's all they're going to call in that scenario, is just the personal foul on the Braves.
New life for Thomas here, first down.
Wilson now to her left. She will throw this one, and she throws it. That was very lucky that that wasn't intercepted, but tried to squeeze it into Pena with 3 defenders.
I do like rolling the pocket with Alexa because the way that Thomas does it, it does leave in generally a second defender to account for the rush.
Wilson on second down will roll to the left again. This one throwing back over, and it's Delva who's there. Johnny on the spot, picking it up and taking it to about the 10.
You almost could have had a pitch opportunity there back to a Cole, but Delva just didn't see it, and that's going to be into 3.
3 quarters in the books. The first time these two teams met, Thomas was up 19-0 at the end of the 3rd quarter. Here at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium in the winner's bracket final, it is Ottawa who is holding the shutout over the Nighthawks, 19-0. 12 minutes to go. Ottawa trying to punch their ticket into the Saturday Championship Series. Quarter here at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Nighthawks trying to get a start to their scoring opportunities, as this is a good reception to Knight. Grave de Peralta with the flagpole.
Not much there, though, on the reception. And you've only got 4 plays to do this in. 1-yarders are not going to do too much for you here.
And you even look back at last year's national championship games, and they did most of this stuff without Kiera Knight. But with Kiera Knight back in the mix, and with a couple of freshmen, not a lot has changed for Thomas. And same side for the Braves. You really haven't seen any missing pieces as they've been able to hold their own. It's Wilson now rolling to her left. Will take this one herself. The freshman will fall shy. But Alexa Wilson trying to argue her case, saying she touched the pylon. But either way, diving out, I don't think she would have gotten close anyways towards that end zone.
I don't think so either, but that was close.
First time we've really seen Wilson on the rush. And of course, Thomas is going to argue their case. NAIA flag referees are going to say otherwise. That's not the first time we have seen a controversial, if you will, call that was being made, but at the same time, the Nighthawks on this 3rd down situation have to find another way to punch in the end zone.
Except that that was 4th down, and that was a turnover on downs for the Thomas Nighthawks. And what a painful 4th down that was. And Ottawa will take a timeout here, getting started on offense.
And of course, the fans here, we've heard more fans that were for the Nighthawks than we were for the Braves. And now, of course, Chelsea Palmer will have her explanation, trying to at least hear something from the officials, and they're going to be hearing the boo birds on this one.
Unfortunately, there's no replay, any formalized replay here. So what's on the field goes. So Chelsea Palmer needs to make sure that she gets back before she gets a 15-yarder of her own.
They're going to show the replay on the Jumbotron again. It'll most likely draw some more boos and some more arguments from the fans. But I mean, again, it's one of those things where now you've seen it both sides. I mean, you look back at some of the pass interference calls earlier for the Braves, and the Sours had their explanations with the referees, and now Chelsea Palmer in that situation with the Alexa Wilson run. I mean, it's a tough situation to be in, but like you mentioned, partner, with no replays, it'll be tough to try to figure one out. But now Carrera in her own end zone will try to come out, try to get a couple of yards, hips her way out of one flagpole, but will go down by Scott.
Again, such a great runner and an incredible weapon is Carrera there, able to make so many missed pulls. Just to make something out of nothing has been her MO all game. She's been able to do it time and again. And we do have a couple of offensive changes here. You see Mando Scalisi up top, and there's a new running back. I can't quite catch the number.
Carrera tossing it up the middle, and it'll be a nice little pickup close to the first down.
Looks like it's going to be Gillespie on the grab, and that's probably who that running back is as well.
Gillespie, another player that has been very proficient for Ottawa. First time she's touched the ball today. But the flagpole made. 10 minutes and rolling. Thomas has never been mercy ruled in their program history, and right now they're about 7 minutes and 48 seconds away if they don't find a way to score and keep Ottawa off the scoreboard. Carrera off to the left side. Giselle Jones trying to come up for the sack, misses her. Carrera off for more yards, and it has just been that kind of day for the Ottawa offense.
Janae Scott able to make the pull there, but just Thomas's defense has had no answer for the quarterback run. And thinking back over the Sun Conference, there's really not a true running quarterback that they would have faced up to this juncture.
They'll send Hodges in motion. This is Carrera. Cuts back to the left, and we'll have a nice little pickup to Gillespie, but the pitch is not made in time.
If you're Thomas, you've got to play through the echo of the whistle. You might have gotten the pull off, but you don't know that for certain, that the referee saw that. And to give up on that play like Thomas did, that's how you give up random touchdowns and put yourself in terrible situations on offense. You've got to play through the whistle. And then right now we're seeing a lot of hands on hips on Thomas's defense, and that's not a good sign for the Nighthawk faithful.
Balance gun for Ottawa. Gillespie back as a blocker. Carrera will look for Gillespie, and it's picked off. Perhaps a silver lining for Thomas here in the fourth quarter comes in the form of a Janae Scott interception.
Thomas kept Scott in as a spy on Carrera, but she peeled off onto the running back as they were coming over and was able to just cut in front, and that might be the spark that this Thomas team needs, but they're going to have to do it in a hurry to get 3 scores in the next 8 minutes. Yeah, I mean, it's go time for Thomas. It's do or die.
In the trips formation, Wilson rolling to her right, flips it back over to Delva. Nice moderate size pickup. And it's Abby Brown with the pull.
And with as much time that as Ottawa likes to take offensively, you now have to adjust your pace quicker because you know Ottawa is going to try to milk the clock as soon as they get the ball.
Quick snap. It'll be Wilson. It's going to go and air it out. Knight with a lot of contact. And referees are going to let this one play off. And, you know, at this rate, it's just that kind of day.
Absolutely, and again, another poorly placed ball where Knight was not anywhere near the ball to be able to get to it and even make it. If that ball was closer to Knight, you probably would have seen a flag come out. But 3 yards away from the ball, that's a tough call to make.
And looking at that jumbo replay again, both Knight and Grave de Peralta having their fair share of jersey pulls, but Delva's there for the pass to Jones. Jones is going to nearly take it in, but just falls shy, but it'll set up for a nice 1st and goal for Thomas.
This is exactly what Thomas needed. The offense a lot of times does run off of turnovers. Ottawa's just been good enough this game to not turn the ball over. Hasn't been able to fuel the Thomas offense as it usually does.
Maloof with the flagpole on that play, and now it's Kiana Cole who will take the snap. And Cole will run right with Wilson for the option, and will finally throw it to Alexa Wilson, and she throws it back.
Tries to hang on the sideline there. It looked like she might have been on the line out.
Yeah, and you could tell from the frustration with head coach Chelsea Palmer trying to talk with her quarterback Massa on the side and just trying to communicate. And again, that's where we go back to, partner. It's that freshman inexperience of the tight games that you see that you have to try to get involved with the contest. And you are still one of the projected go-to game day managers. You have to find a way to get that out of your mindset and go out there and try to come up with a positive play.
You're looking at an Ottawa defense and the Ottawa team where up and down you see juniors so much.
Wilson will go over the middle and off the hands of Delva.
Another uncharacteristic mistake for Thomas. But to my point, you see junior up and down this roster. These are veterans up, down, and sideways for Ottawa. Thomas is still trying to form the core of that team, and while it's there, especially in the wide receiver quartet, having a freshman quarterback sometimes hurts.
Wilson, they're going to come in hot with DJ Paris, throwing it up top. Giselle Jones can't make the catch.
And there was no contact from Ottawa on that one. A little bit of complaining there, but I didn't see any contact from the Ottawa side there.
Just want to confirm, too, that this upcoming play is going to be 4th down. Again, when you're doing it and you don't have the 1st down markers up, and even in this contest, everything is still being done by on-field administration, referees keeping the game clock and the time, but at least we have the game clock here up in the booth. 4th down, Wilson over top of the air, and this one is picked again.
Yep, and she does come down with it. That's going to be a pick, and
Grave de Peralta has just had that kind of day, and the Braves defense has been having quite the fiesta here in this winner's bracket final.
Absolutely, and it's just not been Alexa Wilson's weekend, even though you have seen, or even though Thomas coming into this game was able to shut out St. Thomas and Warner. Alexa Wilson has not been efficient through 3 games thus far. You saw when you called it yesterday.
And for Thomas, just can't punch it in. They've been finding their ways in the red zone, but they have just not been able to capitalize, as this quick throw out and completion will be just shy of the 1st down for Ottawa.
DeSantos there on the catch, Aaliyah Wood on the pull. And this is where Ottawa's just going to look to take the air out of the ball. You've got 1 minute and 53 seconds left here until you mercy rule the next best team in the NAIA.
And right now, Ottawa looks like they're about to pull off a few firsts for the Nighthawks in the record books as they continue to roll down the clock. We'll pitch this one back to Orsborn. And the reception is good. It'll be another pickup.
1st down there for Ottawa, and this is the first time we've seen Orsborn in on Ottawa's offense for feels like about a quarter. Had Mando Scalisi in there a while, and then had Alyssa Gillespie in there for a while, but this is the first time we've really seen the return of Orsborn.
Clock continues to wind down, 2:55 and rolling, but we'll probably see another play, possibly 2 plays at most at this rate, as the lineup on the right side, Carrera will try to run this one, and Giselle Jones now has a pair of sacks on the day.
Another good pull by Jones, and looks like this is going to be a timeout by Thomas. What would concern me as a Thomas fan is throughout the entire second half, you have not seen at all Jada Reese.
Yeah, and that does raise some concerns if you're the Nighthawks. And it's been a challenge because with this Nighthawks squad, even though they have more depth, the challenge is making sure that you're staying healthy through a full course of a season. And last year was Kiera Knight, had some lower body injuries, had some problems with that. Now Jada Reese hasn't been in the game for reasons that may or may not be undisclosed, but at the same time, her absence within the field has been a huge difference in Carrera being able to move around the pocket at will.
You put Giselle Jones in there, who's normally one of your cornerbacks, which has forced you to go to Sanaya Glover there as we see the orbit motion here.
Rondrea Gamble on the sweep motion, Carrera. And that'll be a hat trick, if you want to call it that, for Giselle Jones on the sack.
A little bit too little too late as we're 35 seconds away from ending this ball game. But a nice sack there. But yeah, you've forced it. So Thomas has had the unfortunate task of having to figure out how to replace one of their best defensive players in Jada Reese and having to cover over from that.
And so now it's a matter of trying to finish strong if you're Thomas.
And Thomas will still make it to Saturday, albeit on the loser side of the bracket. They'll have to play, if they want to win a national championship, they'll have to play 3 times on Saturday to make it back.
And there is a possibility that they could be facing St. Thomas again, possibly a Kaiser, whoever comes out of that loser's bracket. But now it looks like the Braves will call a timeout on their end.
Yeah, trying to get everything squared away there. So coming up next here on the NAIA Flag YouTube, you will see Weber play St. Thomas. And on the backyard, on the NAIA Flag Facebook page, you will see Kansas Wesleyan take on Kaiser, our noon matchups. Then we get one more matchup of the day between the winners of those 2 teams, and then we're back tomorrow right here in the Mercedes-Benz Stadium.
Oh, come on. Don't forget to show a little love to the JUCO schools as well. They got
we do have some JUCO schools today. We've got a small tournament of Heston, Fort Scott, and Florida Gateway that we get the privilege of calling the first ever NJCAA national tournament here. And looking forward to that and seeing what these schools have to offer. Maybe some feeder for a couple of these schools here, whether they be watching from the sidelines or watching from the stands.
So we now have a 3rd down and got to reach midfield for the first down, but this may most likely be the last play of the contest as Carrera will now roll her way towards the left side. We'll cut back the other way, flip it out to Andrea Gamble. Gamble slicing her way through the middle. It'll be a nice moderate pickup.
That's going to be another timeout here for Thomas. I believe that's going to be their last of the game here. A little undisciplined there on the rush. Had both of Scott and Jones focused on Carrera, and no one picked up Gamble on the backside, allowing for that throwback with so much wide open space. But it's 4th down, and you got 20 seconds and nothing to lose.
4th down here. It does look like they will punt it. A little bit of an extra second delay. But it'll be Janae Scott who fields this one. Will get a couple of yards and still have 5 seconds left to go. So unless Thomas scores a touchdown, this will be the final play of our winner's bracket final.
Absolutely, and Thomas, it's, thankfully in this format, it is a double elimination format. If you are a part of Nighthawk Nation, you can come back through the loser's bracket and have another crack at this. You've seen now the best shot here with a 2-quarterback system here for Thomas that Ottawa has.
A Cole. Throw it back to Wilson. Look out, Ottawa coming through, and it's Delva who makes the reception, and the flag pulled is made, and that is going to do it. For the first time in program history, Thomas has been shut out. They have been mercy ruled, and the Ottawa Braves have once again taken full control of the Nighthawks.
Do you think that we just saw part 1 of this matchup for this year?
It is a possibility. You look back at even the scheduling decisions. There was an opportunity for Thomas to play Ottawa. The way they had the schedule set up, one of the reasons that there were more teams that wanted to avoid playing Ottawa in the regular season to not give them an opportunity to game plan against them when it came to the NAIA National Tournament. Thomas now being one of the teams where they wanted to wait till the postseason to see Ottawa, and luckily in double elimination format, you get that one game. But now you go back, and now you got to take care of business and defeat the other teams before you have another crack at the Braves, and now you have to beat them twice. So Ottawa right now in really good position, and they have been able to go in full force, but what a game for the Braves.
Absolutely puts them in the driver's seat for that national championship bid, and we will step away and come back for an elimination game between St. Thomas and Weber International here at the NAIA Women's Flag Finals presented by NFL Flag and the Atlanta Falcons. And welcome back here to the NAIA Women's Flag Finals presented by NFL Flag and the Atlanta Falcons here. We have an elimination game, game number 18 between Weber International and St. Thomas. The two Sun Conference foes are going to get this one underway here real quick. The big deal here is seeing Jada Graham, number 1, who left early on an injury in yesterday's play, is back in the slot as St. Thomas and quarterback Holly Neer complete that first pass for a first down just beyond the sticks.
Yes, this is going to be quite the matchup here between two very, I was going to say powerful teams, but it's more like teams that can definitely hold their own. But an absolute matchup here, a treat for us to see. And we're going to see a lot more of this, but again, I think the most exciting thing, and you mentioned it just now, partner, seeing Jada Graham back in the mix when everything is on the line for St. Thomas, she's going to be a big factor in this game.
Absolutely. These teams do have some history this year. They played in Babson Park, a 37-14 win for Weber, and then again in Miami Gardens, a 25-14 St. Thomas win. Neer takes the snap, tosses, caught there.
And Tyler Bryant with a nice little reception there. Bryant, another one of those go-to players for St. Thomas if you give her the right opportunities, and she has been coming in clutch. But just same thing like we talked about with the Ottawa Thomas game. I think with St. Thomas against Weber, you just got to go short. It's very easy to try to go intermediate to deep routes with Weber, but you got a very shifty defense with the Warriors that can make you pay if you're not careful.
Warriors defense coming up a little bit. Now ease off there on the far side of the field. Neer likes to do a fake snap here, so keep an eye on it as she takes the snap. Rolls right, going deep over the middle, and that's going to be nearly intercepted there. That's going to be Caitlin Sigmundi, the freshman, almost pulling in that pick there, and that's fourth down, and St. Thomas is going to go and punt here. Neer doing double duty as quarterback and punter.
Yeah, for St. Thomas, again, just continuing on the point we were making earlier, they definitely have a defense that is worth watching, but they say defense wins championships, but you got to find a way to get some points on the board first.
Sigmundi with the punt return, pulls up right at the 19-yard line and allows her flag to be pulled. And the Weber Warriors will set up shop here, led by quarterback Sam Wilson, number 16. Keep an eye on a couple of wide receivers, especially in the slot. Some very good weapons here for Weber between number 11, Kayla Burrows, and number 3, Breasia Robinson. Dynamos in the slot. Wilson puts man in motion, gets the snap, goes back out to the running back. Missed pull there, but eventually gotten there by Rayana Baker for St. Thomas.
Yeah, on Weber's offense too, Breasia and Kayla are definitely receivers to look to, but an up-and-coming receiver as well who's been a dual threat, Jasmine Henry, is going to be critical as well. She has been dominant from the rushing side, but also can make a play if you need to on the offensive side.
Sigmundi in motion. Wilson back to Sigmundi. And a bit of hand fighting there, and a flag going to be called.
Yeah, I think under the circumstances it will be a physical game a little bit, but at the same time, you got to make sure to call it off when enough is enough.
St. Thomas has a very stout defense from front to back, whether it be Rusher Lanaya Leon, linebackers Marilee Kayon, or Kayla Alvarez, or Miranda Faradaz, or all the way in the back you've got one of the leaders in picks in Tashumba Washington, the ball hawk at safety.
Right, Tashumba is going to be another one of those players where she stepped up big in St. Thomas's contest against Kansas Wesleyan. Did have an interception against the Nighthawks yesterday, but you give her an opportunity, she'll prevail. And it looks like there was no penalty. They were able to wave it off.
Wilson takes the snap, looking, caught ball, and a hard time getting that flag off is Burrows with the snag.
Burrows definitely doesn't want to see her season and her time at Weber come to an end here today, but it's one of those, you survive and move on, and it's been an absolute joy to see this experienced veteran lead the way she does for Weber.
3rd down and 4 here for the Warriors on their first possession of the day. Takes the snap, looking, batted down to the line of scrimmage. Leon with the batted ball. One thing I'm noticing as we go throughout this tournament is you do have veteran teams. We see a lot of veterans on Ottawa's team. We see a lot of veterans on Kaiser's squad. You see Thomas, St. Thomas, Weber having a lot of freshmen, whether it be Leon for St. Thomas, Sigmundi for Weber, Alexa Wilson, and Aaliyah Wood for Thomas. You see a lot of teams that have some freshmen, have some youth to them.
And of course, being around that environment, it's like it feeds off of it depending on which freshman you have that plays a part of the system.
Wilson rolling left on the snap, throwing, and over the head of, can't see the number right off.
Breasia Robinson,
Breasia Robinson.
And again, another veteran where you got to make sure that you're connecting and giving her the pass. And for Wilson, I mean, that's a routine rollout to her left side. So
honestly, I think that one might have been on Robinson there. And that was 4th down. They turned it over on downs. Neer takes the snap over through the hands there of Jada Graham, who, like we said earlier, it's good to see her back. She spent copious amounts of time in the first game against Kansas Wesleyan, being attended to with some knee issues. And partner, you didn't see her at all in the game against Thomas. So
no, that's why I was saying, like, I know that we were talking off air and whatnot, but if there was one player I've been dying to see for the last 2 years in person was Jada Graham.
In the slot is Graham. Near goes back to Parks, and Parks is down. Parks is hurt. St. Thomas has had some issues with injury recently. Obviously, we just mentioned Jada Graham, but they had a couple others that had maybe some hand issues from time to time, including Marilee Keon. And she is being attended to right now on the field. We will see. Looks like the issue might be an ankle there for Parks. We'll see.
Yeah, because, I mean, she did come down immediately when she made that reception.
Yep, and it does look like they're attending to the lower half of her body here. But this is definitely, if you like Sun Conference flag football, this is your meat and potatoes game here between Weber and St. Thomas. Two very good schools. You've got two very good head coaches here between Jeff Molesky for Weber, who, if you were with me on the NFL Flag Facebook stream, you got every now and then you'd get a comment from Jeff Molesky there, and it's always a pleasure. And Eric Berzenko for St. Thomas, as it looks like Graham is getting helped off the field. But especially Molesky is an absolute OG in the flag football game.
And, you know, you just have those coaches that you want to call them ambassadors, or they promote the sport and they love the sport in terms of what they do. And you couldn't have said any better. Jeff Molesky is one of those guys when you think of flag football in the Florida area, and now in the collegiate realm, he's certainly one guy that does come to mind.
Being helped off the field is Parks. As they look to get the game back underway. We'll tell you who they've got in as Near. Pump fakes over the middle, caught there. Good job by Tyler Bryant. Let's see who they have in as the replacement there for Parks. It's going to be number 0 there, Maya Salas, I believe. in on that one. It's near. Takes the snap, looking, finds Graham. Oh, just almost over the middle, and picks up about 7 yards there to get to about the 10-yard line on second down there.
And Jada Graham is one of those players that, to say that she's a team leader is a huge understatement. She's not only getting her team hyped on the field, but she's one of those, she wants to try to coach and mentor the younger freshmen as well to be a part of the team, and it's been a good sight.
There goes Holly Neer, trying to make something happen. I tell you, I've never seen a team so happy outside of winning a national championship as the team was for Holly Neer yesterday on her quarterback sneak touchdown. Neer comes over to the bench where Graham is getting attention, goes, "Jada, did you see my touchdown?" Beautiful.
Yeah, and again with Holly Neer, you know, when she first started playing, you know, the collegiate flag football, she was one of those pocket quarterbacks, was able to get around, and if you had to force her on the mobility standpoint to make a play, then it was going to be tough.
That's picked off there in the end zone by Kayla Burrows, and that's going to spell an end to the St. Thomas drive the second time. Just as they were getting in and finding some momentum, the interception by Burrows will bring a very abrupt end to that drive. But yeah, you were saying, and she's been, Neer was a great teammate last year when St. Thomas went with Julian Yokowski and was able to stay with it and is getting rewarded with the playing time this year.
And with that said, I mean, this year as well, in addition to being the team better, she has had tremendous strides and improvement from a mobility standpoint. And so has Sam Wilson.
Wilson looking off, and that's going to be a surprise. There's not a penalty there. That looked like it could have been a hold, as usually when the pants stretch that far, you'll see a hold, but that was Jasmine Henry on the grab.
Yeah, nice forceful pull too. Sometimes in order to make a flag pull, you got to do what you can to make sure that you're getting that flag and you're not just getting the piece. The key thing with flag football is they want to make sure that when you're grabbing, it's not just the one hand, but you're trying to use it as a tackle formation.
Oh, almost a pick there. Got the hand in, did Maria Vega, I believe that was, and broke up that pass. And looking at third down here now.
Yeah, Maria Vega has always been a defensive force in Sun Conference play. The former Seahawk really coming in there and clamping down hard in the middle.
Takes the snap, does Wilson looking, and it is over the top and falls away, and a little bit long to get up there is Tashumba Washington. She grimaces in pain as she gets up, and that's going to bring up a fourth down for Weber. They're going to punt it away. I can't believe Washington's staying out there.
Well, the thing is, it's probably because with the turf field, you might have slide a little bit, so it's not necessarily an injury as much as it's you could slide down, and when you're wearing those compression pants, you know, it can make you feel some type of way when it comes to the injury set. But now as I say that, it looks more like she is limping towards the side.
Definitely limping towards the sideline, and St. Thomas is having some injury bug issues very quickly stacking up as a poor punt for Weber puts the Bobcats back in a nice spot, still in Warrior territory. Snap to Neer. Looking, goes back to Tyler Bryant. And a nice pull there by Sammy Gonzalez, making sure she found those flags before Tyler Bryant could get too much further down the field.
And this was going to be one of the keys for Weber. If they were going to look to come away and survive in advance, they just need to find a way to keep toe-to-toe with whoever they're playing. Doesn't matter if it's St. Thomas or a team that's higher, because in postseason play, Weber plays on a whole new level when it comes to postseason ball.
Near takes the snap, looking deep, trying to go over, and bracketed nicely there by Weber, above and below by the safety and the corner. And I think that's a good no call there. Just had her well covered.
Yeah, and that's going to be the challenge too, is especially in these elimination games, is you don't want to get to a situation where things get tick-tacky and then you have to judge things based off the discretion of an official. I mean, you got to go out there and play your best ball regardless. But with that said, you also got to make sure that whenever there's an opportunity to make a play, you have to.
Near goes back to Jada Graham, but the flag is pulled short of the line to gain. And looks like that is going to bring up not sure, still waiting for a signal. I haven't seen one yet.
It looks like it's going to be fall short though. Jada Graham did try to outreach, but again, where the flag pull was made before she got the outstretched arms, still be about a yard to go to pick up the first down.
There's a flag there, offsides on Weber, and that's going to give St. Thomas a fresh set of downs. Maybe lined up in the neutral zone, maybe a neutral zone infraction there.
Well, already we've seen in the previous game with Thomas and Ottawa, depending on the style setup, and you want a situation where you give your rusher a best chance of grabbing the flag. And it's not even just NAIA flag football, but it's also anywhere you play flag football, Wise City League. You will always see a rusher try to get as close as possible to that line. Sometimes you might even see half of a cleat over on top of the rusher line, but it all depends on the discretion of the referee when it comes to if it looks like it's over the line or if a little jump may cause it to be an offsides.
It's a first down. Pump fake and going over the middle, got a wide open Tiffany Walker, and that's going to open up the scoring. St. Thomas, the touchdown pass to Walker from about 17 yards out. They take a 6-0 lead with 41 seconds left in the opening quarter over Weber International.
Just a nice wide open corner route over to Walker. Weber, it didn't look like they were putting that much effort in the deep covered zone. St. Thomas took advantage of it and were able to slice through the secondary for the first score.
Now, like we've said so many times, these early game PATs are so vitally important to establishing the flow and the rhythm of the game. Got a sidecar right as near she takes the snap, rolling to her right and finds a receiver in the corner of the end zone. That's going to be number 12, Kaylee Miller there, and they take a 7-0 lead. PATs are so incredibly hard in flag football that anytime that you can get one and it's that easy, you're very pleased if you're Eric Brzenko and your St. Thomas squad.
And honestly, they really are difficult to make. I mean, everybody just assumes, oh, it's 3 yards. You should be able to make something out of it, a pass, a run. But if you look at it from a flag football standpoint, it's not like traditional football where you have guards in play. I mean, you got to find a way to score it over the end zone.
And an incomplete pass there. Looked like maybe a football move was made, so complete pass with a drop ball there for Burrows. That's exactly what they're going to call there. And a nice little pickup there to get close to that line. 2nd and 1 in this scenario is almost like that first one that we saw off the punt. You have 3 plays to make a yard. Maybe you try to go a little bit down the field, try a shot play here.
Get something at least going.
Wilson on the snap, looking, flushed right, gets a little bit. Burrows tries to spin her way out of it, but it's going to be Miranda Faradaz on the pull, and that's going to be the end of the first quarter of play, and at the end of 1. Your score is St. Thomas 7, Weber International 0. And welcome back here as the two teams switch sides. Just seeing some shots of the coaches there, trying to find a way on both ends to either increase the lead or tie it up here, as Weber will take over here at the 23, man in motion. Wilson pump fakes, goes over to her wide receiver, and that's going to be a flag coming in on Faradaz, maybe. I
may want to have another look at that Jumbotron replay if it's provided, because it looked initially like Faradaz just had a forceful pull because you're just making sure that you're getting to the ball, but nothing initially that seemed like it was warranted for physical aggression. She got caught, leg got caught up with a trip, so it'll probably just be a personal foul on Faradaz, but still, just anytime you're making the flag pull, especially in the angles, you got to be careful how you do it. There's a philosophy when you're grabbing the flag, but you don't want to make sure you get your legs tangled up.
5-yard penalty. Wilson takes the snap, looking, finds Sigmundi out on the near side, and that's going to be caught close to the first down marker here. And that will be a short line to gain for Weber as they try to get down the field and tie this ball game up. As they huddle here.
You got to keep it short if you're Weber. You got the pieces to cut up the middle between Burrows and possibly a Breasia Robinson. You're not in any hurry right now to go for the deep ball. Just make sure that you're gaining the consistent 4 or 5 yard pickups.
Wilson on the shovel pass right out there. Looks like maybe Jasmine Henry, and she gets across the line and moves the sticks. Weber, a 9-8 team in play this year, 4-6 in conference. St. Thomas 13-5 this year, 7-3 in conference. And these, like we said before, they've split the two games that have been played amongst each other this season so far. These are very familiar opponents at this juncture.
And that's something that may always play a factor because of the familiarity, but at the same time, if it's at a national tournament, you would like to try to play teams from outside your conference.
Wilson rolling right, dumps it back off to the running back. And a nice flag pull there by St. Thomas, and almost nowhere to go, and going backwards is Weber. So they try to regroup and find something there. I like the idea and seeing what they're doing with Sam Wilson, but the rush from St. Thomas was just too much, and the pass was a little off target to be effective.
Well, that's why you have the ability of Jasmine Henry to be that security blanket in the block side, because she can move her way down the field if need be, if all else fails.
Errant pass there by Wilson. I think there may have been a miscommunication. Pass was too high for that intermediate route and not far enough for the deep route, and just not quite what you wanted there for Weber.
And it's been a little bit of a struggle for Weber International, is that communication side of things. More or less, just making sure that the players understand, how to diagnose the play. And I mean, you run that in practice, but during the game is crucial.
Wilson looks, fires, caught ball short, and quickly pulled there by Meyerly Kaon. And it's going to be 4th down here for Weber. Now, we'll say, though, that St. Thomas has one of the most difficult to read defenses in the NAIA. They play a more traditional, conventional football style defense on the back end, where you're playing a little bit of man on one side, zone on the other, and so for a quarterback it's sometimes hard to read those combo defenses in the flow of the game.
But that's where, if you are an avid film studier and you focus on formations, it should be something where you should be able to account it for.
And Wilson is able to get it away, but it's 4th down. That's a turnover on downs, and St. Thomas's defense will get off the field without allowing any points, letting their offense get back and see if they can stretch this lead out with 8:18 left in this first half.
Yeah, just a tremendous rush there for St. Thomas by Leon. I almost thought for sure near the end that she might have hit Wilson's arm, but good thing that Leon held up right at the last second to not force any kind of physical contact with Wilson, because in those situations, had the officials seen it and if Wilson wanted to take a chance and sell the roughing the passer contact, that could have been a situation where it could have been deadly.
Near looking, gets the ball off, and about a 5-yard gain there. Out to Agent Zero for them, Maya Salas. Bring up 2nd down and about 5 here, and really playbook's fully open at this juncture. What you can do, looks like everyone is either off the bench, well, scratch that. Parks is still on the bench. Sneer takes the snap, looking, caught ball, and that's going to be very short of the 1st down. It's very close to it.
And even with the short plays, I mean, St. Thomas is really not concerned about the deep ball, as, you know, they really shouldn't be at this point. And they get the simple routes that they need to, and it's just, again, trying to eat up the short-term yardage and force Weber to play in or bite into certain offensive schemes.
Once you do that, you can use your speed and get down the field quickly, as we've seen it before with St. Thomas throwing Hail Marys on both Kaiser and Thomas. And that is going to be a delay of game on the Bobcats, and that turns 2nd and short into 2nd and 5.5 here.
That's got to be something that you have to clean up from an offensive standpoint. I mean, you got the play clock that's there right in front of you. You know, I don't see why you're not able to use it, but that's just a fundamental error that you got to have better control over. And even if you have to use a timeout, you know, it's an extra 5 yards that puts you in a tougher spot to try to get this 1st down.
There are no fewer than 5 possibilities of play clocks. There's 1 at each end, and there's 2 on the ribbon board, within eye shot of the quarterback.
Well, not necessarily that the quarterback's going to be looking at the ribbon board, but still, you know, for the point being, you got the clock that's there, and now it's a St. Thomas timeout because the clock was already down to single digits, and not exactly sure if they're trying to decide what they want to do specifically as much as they have a scheme, but it's just taking too long to decide. But just a benefit for Weber International, because now, with that said, because of the miscues for St. Thomas, it gives them an extra timeout if you think about it, because extra break, regroup, try to figure out what we need to do to stay and maintain the consistency of that defense. And so far, I mean, outside of that corner route early on we saw earlier, you know, Weber's been keeping up and holding their own against the Bobcats.
Absolutely, and in as much as we expected, Weber does have a very good defense. Pretty much everyone in the Sun Conference has a good defense. You see it a lot in your Florida athletes, whether it's going to be on the men's side or the women's side. There is speed. Near finds a receiver. It's going to be Tyler Bryant, and she gets loose, and they're having trouble pulling her flags, and she is going to finally have her flag pulled around the 4-yard line. An explosive play where Weber just cannot make the simple flag pull. Evades 3 Weber Warriors before Sigmundi is able to get over and make the pull.
Yeah, and at that point, too, I mean, you got to make the flag pulls, and that's why it's so crucial. But Brian, again, when she gets down the field and she turns it on, she's on a different level when it comes to the acceleration factor. And Tyler Bryant has always been one of those go-to receivers for St. Thomas, but they're almost having a chance to take it to the house, but setting up the Bobcats for a good chance to score.
Near takes the snap, finds the running back there, and a couple of yards. They'll say on the Tyler Bryant catch that she stepped out at the 11-yard line. Maya Salas there on the grab. 2nd down now, and goal from about the 7-yard line. Taking a 13 or 14 nothing lead here is Exactly what you want, obviously, for St. Thomas, especially at this point. We're approaching the 5-minute mark as Near takes the snap, looking, fires, and it is popped up in the air, and no one can get it. You do get a chance to maybe see if you can get up to 21 points by halftime if you're able to get it in here and make a quick defensive stop.
And it's fairly easy to look at it from a 2-touchdown standpoint, but this is the part of the game where you got to clamp down defensively if you're Weber. You don't want to trail 2 scores to a team like St. Thomas.
Near looking back of the end zone, and it is tipped away. Clean play there, no flag intended there for number 12, Kaylee Miller.
And give a lot of credit again, Caitlin Sigmundi playing her heart out on defense with these stops and doing whatever she can to keep the Warriors in this contest.
Looking like a veteran out there instead of a freshman.
Well, that's what you get. The former Leonard High School product has come from a team that has been ranked in the top 10 in high school, comes from a very strong flag football background, and instilling that here for the Warriors to try to make an immediate impact.
Now we'll get a little bit of another timeout here. Looks like again by St. Thomas, it's going to be their second timeout of the half. And you know, communication has been a key for us throughout this tournament, and right now it looks like communication might be a little difficult for St. Thomas.
Right, but on the flip side too, it's given Weber another opportunity to make sure that they're not going to do anything or make sure that everybody's on the same page to avoid miscommunication on the defensive side, because once there's miscommunication on the defensive side, then that's when you start to see the Warriors really fall by the wayside, and then they're never able to catch up from there. And it's been a typical habit. And that's one of the reasons why they've been 500 for the past couple of seasons, is because they're in these games close, but they haven't been able to take the next step after defending these teams. And that's why it has been such a constant struggle. We've seen this time and time again. 1-score differences in the first half, but then if it comes down to another score late in the game, that's when we start to see the train come apart.
Near looking over the middle, and it's going to be broken up across the middle. And that's going to be the 4th down and a turnover on down. St. Thomas cannot find a way to punch it in here. With 3:43 left in this first half, they still only hold that 7-0 lead over Weber International.
Good stop for the Warriors. Now you got to convert it into points, and you got to start implementing more of the Breasia Robinson and Kayla Burrows.
We saw them last year in this tournament just wreak havoc on Midwestern teams as Wilson finds Sigmundi again. Can't quite get the pitch off in time, but does gain a couple yards here. But we saw Burrows and Robinson and Roop really just wreak havoc across this very field and cause matchup problems.
And matchup problems is all it is when it comes to Sun Conference play, because anytime you got the Sun Conference playing each other, the only way you're going to get a win is just by the matchup and who has the better day.
Wilson rolling to her left, looking, fires it back, and that's going to be an incomplete pass there. Looking at a quick 3rd down, tried to go back to the center there. Denise Garcia. She just can't quite pull it in. Sorry, that's not Denise Garcia. That's
Bria Cam.
Yeah. So 3rd down here. Motion here. Wilson throws it out. And a quick pull there from Miranda Faradaz. And sounded like they wanted a penalty there, but that just looked clean.
Again, it's just Faradaz is a very physical flag football player, will do anything it takes. And again, good form. You try to use 2 hands to get the flag pull. And sometimes when you're getting forceful to get that flag pull, and with a smaller player like Burrows, that could force her to wrap around quite a bit. But either way, too little too late to try to get Burrows going for the 1st down. And at the 2-minute warning, Weber punting the ball away.
St. Thomas will get another chance to punch it back in after a good stop by St. Thomas, a 3 and out. A good punt there, goes across midfield, picked up by Tashumba Washington. And the flag will be pulled there at about the 38-yard line. That might be about a blessing in disguise as Washington looks poised to go over the midfield marker and be met by a couple of Weber defenders very early on in that quadrant.
Yeah, for St. Thomas now, you got to have as many opportunities as you can. Ever since the opening touchdown, they have started to mellow off a little bit, and now an opportunity for Holly Neer to potentially take this offense down the field about 43 yards or so roughly. You have about 1:51 to work with, and you definitely want to try to get this score before the half.
Twins here in the slot. Neer looking and just out of the reach there of Jada Graham. That's going to be 2nd down and 2 there. Not much time off the clock there. You might wonder a little bit how much Graham has. You see the knee brace there. You might wonder just how much she's got left in the tank, but she's such an extraordinary athlete that even her at 80% beats most people's 100.
If there was a National Comeback Player of the Year, Graham would win it hands down for what she's gone through since the beginning with this St. Thomas team, but still has stayed positive, has still stayed with the team, been forceful, and just a great team leader overall.
Pass knocked away by number 3 there, Briasia Robinson. Nice job getting in the passing lane and making that difficult, and this is going to bring in another quick 3rd down here to 2 plays come to nothing. And maybe if you're St. Thomas, you would have wanted to be a little bit further down the field at this juncture. Neer taking the snap, looking, and very nearly a sack. Parks, no, that is a sack.
Yep.
Could not get it away. Parks is back in the game, saw her with the reception, so to speak, but that's going to be a 4th down now. And Weber at least thinks they're going to punt.
Yeah, Jada Dillard coming in that time, a reserve player for the Warriors. Tremendous effort to stop Holly Neer.
Dillard and Henry both spend time in that rush position. That's such a high impact and high motor position that you have to have multiple. Neer with an end-over-end kick, taken right at the 20, and again standing there waiting to get her flags pulled is Caitlin Sigmundi. That's such an odd move after seeing knee after knee there at the 19 to just see Sigmundi just wait there with the football.
Well, on the flip side, you have to think about too is the reason that they take a knee is because they automatically put themselves down. By Sigmundi standing there and waiting for St. Thomas to get the flag pull, you take an extra second, 2 seconds off the clock, which could be in your favor if you're the Weber Warriors trying to get as much time as you can to get this equalizing score.
Sigmundi in motion. Snap there. Sigmundi will take it. She's going to throw back to Sam Wilson, who looks downfield. She's got a receiver wide open on the trick play. Keeps going and brought down literally at the 20-ish yard line. 1st down with 41 seconds left, and puts Weber right outside the end zone. Nice little play of trickeration there for the Warriors.
Yeah, definitely a little bag of tricks pulled out of the Molesky bag, and that time just wide open, beautifully executed. And who better than Caleb Burrows to be the recipient of that catch and to take it downfield.
And now you've got 40 seconds to find pay dirt. And at 37 seconds, we're going to have a timeout here by the Weber Warriors.
And now in this position, again, new set of downs. When you got your flag pulled, it's about a yard away. You can potentially get an extra set of downs. I mean, right now, Weber is in prime position to get this score. But again, with 37 seconds, it hasn't always been a guarantee. And against the St. Thomas defense that has been brash, that has been locked down physical all year, all season, you know, this is going to be a critical point in this contest.
Tashumba Washington trying to figure out where the camera is.
I mean, it's an experience at the end of the day for these young women, and I say young women because, you know, it's that empowerment process. You know, females in flag, there's a reason why NFL flag promotes it as such, and this is to give them more opportunities to try to not just grow the sport of flag football, but to give them opportunities as well. And I mean, it's all about the experience to make it as top-notch quality as possible.
Wilson takes the snap, looking, gets the ball off. Going to be a little bit of rumbling, bumbling, stumbling here down to about the 13-yard line. And we'll see it a lot later tonight, though, as we have the showcase here. The NFL picking up the tab for the entrance fee for all those who want to be in the showcase. It's a great way to be in front of all but 4 teams here.
And who knows if one of those young ladies could turn around and potentially be the impact in the 2024 national tournament.
And that's going to be an interception there by the ball hawk herself, Tashumba Washington. Kayon with the pitch. Now over to Tyler Bryan, and that is big with 10 seconds left, not only to get yourself out of the end zone, but to get some breathing room.
And that's exactly why Weber has been 500 on the season. They come down, they start off strong, off the hands of Breasia Robinson, and just right in her hands, and then it falls out, and suddenly out of nowhere, St. Thomas there with the interception. It has been quite the struggle for the Warriors to capitalize, and that was a gift-wrapped opportunity to come up with the tying score, and they just weren't able to do it on that first half.
Absolutely, and 10 seconds left. Let's see what St. Thomas has, see if they can pull out some something from their bag of tricks here. Near takes the snap, looking, rolling to her left, rolling. She's going to take it herself. Surprised that wasn't an illegal forward pass there, but that's going to bring us to the end of the first half. And after one half of play, St. Thomas still holds that slim 7-0 lead over Weber International. We'll be back after a few minutes here from the NAIA Women's Flag Finals, presented by NFL Flag and the Atlanta Falcons, after this break. half of play between St. Thomas and Weber. St. Thomas holding a slim 7-0 lead here at the half. Right now the ball has just bounced St. Thomas's way, but obviously it is an oblong-shaped thing, and it is wont to bounce the other direction at any given point.
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, give credit to St. Thomas for getting that touchdown early on. That has been a huge difference in this contest. But with that said, I feel like with the options and the weapons, if you will, that Weber has on the offensive side, it's surprising that they haven't been able to put it in the end zone yet. St. Thomas has a stout defense, but in these kind of key situations, you have Kayla Burrows, you have Breasia Robinson, Caitlin Sigmundi on the defensive side has been holding St. Thomas to 7, along with the rest of the defense. It's a contest where there's a lot of would-be's that's happening, but right in front of our eyes, you can tell that there have been missed opportunities on both sides. And right now, St. Thomas has been able to come away with it because of that touchdown that off the corner route on this near side.
And you know, points are points no matter when they're scored, and the points scored early in the game count just as much as the Hail Mary walk-off. And so we'll see what we get in the second half here with 30 seconds left to play, and see if Jeff Molesky's Weber squad can stage a comeback against St. Thomas and take the season series here on neutral turf, or if Eric Brzenko's St. Thomas Bobcats will survive and advance to play another day.
Well, I mean, right now, as of this point in time, there's 6 teams, but at the end of this hour of games, we'll be down to the Final 4. And for Weber, believe it or not, if they come back and win it, they will still somehow make it to the Final 4 for a 3rd straight tournament, despite all the adversities that they have faced since they have come to existence.
And they get that chance to try to come back here right in the second half, as we see the Weber offense take the field again for the second half of action here. Sam Wilson takes the snap, looking, tosses it, and short of her intended target. Was looking for number 12 there, Denise Garcia, the center, and just couldn't find her. Couldn't get the ball to her. So that'll be second down here for Weber as we see them regroup and try to get the play in from the sideline. Something that I have asked you, it seems that the running back and forth to and from the sideline, as Wilson takes the snap, evades the sack, puts it off to Hayden Roop, who is just shy of that first down. See everyone running over. At what point do we see the college football style placards?
It depends, and with flag football still being a relatively newer sport in the sense of trying to communicate and coordinate, most coaches have the traditional style where they have the quarterback run over, but when you have technology, you might be able to have a headset. Things could be different.
There, making some moves there, getting those hips around and just making her way down the field, dancing down. Finally, the pull is made by Rayana Baker, but not before she leaves several St. Thomas Bobcats in her wake. And you had said it before, this is why you get the ball to Kayla Burrows.
Shifty Burrows for the 3rd straight consecutive tournament. Just seeing her slice and dice her way through defenders has always been a joy to see. But this is the kind of big play that you need if you're Weber.
And Lanaya Leon gets the sack. The freshman has been so good down the stretch for St. Thomas, has been a consistent source of negative yardage there for the Bobcats. And what better way to respond to an explosive play than to set your opponent back a few yards the exact play after, killing all that momentum off the big play. Wilson surveying the field. Motion to Sigmundi, takes the snap as Wilson goes back to Sigmundi. She is met almost immediately, pitches it back, and they're going to walk that back to the 41 off the errant pitch.
And you can tell Sigmundi kind of felt it too, like it was a matter of she regrets making that pitch because she knew she would have had a nice little chunk of yards, but now with that pitch back, you got now 19 yards to go instead of about 16. So just, again, one of those things where you're trying to improve and trying to figure out what's going to be best. And that time the pitch out thought you might have had an open lane to gain even more yards, but that's the risk you take when you play the pitch game.
Absolutely. Live by the sword, die by the sword. So, 19 yards to gain. Again in motion, Sigmundi Wilson taking off immediately, caught ball, and Burrows tips it up in the air and catches the pitch there. Another risky pitch for Weber, but that eats up most of the quadrant for them. That's going to leave them about 3 yards to go on the drive here to get a first down and get in the red zone.
And let's go back real quick to the textbook post route play by Breasia Robinson. Was able to make the catch in stride, what she's known for, and gaining those open yards is another play that Weber needed.
Over the top and missed there. Bad throw by Wilson. But yeah, I mean, Breasia Robinson just getting through was fantastic. Looks like there's a penalty there. No, that was the fourth down play. Again, unfortunately, we are not able to see down very well, and as much as we're able to see time. So sometimes these fourth downs sneak up on us.
Well, especially when it's like the box increments and between penalties as well. You know, it's a thing where it's still growing and still developing, but at the same time, it's trying to find their way and trying to get the best ultimate experience.
Near throws it back to Maya Salas, gets a couple yards out of it, and it'll be second down here from about the 34-yard line. Just shy of the 35, actually. If I'm St. Thomas, this is going to be a leisurely stroll down the field. I have no need to go super fast, but I do want to make some yards. As Near takes the snap, looking, fires it. Graham gets it and a little bit more. Roop not able to get the pull right immediately. Still comes up with it. Doesn't give up much extra yardage at all. But again, it's the elusive Jada Graham.
And sometimes you have to take force of that contact if you're trying to grab the flags. Hayden Roop again, traditional textbook flag pulling, trying to get in that stance and force Jada Graham to either cut in and out or the other, but holds her up overall.
And tipped off the hands there of Tiffany Walker. And that's going to be second down now for St. Thomas. No running back in there that play for St. Thomas. Had to get rid of it quickly to avoid the rush of Weber.
And Breasia Robinson in the right place at the right time, able to help break up that pass intended for Tiffany Walker, and now seeing themselves in another second down situation.
6.5 minutes left in this third quarter as Near takes the snap, looking, finds Jada Graham, who cuts back in looking for help, and that's going to fall incomplete. And that entire play now is going to be a loss of about 4 or 5 yards, and we're seeing folks experimenting with the pitch,
yeah,
not being comfortable with it.
Jada Graham would have had about a yard and a half, maybe 2 yards gain, but instead of trying to get the long pitch out to Holly Near, it's what were you going to do in that situation is what I want to know. Even if you pitched it back to Near, it's not like she's going to be able to make the forward pass. The ball was already moved forward, so it ends up being a lateral pitch game.
Graham in motion. Brings into a balanced gun. Near, looking, rolling to her right, looking downfield, a little underthrown, and it's going to be almost intercepted. We've got a flag on the field here. Let's see what they're going to call it. Pass interference on Weber. That's going to be, I'm sorry, on St. Thomas, and that's going to move them back a good bit here on this play. That is declined. And that'll be 4th down here. I don't know if I would have declined that one.
Well, you have to look at the rate of success so far. If you got 3rd down, there's 2 opportunities for a chance. But now if it's a 4th down, you either force them in that situation where they have to go for it, and instead St. Thomas just decides to punt it away.
It's going to be a little bit of a pooch kick. And it's going to check up right at the 12. Nice punt there by Holly Neer. Gets it within the 20, doesn't get a touchback there. And this is definitely a defensive battle between St. Thomas and Weber. No one's really making any definite advances.
But just going back to that decision real quick. Anytime you have a penalty like on the 3rd down situation that you can decline to go to 4th down, even in the NFL, you see that happen all the time where teams will just want to go for a 4th down. The only time you would see a team accept the penalty and take 10 yards back is if they are bold enough to believe that that's going to help them gain the yardage.
Holy cow, Caleb Burrows, and there's a penalty that's going to be holding on St. Thomas as Robinson's shorts were stretched every way to Sunday. And no, in the NFL, I get it, but there is a much higher incidence rate here in flag of going for it on 4th down. And so that one was a little long to have gone for, but still, whenever I see a team on their opponent's side of the field, it's going to be difficult to not go for it.
No, absolutely, because anytime you're on that side, I mean, you want to take your best shot possible. It's no different than trying to take a punt at your opponent's 21-yard line. It doesn't make sense half the time, but it's all about decisions.
Sigmundi in motion. Wilson takes the snap, goes over to the center, but does not get anywhere on. That gets her flag pulled as Bria Cam before she's able to make the pitch out.
Yeah, and even with Cam's ability, you know, we did see a little bit more receptions in her favor early in that first game that Weber had in the tournament, but now you have to try to regroup and readjust, and it's always about the offensive possession and what's going to be best for your team. Cam has always been a go-to receiver from center. Like, you can count on her to get those receptions, but right now with Weber, they're just playing in a different position.
Looking for the running back and gets her. That's going to be a gain of about 4 there. Short gain overall. And you're looking at 3rd down now for Weber from about 3rd and 12. You'd make a little bit here if a 4th down is going to make any sense for you. Wilson takes the snap, looking, rolling to her left, throwing, and it's going to be knocked away. Intended there for Breasia Robinson, but nothing doing there.
Tashumba Washington, I mean, she deserves every moment of that breakup. Breasia Robinson looked like she was poised to make a big reception 1st down play. But that's when you and I were talking about, and we'll say it again, where it's like you don't hear Tashumba's name called often, but when it does, she comes up big, she comes up in a clutch play, and that is part of St. Thomas's secondary, is the ability to make those defensive stops.
It's going to be 4th down now for Weber. Running back goes in motion to match Leon on the rush position. Takes the snap to Wilson. It's going to be a blitz and caught there by Burrows, and that's going to be a 1st down for Weber, and they're back into the St. Thomas red zone.
Another golden opportunity here for the Warriors. They're finally getting back in the red zone, just like you mentioned, but now you can't help but think, is this going to be the equalizing drive that Weber needs to keep their season alive?
Absolutely, and you see Leon maybe a little tired from that rush position. Wilson taking the snap. And that's going to be an interception. Miranda Faradaz has it, looking for someone to pitch to, cannot find it. Sam Wilson comes up big, and the St. Thomas defense steps up once again with yet another interception. completely stopping the Weber drive in its tracks. I mean, just stepped in front of the ball.
And how many more times do you see this from Weber, to where every opportunity that they have where they're closing in, and again, just the little things, got to be aware about where these players are. And for St. Thomas this time, it was a big step-up play from Faradaz, and you start to see that speed come into effect. She thought about trying to get the pitch back, but at the same time, played it safe, didn't want to take any chances, kept it, and now St. Thomas back in business in Weber's territory.
2:11 left in the third quarter, and St. Thomas is on the Weber side of the field. Near gets the snap, looking, throws it deep. That's going to be almost picked right back off. Hayden Roop had her hands on it, just could not bring it in. And man, how much would you like to have that one back if you're Roop? You had a golden opportunity, almost as if the pass was to you.
The first focus is making sure that you're stopping the defender, but as you can tell there, when you turn around, sometimes it's one of those instant reaction pieces. You may not be anticipating the ball coming your way, you might sense it, but as soon as you turn around to actually know where the ball location is, it's very tough to try to turn around and get the interception. And the quick turnaround time for Hayden Roop, I mean, that was a tough one.
Nice catch there by Tyler Bryant. Gets a couple of yards there. Quick find the ball in the air and make the grab. Nice job there. Little news if you have not, if you've been with us the entire time, Kaiser University eliminates Kansas Wesleyan 35-14 out in the Home Depot backyard. Takes the snap. Is near, looking for Jada Graham. Jada gets it. She's got a clear shot to the end zone. Roop going for the pick, misses it, and it's nothing but green grass in front of Jada Graham. And Graham scores the touchdown to give St. Thomas a 2-score lead. And with less than a minute left in the third, St. Thomas has eked out just the hair bit more margin to their game.
Yeah, and based off the coverage, too, that you'll see, I mean, just a good pass over the middle to Graham. It was between Graham and Roop. And then that time, Roop was more interested in going for the pick than trying to cover Graham. But then Jada was able to take it to a whole new level and was able to take it up the middle. Nobody in sight and able to extend the lead.
So trips over to the far side there as Near looking to see if she can make the extra point herself. She cannot, and it will be a 13-0 lead with 48 seconds left in the third quarter.
Now, partner, we did mention about Weber International trying to get back to the Final Four in a matter of speaking with the tournament, but guess which other team is also trying to make it back to the Final Four for a third straight time?
That'd be St. Thomas, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir. And that, again, just comes from the play, the strong play of their staff, how they put things together. Head coach Eric Brzenko doing just a tremendous job with this Bobcat team, also going through its own set of adversities.
Wilson takes the snap looking, finds Burrows, and that's going to be just shy. Man, the reward for winning this game right here, boy, what a reward. You get to turn right around 15 minutes after this game ends and play Kaiser University right here in a game that was slated for 1:30 is now going to get pushed back after the end of this one. That's going to be a direct snap and a first down. Pulled there by Kaon at about the 26-yard line. And that will bring us to the end of the third quarter. The Bobcats find pay dirt in the dying seconds of the third quarter. And we will go to the final stanza here in this game between St. Thomas and Weber, with the Bobcats of St. Thomas leading 13-0. Welcome back here as we start the fourth quarter of play. Again, St. Thomas with a 13-0 lead over Weber International. 12 minutes left to go in this contest. Sigmundi in motion. Wilson with the snap, looking, rolling to her right. And that's going to go right through the hands of Denise Garcia, the center. That's there are better ways to start a quarter than that.
Again, it goes back to the fundamentals. You know, if you're going to look to try to get a drive going, you got to make sure on those first down plays that you're trying to get those short yardage to get the offense rolling. You got to make those catches. And when it's an incomplete on first down, it starts to take a little bit of momentum away from you.
Wilson takes the snap, looking, goes over the middle, caught ball, but very nice job there by the St. Thomas defense, limiting the yards after the catch, and will be at the 39-yard line with 1 yard to go for a first down with 11:09 left in the fourth quarter. Empty backfield here with Wilson. Takes the snap, rolling to her left. She's going to just go for it herself. Gets it. And the flag is pulled there by Kaon at the 34-yard line. It's going to be a first down and more. Good scamper by Wilson.
Yeah, and we mentioned it earlier on the broadcast. Sam Wilson has gotten better when it comes to the rollout. She's always been a good rollout quarterback with her size, but this year in particular, just watching her play on the film and her developing the plays, it seems like she's gotten even better when it comes to finding those open plays on the rollouts.
Looking downfield as Wilson finds Root, but that's going to be a quick pull there from St. Thomas's Leilani Neves. Wilson, the Tallahassee Childs product. As the clock goes below 10 minutes left in this one. Roop in motion. Takes the snap, does Wilson, pump fakes, gets around Leon, and she is going to have her flag pulled for minimal to no gain. Tyler Bryant on the pull there, maybe a half a yard to a yard there.
Off that rollout by Wilson, really no time to set up. Tyler Bryant was already there to make the flag pull, and just nothing you can do there as a quarterback, especially if you're looking to try to find options. You don't want to take a chance and throw it in the dirt.
Wilson rolling to the right, catches the ball a little bit behind her, throws the ball out, and Roop had almost given up on the play. I don't know if she had stepped out of bounds and wasn't able to catch it, and Wilson didn't see it, but there was no one there to make the catch.
And even with no one really there with the catch, you still had Roop being covered by two Bobcat defenders. I mean, again, it's a really tough throw to try to find the right option to make that play happen.
Rolling out does make the quarterback's reads easier, but it also makes the defense's reads easier. Double-edged sword there. As Wilson rolls to the left, and he gets broken up at the line by Leon. And that's going to be a turnover on downs here for Weber, as they again can't find pay dirt. And now with 8 minutes and 30 seconds left in this ball game, a St. Thomas score sets up a mercy rule situation for Weber.
It does, provided Weber doesn't clamp down on this defensively. And with St. Thomas's offense, it'll be interesting on this possession to see if they are going to look to try to get that third touchdown or if it's going to continue to be a back and forth session. 8.5 minutes to go in the contest, so anything could still happen from this point.
Near, dropped, just hitting dirt there. Miller on the drop. That is something that in this game we've seen a lot of. In the previous game with Thomas Ottawa, we saw, and in the game before that with Warner, we saw a lot of throws that were just beyond the reach of the receiver. In this game, we've just seen a lot of dropsies.
Unfortunately, it sometimes will be like that in a contest. I mean, both of these offenses have really just, they've kind of canceled each other out.
Near throws it, gets it out to the center, Tiffany Walker, and is going to pick up a few yards here. It's going to be spotted right there at the 36.
And to clarify, Corey, when I say these offenses cancel each other out, you got St. Thomas, who, not too flashy, they just find a way to get the ball down, and they've been able to get a couple scores as a result of it. Weber has been moving the ball back and forth. They just haven't been able to capitalize on any of the scoring, which has been a huge, I wouldn't say disappointment, but it's been a huge downer for this team, as this game could easily have been tied up already.
And we're going to have a timeout on the field, taken likely there by St. Thomas. First timeout, yep, definitely taken by St. Thomas. First timeout of the half. I'm sure the inability to get anything into the end zone has been a source of extreme frustration for Jeff Molesky, knowing that his offense is working between the 10-yard line on one end and the 10-yard line on the other, but just have not been able to find anything beyond that to get it in.
Well, and that's where it goes back to, again, when we're talking about it's the ability of the team, and it's about just making the right plays to go and capitalize. But there's just been mistakes that have happened in the red zone that they just haven't been able to recover from.
Near gets it out to Graham for the first down and more, as got a shaken up Weber player there. Looks like that might, not 100% certain who that was, didn't get a good view. But that will be a first down here for St. Thomas as they continue to try to eat the clock. Near takes the snap, looks, fires, caught by Graham, who backs her way up a few yards back to the 25-yard line. It'll be second down now for the Bobcats as they try to earn themselves a berth back to face Kaiser. Again, a rematch of the Sun Conference semifinal where St. Thomas defeated Kaiser on a Hail Mary pass going the length of the field in less than a minute. Near taking the snap, getting it out, caught ball by the center there, and they cannot take her down. There's a flag coming in. Flag guarding on St. Thomas is what they're going to call on Tiffany Walker. And that'll nullify the good work that Walker had put in on that play.
Now that is a call I have not heard made in a long time. You would think by now in NAIA flag football that it's one of those go-to call pieces, but it, you know, even as the sport continues to develop and grow, you're always going to have those occasional players, one or two of them, that just naturally the go-to instinct is if somebody's close, you know, whether it's your arms are moving or you feel the need to swat somebody away, you know, as a guarding technique or a mechanism, you're just running up and down, and sometimes you don't even pay attention to where your arms are, where it's close to the flag, and you could be looking to try to make a hit move or get out of the way. But if it's in the wrong place, it'll be flagged.
And that's going to be an interception there for Weber on second down, and just a nice job there by number 3, Breasia Robinson, finding a way to get your team back in it. And again, another drive by one of these teams ended by interception, just floated over the head of the intended receiver on the play.
And now with 5:12 remaining, we'll see if Weber may be able to produce this into points, but their time is running out.
Wilson rolling to her left, looking, tosses the ball back. And that's going to be a couple of yards at the very least. They're on from the running back there. Possibly Domingo. Didn't get a good look at the number. That is going to make that a second down and 3. Correction, that is Jasmine Henry there as the running back. Wilson taking the snap, sending Roop in motion with the snap. Jukes it around, and that's just going to be a little too low for Breasia Robinson to pick up on it, and now it's 3rd and 3. Yeah, you're right, Angela. The clock is ticking down and is not Weber's friend right now. And the more plays that they take to get a first down, the more that clock works against them.
And clearly you and I both know just by watching Weber for the past 2-3 years is Weber's never been a team that could get things going from a no-huddle standpoint. It's taken a while to get the right play out.
And Burrows gets it and gets the first down, fights through the contact there with 3:50 left in this ball game. Gets it across the line to gain. The line of scrimmage is now at the 36-yard line, 1st and 16. Neither team in a whole lot of hurry here. Wilson takes the snap. Looking, gets it off again. There's a flag there.
I'm not exactly sure if I would have called that excessive contact or a personal foul on Mayerly Kaon, which is what I would imagine what this call would be.
Yeah, Kaon just threw up the hands like, what? But that is what it's going to be. It's going to, no. Yeah, okay. So they declined one, and they gave a personal foul on the other. So that's going to move it up about 10 yards, and that's going to give Weber about 6 yards to go to make a first down and to get into the red zone yet again. 3 minutes and 24 seconds and counting. Roop in motion. Wilson rolling right. There's a flag there. Going back to Roop. Roop pitches it off. I believe it's Sigmundi there. Let's see what the flag is in the backfield.
Well, we did see that St. Thomas did have a personal foul running over the blocker, but I would venture to think that they would decline this just based off of the yardage gained.
Let's see what they call, but I do believe you're probably right.
Yeah, Leon right there just was running over Jasmine Henry, but either way, I mean, like you could tell on Coach Brzenko's face too, he knew it, that it was just a running over contact. Yeah, and sure enough, they're going to decline it, and 1st and goal now for Weber. Do or die now, Corey.
Yeah, if you're Weber, you're running very short on time at the 15-yard line here. Roop again in motion. Wilson takes the snap. Looking. Looks like she's going to take off and pitch it over the head of Sigmundi. That'll stop the clock. No, it won't either. That pitch out of bounds will keep the clock moving.
And whether that was going to Sigmundi or not, that was just in a forward pass momentum. So had Sigmundi have caught that, that would have most likely have been a penalty on Weber.
Wilson looking, going back out to Henry. Tries to find some space, but Faradaz picks up that pull for loss, and the linebacker from Miami Lakes Pace gets a pull for loss. We're going to get a timeout here for the Weber Warriors. Just shy of the 2-minute warning, 2 minutes and 13 seconds left. St. Thomas still leading 13-0 over Weber International. Coming to crunch time for the Warriors.
All right, Corey, do you think Weber's going to finally be able to put it past pay dirt?
Oh, man, it's now or never, isn't it? I mean, the law of averages says that at this point, you've been unlucky enough that you've got to be able to do it. And of course, I mean, there's no kickoffs in flag. So even so, if you do, with 2:13 left, it's going to be very difficult to get the ball back and to go for another score.
Well, right, but even like just on this drive alone, I mean, we've talked about it all broadcast and seeing how close Weber has been. Once again, another red zone drive. Is this finally the time we can see them put it past the white chalk?
I'm going to say yes on this one. Like I said, law of averages says that at some point it's got to happen. Wilson takes the snap and rolling right, looking, tosses it off and low for Roop. It's going to be incomplete. That's going to be the 2-minute warning.
And St. Thomas on their end of things, playing for a little bit of pride here. They would love to come away with a potential shutout.
Absolutely. That 0 on your opponent's score is a big deal. Interesting that I don't see Kaiser out here yet, who would be in the next the next game up. Wilson takes the snap, rolling, throws it to the end zone, double covered and batted down. No pick there.
Rihanna Baker nearly had herself a game-ending interception. But again, you got two receivers there, was well covered. Yes, you're trying to get it to one of your go-to players in Breasia Robinson, but still the read. Ray Baker should have had that interception, I think. You know,
but
just
it
was
doesn't
right there.
particularly matter because that was 4th down and a turnover on downs. And we're going to have a timeout here by Weber. And the ball is spotted at the 14. So there's literally no difference between catching the ball for an interception in the end zone and batting it down and getting it at the 14.
Very true. But at the same time, too, huge turnover again for the Warriors. And now for the Bobcats, it's all but just making sure that you can close things out with the minute 54 and get yourself ready to play Kaiser.
And that game will be right after this one, presumably. I haven't seen a change in the schedule. I know that one was supposed to start at 1:30, but we have run a little over here. But again, I don't see Kaiser warming up any at all. Near takes the snap, gets the pass off, and no whistle there. I thought she might have stepped out of bounds here on the near side, but Tiffany Walker gets the pitch, and it's an errant pitch. So that's going to be that is going to be a 1st down and about 18 yards here.
And still, you look back to the earlier flag guarding call by Tiffany Walker. You see where her hand placement was just now. And that's the key difference in flag. When they teach you, you got to keep your elbows up at all times. You got to make sure your hips are 100% accessible to the defender. Because if they're not, that runs the risk of the penalty of flag guard happening, whether it's your intention to or not. Sometimes with players that run, they have to be careful and make sure your arms are up at all times because you don't want to cost yourself a penalty.
And Near is going to take a knee here. And that's pretty much going to end the game between a couple plays here. And St. Thomas will survive and advance to the last 4 teams left in this tournament for the 3rd consecutive year, sending home the Weber Warriors here after a couple more knees to end this game. And their reward for this will be another elimination game, this time against the Kaiser Seahawks, who have earned the right to come back inside the dome with their win over Kansas Wesleyan. We will need one more play here to close things out.
And then there was one KCAC team left in the standings.
This is true. The Ottawa Braves still stand atop in the winner's bracket. Looking to see who's going to come up from the loser's side. And that's going to be ball game here. St. Thomas sends home Weber International 13-0 here in the NAIA Women's Flag Finals. For Angelo Pontello, I am Corey Thorpe, and we will see you here in a few minutes for the St. Thomas Kaiser game here in the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. And we'll take a short break, and we'll be back. tell you this, but they just reset the clock to 7 minutes. Janking us around like a puppet on a friggin' string here. Swap out. Alright, let's find Kaiser roster. Yep, it's TU roster. Here's the Kaiser roster. Yep. The breaks between games are my least favorite part of this.
Which is why there should be a note made.
You listening to this at 8 is when they come ask you.
How should, from an SID standpoint, what can we do to improve to make the SID experience more enjoyable for women's flag national tournaments?
If you've got people who were calling back to back to back to back to back to back to back games.
So I mean, like, don't be surprised if you got like an email from them reaching out, be like, thank you so much everybody for coming in. You know, for those that came down to help, we would love your options and feedback on how we can improve or make it more of an experience for the SID.
Pay somebody to stay. Even if you got to pay us to stay.
Paying us is play-by-play.
All right, because y'all, I mean, honestly, if you have play-by-play, you need, y'all need stats. If y'all, come on, pay 2 people, 1 spotter, 1 input. That's all you need for this. Pay somebody who stats. If you want to talk about yesterday, bring in a crew to do that. Don't do that crap on iPad and cell phone. Outside. No joke. Yeah. That was garbage. Those would be my top. Those would be my top suggestions. And then number 3, where's our food?
Well, the food's down there, but you saw the thing.
No, you can't go get no food. Why not? Because your thing does not say coach or player. You cannot go get food, just like I cannot go get food. I can go get food. I just have to hand them money to do it.
No, that's what I was getting ready to get at.
No, but play, or you want me to have play-by-play?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I can do play-by-play.
Okay.
Give me another 30 seconds.
Is this the last game?
Second to last game. Downstairs. We ended up having to pay ourselves, but we didn't know if there was a hospitality section for us. And we saw that it was an extended break, so we haven't eaten all day. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. We're now down to the final four here in the NAIA Women's Flag Finals. And in our upcoming match in about 40 seconds or so, we got the St. Thomas Bobcats and the Kaiser University Seahawks. A rematch of the Sun Conference tournament semifinal. And basically that has been a de facto semifinal matchup ever since Thomas University came into existence with the flag football program. Angelo Pontello and Corey Thorpe with me. Corey, we can't help but think every time we have seen the majority of the higher-up teams in a Sun Conference tournament, it's almost like an extended Sun Conference tournament. It hasn't really been a feel of an NAIA national feel, but when you have the best of the best teams in the Sun Conference from an opinion-related speaking, that's how it draws out sometimes.
It definitely is, and it's borne out time and again. This is the third straight year it's happened, and you know it is the way it is. Now, the good news is that more teams are coming. It's been reported that 60 NAIA schools have announced their intention within the next 3 years to start a flag football team, and that's good news for the league overall. And that's also good news from a competitive standpoint here. The Sun might still reign supreme, who knows, but we'll have a better, more fair way to determine it once we get to past the invitational and full-fledged sport phase of the NAIA.
It only goes to show you the growth of the sport, and again, you and I have talked about it off air many times, but the sport of flag has continued to grow and will grow, and this is just the latest example of how it's growing. And again, to have as many as 60 teams committed, we should be seeing this sport become a sanctioned sport in NAIA. As the first play is an interception, and a little jersey pull by Neer will mean a Kaiser Seahawk interception to start this game off strong. That's Sydney Woodman with the pick.
And honestly, from Neer, that's about the best thing she could have done after that interception. If she couldn't get the flag, hold Sydney Woodman up. A penalty is better than 6 points every time.
And it looks like the referees have been very generous to let that one go as we start first and goal right about the 15. And it's Roden and Young in the backfield. Roden in her third year with the Seahawks. She has had her own legacy as a Seahawk, but will roll to the right. Roden looking for options, floats up in the air and nobody there, but pass was intended for Rubino.
And absolutely, you look at Jasmine Roden, she is the veteran leader of this Kaiser squad from the quarterback position. She has been there from day one, and no matter what's happened with the wide receivers that have come and go, obviously there's a great quad of wide receivers there between Caprio and Rubino and Cavallati and just all of them. She's been the factor.
Kennedy Foster with the first reception of the day. Now, with Foster and Roden, another dynamic duo when it comes to flag football and NAIA in general. On Thursday, we haven't seen these two hook up until the second game of the tournament, and that's partially because of the options and the play for both Kaiser. But anytime you get Roden and Foster together, it's a dangerous combo as Roden will roll to the right, flip it out, another toss-up, and that's Sophia Caprio with the touchdown.
And that's a play that you've seen a lot from Kaiser, where you have Roden rolling towards the left, flipping into the middle of the field with a wide receiver, and it creates this speed diversion to where a team like a St. Thomas, like a Thomas, you know, where they've used it against Weber, they've used it against Warner, you use their speed against them, and if you're not disciplined, it'll go for 6 just like that.
They will send Foster in motion as Roden bides her time and finds an open Kennedy Foster in the middle.
One of the biggest things to look for in this game is the fatigue factor. St. Thomas just got through with a 48-minute matchup with Weber, whereas Kaiser hasn't played since noon against Kansas Wesleyan, and the game between Kaiser and Kansas Wesleyan ended far before the game between St. Thomas and Weber went. Kaiser's had a chance to rest up a little bit, where St. Thomas is going to be basically going for another 4 quarters straight off.
And of course, starting off with an opening interception doesn't help either, but now they will look to try to come up with the equalizer on this drive. Tyler Bryant with the first down for the Bobcats.
It's a better start to drive than the previous one.
And St. Thomas coming off of that 13-0 win over Weber International. Saw a lot of situations where the Warriors were in that red zone, but St. Thomas was able to hold their own and get a shutout. Credit to that stout defense that they have. Near over the middle again. This time it's completed to Kaylee Miller, and she'll pick up a few.
St. Thomas is going to do a lot of dink and dunk, get down the field, use your speed to get open, and then if they catch you sleeping, they can go over the top. But mostly their offense is utilizing the playmakers within 10 yards of the line of scrimmage.
St. Thomas loading heavy on the strong side, and the pass intended for Graham is incomplete.
This will be our final NAIA game of the day, as after this, our matchups for tomorrow will be all set. We'll eliminate one team here, eliminate one team tomorrow, and then we'll have a matchup between Ottawa and the winner of the losers bracket.
Winner of this game between the Bobcats and the Seahawks will have a date with the Nighthawks Saturday morning, 9:30, right here at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. As the snap to Near, she'll flip this one out and just gets it off to Miller. Miller trying to look for a potential holding call, and and it looks like a flag is coming up.
Yep, and they are going to call that holding on Kaiser as well.
Over the top, just great reception. Emma Wageman just trying to get that flagpole, but again, like we talked about in the previous game, there are times when you try to go for the flagpole and you end up grabbing more than just flag. You might be able to grab short as well, and when you're in that quick moment and you grab, you know, you're not worrying about what you're grabbing. It's just you need to get that flagpole.
Absolutely, and Samaya Bryant just got a little bit more there on that. Alexis Santiago did come over to try to clean up, but it was a bit of a hold there on the Bobcat.
The penalty either way will set up St. Thomas in Kaiser's territory. Near, quick pass again, has Kaylee Miller for a little more, and she'll make a hip move, and she's still off to the races, and she will be out of bounds.
There is a flag on the play here. We'll see what that's going to be. That's going to be on St. Thomas. That's going to pull that touchdown right back off the board. Or sorry, that's on St. Thomas.
Kaylee Miller, nice move around Cavallati. And then Woodman was able to get the flag at the last second. But still, what would have been an excellent pickup. This one will come back a few. But just like we talked about in the St. Thomas Weber game, whenever you got flags, especially in those kind of critical situations, when you make the big plays, they could come back to bite you.
Absolutely, and a great job there. A little bit of clear-out move there by St. Thomas, again, just like they have done earlier in this tournament with a slant route in towards the middle of the field from the wide receiver on the near side, clears out the wide receiver or running back coming towards the near side. Defense clears off. There's a clear patch of green grass.
Empty gun for the Bobcats. Near back to the middle again, and just can't connect with Tiffany Walker.
Not a whole lot of time there for Near, as she had to get that off in an awful hurry. Second down here for the Bobcats. Question is, how do you respond and respond quickly here to Kaiser, knowing that they were able to slice and dice your defense, which is probably a little playing on the back foot after playing 4 hard quarters of play.
Near, another quick pass, again falling short, and this one's knocked down by Santiago. Didn't even come close to Walker, well underthrown.
Near's got to be careful. She is putting these balls in dangerous spots, and with a team like Kaiser, you cannot afford to turn the ball over, or you will find yourself on the wrong end of a game out of control.
And they got Emma Wagenman, of course, one of the more premier rushers in NAIA, as Kaylee Miller finds herself the reception, and the flag pulled made by Liz Moore. Liz has also had a tremendous Thursday tournament. She's come in clutch a few times already this year, including a big play against Weber International in the original winners bracket piece in the quarterfinal, their first game of the tournament.
A couple of defensive substitutions coming on here, with Foster coming into the game. Fake snap. Look for that to happen more than a couple times here for St. Thomas.
Miller in motion. St. Thomas will have a blocker dump-off option, and that's exactly where they go to. It's Salas who is able to pick up the first down and a little bit more as the Bobcats are back in the red zone.
Good speed there from Kennedy Foster, moving to cut off Salas there. First down here for St. Thomas. This has been a spot where early on in the Weber game they were able to make a quick score. Let's see if they can do that again.
Near over the top, finds Miller once more, cuts a drag route and turns it into about 7-8 more yards after the catch, and that'll bring up 2nd and goal.
Good pull by Woodman, but at this point it was after a large gain anyway, and as we get under 5 minutes left to go in the first quarter, where's the first quarter gone? And 2, man, that defense just compresses down here. Where do you go if you're Eric Brzenko and Holly Near? Now with 10 seconds left, there was a little bit of an issue with communications earlier to try to find a hole in this Kaiser defense.
Now 3 seconds on the play clock. St. Thomas has to act fast. And yep, no, that timeout's going to happen. And again, it's been that frustration all day today for Brzenko and the St. Thomas squad. Timeout here, though. We'll keep it on air. 4:24 in the opening quarter. But you gotta wonder how many times that you see things that come into play in the fruition. And again, we talk about the Sun Conference Tournament semifinals, but the quality of these teams going back and forth, and it doesn't matter how many times these teams have played each other. Everybody knows each other very well, and it truly does come down to what happens in that set game.
Absolutely, and like you had mentioned, these are two teams that have played before. In fact, this is the 4th matchup between these two squads this year. And surprisingly, St. Thomas is leading the season series 2-1. Kaiser did win 20-12 early at St. Thomas, but St. Thomas did come back within the span of a week and win 20-7 and then 31-25 in the Sun Conference tournament. I don't know, aside from a couple of wrinkles here and there, if there is anything about this year's playbook that these two teams don't know about each other.
It also comes down to the factors as well, where it's not just about these teams knowing each other very well, but who shows up from a playing standpoint. I mean, recently, you look at this tournament so far, and it's not just Kaiser, but it's other teams. You know, we're familiar with calling the terms, like for Weber, the Breasia Robinsons, the Kayla Burrows. In this case, for Kaiser, you got Kennedy Foster as well. And Jasmine Roden, as Tyler Bryant, another familiar name for St. Thomas, makes the reception. But to that point, it's familiar names that you're used to seeing and calling that will step up in big times, but we're starting to see more of the freshmen and the new faces for these players really step up and make a name for themselves and really come in. And it's not just for the regular season, but in this NAIA national tournament, they've already made their contributions, and it's showing.
I mean, one of the biggest wins is for Kaiser on offense. Brenna Ramirez has been exceptional for them.
Near. Nowhere to go, as there was nothing but Kaiser defenders within the vicinity of the ball.
And now 4th down here for the Bobcats as they try to crack the end zone and get the goose egg off the scoreboard with 3 minutes and 30 seconds left in this opening quarter. But no, you're right. I mean, Sophia Caprio, number 10, is a freshman. Brenna Ramirez, number 11, is a freshman. Alexis Santiago, who we've already called the name of a couple times, freshman. You're seeing a lot of this, and there's even more for St. Thomas, just the same.
Balance gun with a blocker for St. Thomas. 4th down to try to tie it. Near pops it in the air. It is caught for the touchdown. Rayana Baker ties it up.
What a nice throw. Just floated in there where only Baker can get to it. There's nothing Kaiser could do. Just an exquisitely placed ball. Watch this, and just hits her right in the back of the end zone. NFL catch, 2 toes down.
The toe tap for Ray Baker has come to fruition, and that's what will get teams fired up. Now, of course, the PAT to tie it up, always the crucial piece here. And Kaiser has been very successful this year in stopping teams from converting on that PAT. Near throws it, finds an open Salas, and she officially ties it up here at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium.
When you blitz an extra defensive personnel, you've got to find on offense who that leaves open. And right there, it was Salas who was open there at wide receiver.
2:56 in the opening quarter, and we are back to a brand new ball game as the Seahawks will look to get things rolling from their own 14.
No 2-quarterback system here, going straight with four wide receivers.
First and 6, Seahawks. Roden's going to go over the middle, and she's got Adriana Rodriguez for the first down.
We talk a lot about the center, and Adriana Rodriguez is one of the best in the nation, and just able to get open. She's utilized in ways to get pressure off of Jasmine Roden on hot routes. She gets up the seams there for big catches in big situations. It's just a huge asset to have for your flag football team.
So now to be 1st and long. Roden does have a blocker in Wagenman and just can't connect with Kennedy Foster.
Tried to get her on the drag route, but just a little out in front of her there. And Kennedy, albeit a speedster, is not able to run under that one.
Kennedy Foster, the Sun Conference Player of the Year from 2 years ago. Along with Jasmine Roden getting special honors. Those two, along with the Seahawks squad overall, have come quite a long ways. As Roden gets it off to the right side, will pick it up to Wagenman, and Wagenman still on her feet with the hips. And she takes a short gain into a big one.
Good gravy. That was, I'm not sure who that's better on here, whether that's going to be better on Wagenman or whether it's the inability of St. Thomas to make that pull. That's really more to credit for that. You really, at this level, you've got to make that pull.
Kaiser will bulk on the near side as the throw from Roden to Caprio will fall just a yard shy of the first down.
Very close there. Caprio, again, we continue to talk about the influx of freshmen. It always seems like Kaiser's got a freshman wide receiver. Last year it was Chloe Griffin. that just comes up big time and again in this tournament.
It's always about one player, and when you least expect it, they could come out and turn a small play into a big play. And again, like we talked about earlier, can come up with a big difference. Roden, bounce, but still making the reception, was one of the freshmen we were just talking about, Brenna Ramirez, coming in play. And Ramirez really came in clutch in a 19-12 win over Weber International, as in that contest, Kaiser trailed 12-0 before they came back with 19 unanswered. That was primarily led by the receptions for Ramirez and Rubino and this young freshman squad to get them back in a game.
Unfortunately, there with her bobble coming back over across the 40, Faradaz pulled the flag when the ball was still over the 40, and on 4th down, that gives the ball back to the St. Thomas Bobcats.
Definitely a big change there, and a good stop by St. Thomas's defense as Near trying to take advantage, has over the middle. Ray Baker again, and there she goes! She's got 2!
Holy cow. Got the brace here early, does Ray Baker, and we just talked about the issues with flag pulling for St. Thomas. Kaiser comes in with some of their own, just cannot make the grab. You've got 3 Kaiser defenders right there, and none of them are able to get Rayana Baker's flags despite being in prime position to do so.
A big time play for St. Thomas, 11 seconds to go in the opening quarter, and they have themselves a first lead.
Trip set to the near side. Look for Jada Graham here.
Near. Instead, they're going to go opposite side. No one open between Tiffany Walker and Tyler Bryan. Had at least a pair of Seahawk defenders in the area. But St. Thomas has turned this contest around with a 13-7 lead after giving up an opening play interception to Sydney Woodman. And now it's the Kaiser Seahawks finding themselves trailing.
Definitely been a bit of a momentum swing here, all in this first quarter, which is probably a play or two from the end of it here.
Roden buying some time, will throw back to the middle. It's caught to Foster, and she will get that first down.
Nice leaping grab from Foster coming across, making the grab, and that is going to be the end of the first quarter.
Definitely some things to discuss, some adjustments to be had for Kaiser, but St. Thomas, from the 4th down stop to the big play by Ray Baker to get her 2nd receiving touchdown in this contest. And it is 13-7. We'll step aside momentarily. We'll be back with more NAIA Women's Flag Finals in action. Just moments away from starting the second quarter. Coming up after this contest, we're going to have a little bit of NJCAA flag football action heading our way. And Corey, I'll let you tell the viewers who we got.
Yeah, so we will have Florida Gateway here facing off against Fort Scott Community College. First ever NJCAA flag tournament here. So very excited to look at the growth of the flag game at even the JUCO level. The more that's played and the more it gets picked up, the better for everybody at every level, as more athletes are able to get a shot at playing a fantastic sport.
And as we continue to look at the NJCAA action, just a personal foul there on Emma Wagenman, and that this will go back about 10 yards or so. Back towards the de facto line of scrimmage. But yeah, no, with the way it's been set up, you start NJCAA action off with 10 JUCO teams, and here in the national tournament, you do a 3-team bracket. It'll be interesting as this one is picked off. Mayerly Kayon adds an interception of their own, and St. Thomas finds vindication, and we have a player down.
That is St. Thomas. St. Thomas has had a lot of injury issues in this tournament. From issues with Jada Graham yesterday, I've seen Kayon go down in this tournament. We've seen Parks go down in the last game, and I can't tell who the player is that's down for St. Thomas, but this has been, I mean, by this point of the tournament, and by this point of the season, there's enough nagging injuries that any little old thing can definitely blow up and be bigger.
And hopefully for St. Thomas, we'll be able to recover from this.
Not sitting up yet.
But this will give us an opportunity to finish up the point. That'll be a good JUCO match to see on this next game that we have coming up between the Florida Gateway Wolves and then, of course, Fort Scott Community College. But it seems like Florida Gateway has just been an absolute powerhouse. We got Ricky Huffs, who, if none of you may know, Ricky Huffs was actually the one that mentored head coach Chelsea Palmer in the Tallahassee area, was Leon's coach, and was basically that mentor for Palmer before she headed out and began to start her own head coaching journey. And those two have done occasional high school tournaments together. They have put on tournaments in the local areas, just a way to just get younger women involved with the sport of flag. But, you know, a tremendous job of what those two can do. And, you know, he finally gets another head coaching opportunity, the first collegiate opportunity for him. And even at Florida Gateway, he's already making mountains move with the Wolves.
Absolutely. Lamaya Leon, the player to go out there.
Near's pass is incomplete, but we got another flag coming down. Pass interference, they'll say, on the Kaiser Seahawks. But in this case, we've seen these officials call pass interference, but it doesn't necessarily equate to a first down. It may just be a half the distance, but they still keep the play going.
Yeah, that's true. It's sometimes hard to figure out which of these are half the distance to the goal and no new first down, or no new first down at all.
You look back at, for example, earlier today, the Ottawa and Thomas game when Ottawa was up 7-0. They had a big pass interference call in the end zone, and it was half the distance, but they never changed the downs. And that pass being incomplete to Kaylee Miller. But it's just one of those things where, you know, from a learning experience, and it goes to show you that not every rule or every ruling in flag football equates to regular football that everybody practically in America knows about.
Right. The one that comes to mind right off is just a straight personal foul that is not a automatic first down like we would expect in conventional football.
Or 15 yards in general. Most of the penalties are 10, regardless of how egregious it is, as this pass is caught again. And guess who, ladies and gentlemen?
Rihanna Baker.
The hat trick, and she is wearing the number of how many touchdowns she has in this contest. But it's been the Near Baker show, and with 10:55, Thomas on the verge of hitting the 20 mark.
That is huge right there. Just found her and Near put the ball where Kaiser couldn't get to it, right near the pylon. And man, Kaiser has some demons to work out against St. Thomas right now. But St. Thomas is doing an exceptional job of picking apart that Seahawk defense at the moment.
Near makes Foster miss. Near trying to go on the outstretched arms and give it to the junior from Davie, Florida. She's got herself a PAT.
And that will cause some celebration there. They love it when Near is able to get into the end zone, whether it's on a PAT or on a touchdown run. And that's going to be a 13-point lead. That's big for St. Thomas. They now have a couple of PATs here where a 19-point lead is not out of the picture.
We said earlier in the last broadcast that Holly Neer was one of those players that has converted from a pocket passer to somebody who has been way more mobile within the past year and a half or so. And she right there put it on full display on that PAT as Kaiser's reception to Ramirez goes for a first down.
Nice job there, just getting it out to the edge there where the offensive hero, Rayana Baker, was not able to get to it.
Roden back the other way, looking for the drag route, and it's just off the hands of Caprio.
I see what they were trying to do there. They had left Marissa Rubino in to block. Rubino was going out towards the far side of the field, and it looks like if Caprio was able to haul that ball in, it would have been a quick pop lateral back around to Rubino, who was going to take it around the far side.
Head coach Justin Hilliker, been with the Seahawks from the start, has done wonders as well. Initially served as a defensive coach for Kaiser's football team.
And still the special teams coordinator.
And also managing special teams coordinator and head coaching the flag football team, and he has done a tremendous job with this program overall.
I mean, they've been very competitive from the drop, being in the Final Four of every national tournament since the beginning, having been one of two teams to have beaten Ottawa at least once, and having played in a national final in 2021.
Roden looking over the middle's got a reception, and it is who else? Alyssa Rubino with a big reception for the first down.
In that Ottawa game, Rubino was a steady Eddie. Time and again, the Kansas Wesleyan transfer was able to get out within 6-7 yards against Ottawa time and again and make good catches and turn around and make a couple yards. There, she shows why Jasmine Roden trusts her to make a big grab.
Marissa Rubino, the local from West Palm Beach, continuing to make new moves as Roden makes moves herself to pick up about 5-6 yards on that carry.
It's a nice little scramble. You don't often see Roden go, but when she does break out and run, she has sneaky speed there, a little bit of a burst that you got to watch out for defensively.
8:09 and rolling in the first half. St. Thomas with right now a comfortable 20-7 lead. Kaiser looking to respond quickly. They have just one receiver on the far side as Roden can't flip it off to Wagenman in time.
Good pressure there by St. Thomas, getting in there and making life a little bit difficult for Roden, and obviously affecting the pass. Roden missing that one flag there.
And again, even talking with some of the other coaches, it's with Roden, and completion is made again to Sophia Caprio. You also look a little bit about for Kaiser's quarterback situation and looking towards the future. You looked at last season, and a lot of individuals thought that would have been it for Roden, just with her class standings and whatnot. But then she comes back this year. She still continues to uphold the Seahawks battle. And then now there's also talk about her coming back for next year or not as she gets the reception out to Foster, and Foster will be within 5 yards of Pater.
However, I will say that Haley Young has been a very capable player for Kaiser. There was a long stretch in the game against Thomas where Young played entire quarters and spelled Roden as the quarterback on the field.
Haley Young has definitely gotten some reps as we got a timeout here taken by St. Thomas. And, of course, we'll keep it here, 6:33 to go in the first half. A lot can be a lot can be told when you look at Kaiser's future at that quarterback position. But again, when it comes to recruiting and when it comes to the right pieces in place to move forward to still maintain that elite level of status, at least in the Sun Conference, you got to find who you can trust and who you can give the keys to when the time comes. And right now, between Roden and Young, you have two very doable quarterbacks, but you also have to look forward towards what the future is going to look like for the Seahawk offense.
Yeah, absolutely. And at some point, Roden is going to have to pass the torch. And, you know, having a spot in your playbook for a dual quarterback situation when you have two that you can trust allows you to develop that second quarterback, get valuable game reps, and have her learn at the speed of live opposition, because yes, this game is faster than the high school game. It's that way for any sport. And what better way to do it than to not be the main head, the most important position on the field, but just as an option.
Roden looking to try to make an important play here on this ensuing drive. As the snap is there and nowhere to go. There was absolutely no Seahawk receiver in the area. Not sure if she just threw it away.
Yeah, that was a little odd. Still in the pocket. No discernible receiver in the area. But no harm, no foul, as they'll re-rack it and they'll try it again.
Eight on the play clock. Young will serve as the blocker. Roden trying to get away through two St. Thomas rushers, and it's Kennedy Foster on the out route. Has Kaiser back in the end zone.
Foster's such a good wide receiver. Great job there by Roden, avoiding the double rush there. St. Thomas bringing the blitz, evading the flagpole, and still putting the ball in the perfect spot to keep it away from ball hawk Tashumba Washington.
20-13 the current score. I imagine Kaiser's just going to look to get the extra point conversion here.
That's all you need at this point, because right now it's a 7-point lead. If you get one better than that, it's just a bonus.
Balanced gun with a blocker for the Seahawks. Important PAT as Roden look towards the left, pump fakes it, back towards the other way, and there's the good PAT. Haley Young getting an opportunity to make a reception.
Nice job there by Young getting in the mix. We saw that a little bit yesterday as Ottawa was starting to lay back on the dual quarterback system, and Young just slips out of the backfield for a touchdown reception against the Braves. So you can't discount Young's ability to receive the ball as well as throw it.
So now a 6-point contest with nearly 6 minutes to go in the first half. St. Thomas back in business as it's going to be near, looking to her left side, and it's a sack.
Samaya Bryant on that sack just came in, extra rusher there, and Near just had no idea she was there. By the time she figured it out, it was far too late.
Blocker was already worried about trying to contain and subdue Wagenman, and then Samaya Bryant came in as a second rush, and it was just her and Near, and a good flagpole to make it second down.
Wow.
Near again, and it's another sack. This time it's the primary rusher, Wagenman.
Man, I tell you what, it was a game of not it between the center and the running back there. Wagenman just came through. Nobody wanted to pick up that blocker.
Through two Bobcat blockers, and that's just, again, one of the reasons where we haven't seen it too much, and we really don't give Wagenman her due credit when it comes to that rusher position. You know, we talk about some of these other rushers in the Sun Conference realm or NAIA realm, your Jada Reeses, your Andrea Gambles from Ottawa, your DJ Paris's even, and Suze Kaufman now. But Emma Wagaman's just been up there, and she holds her own as well, but just does it in a way where it's not as open. And that time, reception to Kaylee Miller before she drops it.
Kaiser is very lucky to have a luxury of two exceptional rushers between Wagaman and Reagan Pellegrino, and both of them can get after the quarterback and fast.
And so 4th down here, the Bobcats will elect a punt. And so you got Kennedy Foster deep back to return it. You also got Ramirez as well, but it will be fielded to Foster, and she's going to let this one go down to the 39 of the Seahawks.
That is something we're seeing more often than we were in last year's tournament. Last year, everybody and their brother wanted to get the ball across that line, but now teams are wising up to getting that extra first down play, as it were, here, just shy of the line to gain. The growth of the sport in the NAIA is definitely is coming into its own and maturing as these teams look. This is the 3rd year of this. There's such a long path of growth and growth potential for this game.
Roden will roll to her left, tries to shovel pass it the opposite way back in the middle. Can't connect. I believe that was intended for Sophia Caprio.
That was the play that got them to touchdown down here the first time, and just wasn't able to connect with Caprio.
But keeping up with that point, though, this is a growing sport, and even when you look at the style and play of flag football, it's always been going every 20 yards, but it's always been the set 20 yards regardless of where you're at. And in regular NFL times, when you have lines, it would always be 10 yards from the spot of the ball. Could we see a potential change in that ruling with flag football?
I mean, only if Nursa wants it.
And this pass is completed to Wagenman, and she will get herself about 5 yards or so.
Maria Vega there, the transfer from Kaiser, getting the pull there. To your point, though, I don't know that Nurses really wants to change how they're doing it. I mean, the boxes present their own unique challenge, and I think 20 is a good distance to balance good offense versus challenge.
As Roden finds an open receiver and a little bit more. Again, that's Marissa Rubino. And we said it already on the broadcast. At some point, we'll say it again. The freshmen have been a big difference for this Seahawks squad.
And the newcomers as well. Rubino, the junior from Kansas Wesleyan, is a newcomer here, but a veteran presence. This is her 3rd national tournament and knows what it takes to be a champion, as Kansas Wesleyan has won that silver bracket in back-to-back years.
Of course, Kansas Wesleyan, Marissa Rubino, I guess if you could say, had the honor of dethroning her former team, as this pass is just short and below, couldn't connect with Caprio.
Yeah, just not enough height there from Roden. Couldn't scrape it off the dirt there. But again, downing it there at the 39, you're now set up really nice with where kind of average gains are for flag football. That sets you up right here at the 21-yard line a lot of the time. And it just leads to success. Smart plays and smart ways to play the game will lead to success.
Roden works towards the right, and it's a spin move for Ramirez, and can't get away from Faradaz.
That was really close down there on the snap to Roden downing that ball. That knee was very close to the ground on the snap.
As we see the instant replay, but nevertheless, was still able to get it off to Ramirez really close. And that seems to be a tendency for Roden at times too. Like every time you've seen her snap, not all quarterbacks have it the same way, but everybody has a different style in how they receive the snap.
And honestly, that can be a problem, snapping high or low.
Pass completed to Wagonman, who gets about 3 yards.
Obviously, you don't want the ball over your head. In flag, that's a fumble, and where the ball hits the ground, that can cause major issues with snaps over the head. But snaps low, well, that's also a fumble. It's very important in flag. There's no picking the ball up off the turf here. You've got to hit that box on your quarterback and be able to hit that zone consistently and repeatedly.
So just before the snap, we got a timeout from the Bobcats.
Time has certainly dripped away here as Kaiser has worked the clock actually pretty well with 50 seconds left here. I didn't realize that it had gone down that far.
Well, now you're in a really prime position because, again, if you were the Seahawks, you have to remember, start of the game, there was the opening possession, opening play, Holly Near interception, or Holly Near throwing the interception to Sammy Woodman. And now it's starting to slowly come back to where if the Seahawks can get this touchdown and possibly the extra point, then you turn around and you get possession in the second half and you really put yourself in prime position to possibly take over this contest.
Absolutely. You're looking at the score half score idea where you can go into half with a score, come back, get the ball, score again, and now you've got this 14-point swing here that really is a momentum changer. It doesn't matter who you are, what the status of the game is. That changes the nature of the game if you can pull that off.
So with 50 seconds here, we will take a quick couple-second break before action hits. Kaiser looking to take the lead again. Kaiser lined up in a balanced gun, has Wagonman as the blocker option. Big play coming up. Roden looking around, is pressured, and can't find a receiver.
Roden does have a very good ability. If she senses the pressure, she just gets rid of the football. It doesn't matter if she's going to get rid of it out of bounds or if she finds a patch of green grass to lay it on. She's going to be able to get rid of the ball. She's very difficult to bring down for a sack.
So now we got, I believe, a 4th down option here. 8 on the shot clock. Big play in the waning moments of this half. Roden shovel passes it again. Nobody in sight.
Caprio just didn't get off the line quick enough. I don't know that was 4th down. This has got to be 4th down then.
It's got to be 4th down now. But again, I mean, when you have so much going on and the timeout saying it's not actively there, you wonder. But in this case, I mean, another big opportunity here for Kaiser to try to cash in. And it's Roden rolling to the right, and it's picked off. Tashumba Washington in the clutch moment. And we've said it before, and we'll say it again. Tashumba Washington, always coming in big when you say her name.
Absolutely, the ball hawk there. Finding another ball to pick off there. The sophomore from Miami, Booker T. Washington, coming up with another big play in a big-time situation. And that's exactly what you need for St. Thomas to preserve that lead going into half. You break the possibility of a huge momentum swing and give the ball back to your offense.
Now, even if Kaiser will be receiving the second half kickoff and will get the start of possession first, they still have a chance to go up by 1 at the following. Here's another pitch back. Tyler Bryan and company trying to change that to see if they can come down with the final score with 32 seconds remaining.
And even if they do score and St. Thomas doesn't, you're at worst looking at a 1-point disadvantage if you're St. Thomas. With a half score, you'd be looking at an 8-point disadvantage if they were able to pull that off. They're going to have to be quick.
Here's the snap. Near keeps it to the left. We'll throw back towards the middle, and it's dropped over the top. And I believe that was Washington. She knew she should have had that reception, but that was a beautiful big play sitting right there, gift wrapped it, and just couldn't haul it in.
Wow, Washington had that one, just kind of mistimed the jump there as the ball kind of went past her a little bit to her shoulder and just wasn't able to haul it in. And man, you're going to wish you had that one back. We've said that time and again today, but on that one, can't make the catch on the other side of the ball.
Near rolling to that left again, this time goes short, and it's a cat reception to Jada Graham. And that was going to lead me into my next point in regards to catching. There is a certain style where you have to place your hands in a proper position to make the catch. That time what you saw with Jada Graham, it looked more of that diamond catch. If you put your hands in the form of a diamond, it is a whole lot easier to let the ball come in and grab and make the reception versus trying to breadbasket it, as Near is going to go deep again. Might have an open receiver, and it's intercepted instead.
Underthrown, she just didn't step through the pass. Kind of left it a little bit hanging, the body hanging back a little bit, didn't get nearly as much steam on the ball as she would have liked to see. As she left her, she didn't drive through the pass. She left her upper body open, and that led to an underthrow of the ball.
Adriana Cavallati getting a pick with 9 seconds in the first half. And that's definitely one way to stop some momentum going and building up for the Bobcats.
I think Tashumba might be limping a little bit off the field here. There's a lot of limping going on for St. Thomas, let's be honest. I see it from Leon. I see it from Tashumba. Might be something you're going to have to manage in a second half situation here as we have now hit halftime.
They probably just let the clock decide to roll. Not a surprise with Kaiser and how they look to try to elect to just let it all go together. But we'll step aside as well. Thomas was on the verge of coming down, but the Bobcats were foiled and snuffed out by a Cavallati interception. And so we'll be back shortly but momentarily as you are listening to NAIA Women's Flag Finals, as we are now in the final 4 of games. But we'll step aside for the moment. 100 seconds before we are back for second half action. St. Thomas holding a 20-14 lead over the Kaiser Seahawks. Angelo Pontello and Corey Thorpe, who has been the eggs to my bacon, the PB to my J when it comes to flag football commentary. And Corey, you look at real quick for the second half, and this isn't something that's unfamiliar territory with Kaiser being down by a score, but they had the capability of coming back, as we saw with Weber. But in the case of a stout defense with St. Thomas and what they have, what will Kaiser need to do specifically to get that ball rolling again?
Kaiser's probably going to want to try to look a little bit more at that two-quarterback system. Every defense at some juncture is going to break down. It is not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And what you do when you go to that two-quarterback system, one, is you're going to wear out NAIA Leon, who is a very fearsome rusher for St. Thomas, but she can't rush forever. And you take the pressure off your quarterback, and you change the angle of attack, and you change the angles in the passing lanes to get somebody open on a defense that is eventually going to break down. I think that is probably going to be your easiest option for Kaiser to look at coming back. Obviously, you need to keep it clean in terms of turnovers. You need to be able to get some turnovers of your own. And you're going to need a little luck. You're going to need to be able to get into the end zone, because obviously you ain't winning if you can't score.
And you heard it here from Corey Thorpe. Kaiser just has to try to keep finding a way, and a great opportunity for them on this drive to potentially go down and score early. But a stop here for St. Thomas will most likely bring them back the momentum. First and 6 off the balanced gun. Roden now rolling to her right, and this one bobbled and dropped by Wagaman.
The other thing that both teams are going to have to do, whoever can have the better fundamentals is going to probably come out on top. Whoever drops the fewest balls, whoever is the surest flag puller, has the best chance of winning, because there have been mental lapses from both of these teams. It's a long tournament. They've played a lot of games.
On the second down play, Roden finds the reception. Out to Caprio, will pick up the first down. And to that point, too, I mean, you even look at how the bracket is set up, how NFL Flag put it together with this double elimination bracket. Between the first 2 days, regardless of how the brackets play out and spin, unless if you're, say, a Weber or even a Kansas Wesleyan, most of these teams are probably not playing 3 games in a single day. Now, on Saturday, it'll be a little bit different, because regardless between Thomas and St. Thomas, if one of those 2 teams ends up playing more games, then somebody's bound to get 3 games in that, as Kennedy Foster in clutch comes up with a monumental gain for the Seahawks, and it is the good old-fashioned duo of Foster and Roden coming to the mix.
What a great grab there by Kennedy Foster. You saw her high point that football. Just brilliant catch.
Roden's going to go deep this time, and it is picked again. Tashumba Washington back the other way, has a little bit of room to work with. Past the 20, pitches it out to Bryant. Tyler Bryant will finally get her flag pulled.
It's not exactly what you were looking for on your first play out of halftime, especially in one where you weren't able to score going into it. That long pass, fires it off to Tashumba Washington. Just, she is her own no-fly zone back there. And that gives St. Thomas another shot. The St. Thomas defense feeds right back into its offense with its turnover ability.
Tashumba Washington now with a pair of picks in the most crucial way possible, as the reception to Kaylee Miller will, I believe, go for a first down. Yes, it will.
It seemed to be a didn't really get to see where the ball was at, but based on the positioning of the defenders, that may be a generous spot there for St. Thomas, and we'll have to see if they can take advantage.
On the first down play, we said it just now in halftime, St. Thomas needed something to come up with stout-wise to take the momentum back. They have the momentum at the moment as Near finds Miller again for another good pickup.
That's about a 10-yard pickup there from Near to Miller, and that's about as far as you're going to see. I mean, the pass itself was only about 5 yards from the line of scrimmage, but these St. Thomas wide receivers are so quick and get up the field so fast that it's just a race to see how fast you can limit the damage.
Balanced gun and blocker Near, just out of the hands of Graham.
Graham had some room to work with there. May have been looking to go and run a little bit before. A little bit of gator arm action, didn't get full extension on the arms there to make that grab.
Bring up a second down here for the Bobcats. Will load the weak side as it's Miller with the reception, leaning forward with outstretched arms, and she has another first down.
It's going to move the chains again. Went back to the same, different player, but same play effectively. Just trying to find some space, and she was able to duck down at below the level of the defenders there and evade a couple of flag pulls just to get the ball over the line.
So first and goal, Near. Back across off the drag route is Baker. And again, Baker with a fantastic day here thus far for the Bobcats, owning all 3 scores.
Yeah, absolutely. 3 scores in a single half. That'll do, Pig, in most situations. Here, Kaiser's able to take care of her, doesn't let her get hippie all the way down to the end zone.
Empty gun, this is Near with a hard pressure now over the middle, finds Walker. And are they going to give it to her? Yeah, they'll still give the reception. Walker had it in her hands for at least a couple of seconds.
Lots of substitutions coming on for Kaiser, trying to keep fresh bodies in after having played so many games over the past 2 days. How much will tired legs start to be a problem for both of these squads?
So now about 7 yards away from pay dirt. Can Near put it in the end zone again? Over the top, finds Graham. No, it's incomplete. Pass broken up by Ramirez, going on top of the veteran.
Graham just not able to haul it in there. Well broken up. Good job by the freshman there for Kaiser. Brennan Ramirez getting it done offensively and defensively.
Now on third down, you know Kaiser's going to be thinking Ray Baker in this case, but there's other options out there, and you definitely have Tiffany Walker at center.
One-on-one matchup here to the bottom.
Near over the top, though, either way. And this time, it's Kaylee Miller for the touchdown.
Wow. How did she catch that? That one was nearly scraping the tops of the blades of plastic grass out there. And holy cow, let's take another look at this, see how close this was.
Nice
Just
catch.
Through the outstretched arms of Brenner Ramirez there. And concentration to work through the hands of the defender.
And the sliding shoulder there, and Miller can feel that too. We can feel it up here in the broadcast booth on that slide down. Near finds her way to the right and just out of the outstretched arm of one of her new favorite receivers for the Bobcats.
That gives St. Thomas a 26-14 lead now with 5:19 left in the third quarter of play. That is a 12-point lead. That's still a 2-score lead, but that is a tenuous one at best.
St. Thomas trying to work their way back in the loser's bracket to have one more crack at the Nighthawks on Saturday morning. That game at 9:30 as the pass to Roden just off the hands of Wagenman.
Good job there by Leon getting into Jasmine Roden's face and forcing an awkward angle of the throw, causing an errant pass there off the arm of Roden.
Bunched up towards the middle. Roden looking now towards the side, has a receiver, and we got more flags coming in. Definitely some holding and grabbing of the jersey, but Sophia Caprio just hanging on for dear life through the process, and that's going to move the chains even further.
Yeah, good job just to keep moving. Kaon just could not find the flag on the belt and just frantically rotating the belt around.
It'd be like that sometimes, as the younger generation would say. And can't tell you how many times when I've played City League that sometimes when you're trying to grab the flag and you're trying to get the flag pull off, you might end up grabbing the belt sometimes, and then you toss and turn another player, and then that's not just a holding call, but it ends up being a personal foul as well.
Spreading the field end to end here, creating a lot of room in which to work.
It's Roden, just need a few yards to get past midfield, flips it to Wagenman. First down and more as Wagenman bulldozes her way through for extra yards.
Nice quote-unquote tackle there for Faradas, but was still making an attempt at the flag, and so it's not considered a penalty there, as she was still making an attempt for the flag. That's just good defensive positioning, and man, that's a hard thing to judge as a referee, just to try to figure out, does she stop making that attempt?
Roden rolling to her left and just can't get it to Rodriguez. It's a beautiful break up there by Maria Vega.
And that's going to bring up a third down here quickly within this quadrant here. Need to find some yards if you want to get this, have a reasonable fourth down.
.314 and rolling. It's Roden. Gonna go deep on the near sides. Got Ramirez, and Ramirez is scoring for the touchdown.
That was a beautiful pass. Arced beautifully over the top, just dropped it right into Ramirez's lap. Take a look at this nice arc right over the shoulder into the outstretched arms of Ramirez. There was nothing you could do about that if you're St. Thomas without committing a penalty.
And just like that, now a relatively quick score for the Seahawks. And now with this PAT coming up, if you can make this one and make it a 5-point difference, then you really could be in control.
Absolutely. And another score here from Kaiser puts you up by 1 at the very, very least. Take a look at the triplets up top.
Seahawks bunched in those trips on the weak side. Roden looks that way, now goes opposite direction, and it's caught by Ramirez. Is she inbounds?
Hey, the ref says she is, so she is.
So touchdown for the freshman, PAT for the freshman, and Kaiser now only trails by 5 with 3:05 in the third quarter.
It's not a bad margin there. If you're St. Thomas, you really do need to go out and score and make your margin just a little bit bigger here, because 5 points is effectively nothing at this juncture.
Holly Neer and company looking to respond. This pass over the middle to Miller will be for a few yards before Bryant's there for the flagpole.
Nice job triggering downfield there for Samaya Bryant. Did a good job of limiting the damage there, just making sure that you stayed with it and didn't allow Miller to get past you.
Twins on the slot right side, and it's another reception. First down this time by Bryant.
And again, defensively, just going in, finding the flag and pulling it before the speed of the Bobcats really comes in to hurt you. But this is the Bobcat offense at peak efficiency. A little bit here, a little bit there, getting it all in 4 plays.
Neer and company again on first down. This time it's a reception to Kaylee Miller, and she'll pick up more yards.
Surprised we're not going to see a hold there. That shirt stretched awful far for that not to be a penalty.
And again, Kaylee Miller, another one of those go-to players outside of Ray Baker, who has 3 scores in this contest. Kaylee Miller with that other score. And both of those receivers have been leading the way for the Bobcats today. It's Neer over the middle. Finds Graham through 3 Seahawk defenders for a huge first down.
That was... Neer got bailed out by Graham there. That was a great snag, but that was a dangerous throw to make into triple coverage. But when you got Jada Graham, sometimes you can get away with that.
Again, Jada Graham has been one of those prolific leaders on this Bobcat team. Even when she's on the sideline, she's always finding a way to coach up her players and teammates. Always a true student of the game, looking for ways to be better. Has seen time at quarterback, receiver, and halfback. As
offsides on Kaiser's going to be a free 5 yards for the Bobcats there. Looks like the Seahawks may have lined up in the neutral zone.
So the official offsides call there. Had a chance to talk with head coach Eric Brzezinko, though, in terms of the direction and the program for the Bobcats. And even heading into this year, one thing he's told us was this team is getting better. And even dating back to last year with the pieces that they had, they were in a prime position to go for a national title. And then with the players they got back this year as well as the new additions, they felt very confident that they were going to, at the very least, be in the Final Four again. As Neer goes over the top, just out of the reach of Jada Graham.
Yeah, last year when we watched them in this tournament, it seemed like they were still putting together the pieces offensively. The defense was there, the defense was strong, but they really just could not find any offensive rhythm. This year has been different. It's the same pieces effectively. They're just able to find that offensive rhythm that eluded them so much as we go into the final quarter of play.
St. Thomas 12 minutes away from another showdown against rival Thomas Nighthawks. Seahawks, on the other hand, trying to keep that season alive again, do not want to see it end after fighting their way back in the loser's bracket. We'll step aside for the moment. Coming up after this fourth quarter and the conclusion of this game, we have some junior college flag football action ready for you, as it'll be Florida Gateway and Fort Scott Community College, as this one is picked off by Samaya Bryant, but her flagpole was already back 20 yards ago. But it seems like now, Corey, we're starting to get into a little bit of a habit of seeing a quarter or a drive or something start off with a big turnover.
Hey, you know, sometimes it happens that way, but we talked about it coming out of halftime. Whoever was going to be able to have the fundamentals was going to be able to win. That time, St. Thomas just was not able to look the ball into the hands, trying to body catch it instead, and a wrong bounce goes right into the arms of a Kaiser defender.
Bryant with another turnover on the season, as this is Roden trying to capitalize and cash in. Shoulder pass, and it almost came back to bite him. Maria Vega would have loved to pick off her former quarterback, but it was just in and out of her hands.
And almost going back the opposite direction on the very next play. You gotta, man, they've seen that play now 4 times. You know it's coming. Man, you got to step up and catch that, but.
And Vega knows, too, that had she had made the pick, she only had Roden to beat, and that could have been a disastrous play for the Seahawks, as Roden finds Ramirez. Little hip move, but not before evading Faradaz, and the flagpole made.
That's going to be a nice pickup there for Kaiser going downfield there. Just some soft coverage there, and Brenna Ramirez finds her way down the field there, and just yards yielded there almost by St. Thomas, more so than gained by Kaiser.
Roden now rolling left and just dropped by Caprio.
A little too low off that one. Sure, she could have dove, but coming back on that one would have been a toughie.
And so with that, it'll be 4th down. Seahawks will choose to punt this one away. Got Tashumba Washington, Kaylee Miller back, along with Tyler Bryant. And this one a little bit shorter than expected, dropped by Faradaz. And between her and Mayerly Kaon, just some slight miscommunication on who was going to field the punt.
Yeah, I got to call that one in the air. Can't really hear too terribly much on the field to see if they were both going, I got it. But if you want to have a decent return that gets you a little bit closer to midfield, you're going to have to make sure that you do your best center fielder impression and call that ball in the air.
Faradaz, a dual athlete at St. Thomas. We mentioned earlier on Thursday that during the fall time, she's a member of the Bobcats women's soccer program. In the springtime, she is a player for Eric Berzenko on the flag football team, both who have been nationally ranked teams, if you will. St. Thomas making a good run in the postseason this past year.
So what you're telling me is, in the flag she's football, and in the spring she's football.
More or less.
I'll take it.
Probably the best way to describe it. Either way, very influential when it comes to the speed factor, but in flag football also knows how to play well defensively, as the snap is there, but it's going to be a penalty and
I don't know that I've ever seen anyone fake snap their own team.
Probably not the time to do it when you only lead by 5 with just under 9.5 minutes to go. But that's one of, it reminds me of the one play. As we hear our head official, I was waiting for him to say, false start, everyone but the center.
That's about it. I've seen that one before.
5 yards back. They'll still need about 19 to reach midfield. Near is going to roll to her left. She's got a receiver. It's Jada Graham off the left side, and she reaches. Did she get the first down? We'll find out from the referee. She did. Holy cow. What a way for your veteran leader to step up and make a huge play.
And that was huge, just on a scramble drill against her body. Neer is able to find Graham, and Graham does what Graham does, and having that flag football IQ gets you in a good spot and moves the sticks for you. We keep saying move the sticks like there's actual...
And again, if it was move the sticks, that's the football jargon for 10 yards at the spot, but when it's flag football increments in boxes, you don't need that at all. Neer going deep on the left side again, this time overthrows Walker.
Well, in most flag football games, there is one stick at the line to gain. That shows you're down. So, move the stick, I guess, would be more appropriate.
With the second down looming. Again, St. Thomas has really balled out. Again, another generational term as speaking, but against Weber International earlier today, won that contest 13-0, was able to provide the shutout. But here, their offense has really taken off. Again, Ray Baker with 3 touchdowns. Kaylee Miller has 1 scored to her name. Holly Neer with 4 touchdown passes as she looks over to the side to make it 5. But just out of the reach of Tyler Bryant, who's down.
And that's a knee right there. That does not look great for a team that's had injuries with a plenty. And maybe it's just on the dive where you saw that maybe a little bit of a turf burn there, but still not the funnest feeling in the world.
Third down upcoming. And we'll step aside as they attend to Bryant. And coming back now, Tyler Bryant with the trainers, but still is able to walk off on her own power, which is always a positive thing to see in any given point.
Don't see much of a limp either, which is a good sign there for St. Thomas.
Twins in the slot. Neer is going to go deep again, and this one just out of the hands of Kaylee Miller, broken up by Liza Moore.
They keep going downfield there and throwing those 50-50 balls, and makes me nervous every time they do it, where it's, you want to see St. Thomas running plays in and getting the ball to their receiver in space, not necessarily where it's going to be a 50-50 ball.
A little pump by Neer. Going to be fielded by Ramirez.
It's a nice little spin move down there by Ramirez.
Good spin move, and where she lands still will be about a yard away from picking up an easy freebie first down.
Man, this is still a one-score game with 6:45 left. This one's going to come down to who can make the most plays in the last 6:45.
You know, regardless of how St. Thomas is operating on the offensive side of things, give credit to Kaiser again. They're holding their own. They're staying the pace. And again, you look back to that last touchdown they scored with the extra point. So now you're in a situation where if you can somehow get down the field and score, you don't necessarily need a PAT to maintain the lead. And going deep on the first play is Roden, and just out of the reach of Ramirez.
Well, that was nice coverage there, stayed right in phase. But I don't mind that from there. You see Washington coming over the top to support. Now it's only 2nd and 1. You don't have too much of a problem picking up 1 yard. And if you make that, you're into the St. Thomas side of the field with a good chance of scoring.
Roden's going to go deep this time, opposite side. And it's pick number 3 for Washington. Takes it back to the 30. Cuts back the other way. Flips it out to Kayon. And she will get into the red zone. And St. Thomas back in business once more.
It's just like I was just saying for St. Thomas, throwing that deep ball. These are such good secondaries that if you're going to do that, you're effectively arm punting at some point. There's no need. You've got plenty of time left on the clock. You don't need to try to go for broke here, especially 2 plays in a row.
So now at the 5:53 mark, they're actually going to mark the Bobcats right on the 20. So it'll be first and pay dirt for St. Thomas. Near is going to take this one herself. She'll get on the outstretched arms, and she will just get back to the line of scrimmage.
A couple inches there for Near, but right now, while yes, you would love to score 1 more if you're the Bobcats, take your time. Use the entire clock. You've got 5 minutes and 20 some odd seconds to try to make a play, to try to get into the end zone. Fortunately, you've only got 3 plays, and you're not going to waste 5 minutes on 3 plays.
Near looks towards the left side, finds Graham, and will pick up a short gain.
Now it's 3rd down, and not even quite halfway through the box. You're going to line up at the 14, but St. Thomas is at a weird spot where you can't quite run clock, but you don't want to go super fast either. But score right here, and your questions are all answered.
It's Near to her left side. She'll throw it back towards the middle. This one tipped and intercepted by the Seahawks. Pick back and forth, and it's Samaya Bryant coming up with another big turnover.
Man, just been a whole game of interceptions, it feels like. Whenever anyone is close to it and almost about to score, it feels like there's an interception. It's been almost eerie every time this game, but Kaiser needs to find a different strategy this drive than the previous one. With 4 minutes and 25 seconds, you've got to start making some moves here.
Some will say it's defensive slugfest. The others will say it's just poor passing from the other offensive side. Either way, however you look at it, Kaiser with yet another opportunity to retake the lead. So now as both teams convene with one another, timeout was taken. But now if you're head coach Justin Hilliker, knowing that you're in this situation again, and you want to talk about parallels or similars, last year there was a certain game that Kaiser was down 26-21 with about a little over 4 minutes and change. Could this be an opportunity for the Seahawks to make things right?
Definitely could. Showing the Samaya Bryant interception being on the line there.
Not sure if there's a specific review that they may be looking at with this, but she was on the white line, so if she did step back, it should still be touchback regardless.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think that's maybe what head coach Eric Berzenko is arguing was she technically made the interception at the 1, but then when she stepped back and the flag being pulled, it should be 2 points for a safety for St. Thomas.
No, they're going to sit Kaiser there at the 1, so it's neither or.
So this will be a huge call in favor of the Bobcats as it's now Roden trying to work out of her own end zone, and the flag pull is made. Looked like it might have been just back to the line of scrimmage, if not for a loss.
That was a great quick flag pull there to get that one down fast. That was about as lightning fast of a flag pull as I've seen, and that makes it 2nd and very long. And if you can hold out for 4 more minutes, you get to play tomorrow.
Shovel pass to Wagenman. Another flag pull made, this time by Fairdas.
Stout defense so far. This time Kaiser just trying to figure out ways to get out of the shadow of their own end zone and not having Roden within the end zone when she takes the snap. The clock is not your friend, though, if you're Kaiser.
Even if you're only down by 5, as this pass is over to Foster, who picks up the first down.
That's a little better. Finding Foster between the safeties, in between the levels there. Perfect spot, great throw. Just zipping it over the top of the linebackers, but not even quite getting to the safeties, letting your receiver run to it and picking up a first down.
Roden, near side, gets Caprio. Will pick up about 6.
Little bits here and there, and we're about to hit the 2-minute warning within a minute here. St. Thomas is going to need to kind of tighten up a notch on the belt here, or risk having to find a way to get back down the field and having to retake a lead.
Balance gun with a blocker for the Seahawks. Roden back to the near side again. It's Caprio once more, picking up a few more yards.
Nice pull there on the run by Kaon. And this will probably take us to the 2-minute warning, I would imagine.
They may look to try to squeeze in one more play. This will most likely be the last play before the 2-minute warning. Roden rolling to her right. Finds Ramirez again, and she slips and hips a tackle before the flag pull made by Washington.
Such soft coverage there, just coming back on that ball was Brenna Ramirez, and that was a 10-yard gap between her and the nearest St. Thomas defender, and able to make a little bit of a move there down the sidelines to get you set up there at the 2-minute warning at about the 26-yard line.
Official time left on the clock is 1:59. Kaiser on the doorstep of the red zone. They'll look over the top. It's Ramirez who makes the catch.
Now that was a much better throw from Roden than the deep balls earlier. That one had some zip to it, had a little bit of pep in its step as it got over to Ramirez. Wasn't just a laid ball over the top. That one was thrown with a purpose.
Brenna Ramirez has been the go-to target for the Seahawks in this contest. And now it'll set up a 1st and goal, and they're going to remark her at the 5-yard line. And with the 1:44 and rolling, the ball is in Kaiser's court, and they currently have the control.
And now the clock is your friend, because if you can score within these next 4 plays, you want as little time for St. Thomas as possible.
Roden over the top, and she's got the touchdown to Foster.
And that was beautiful. Foster just got in the open spot there. You can see Roden finding it on the run just outside the reach of Tashumba Washington. And now this PAT really doesn't particularly matter between if you do 1, 2, or 3. I mean, a 4-point lead isn't going to do much for you if you even get a 3-pointer. But you've got a minute 26, and this is eerily reminiscent of the Sun Conference semifinals. Kaiser coming down, getting a late score. Can St. Thomas do deja vu?
Foster in motion as it's Roden back to the right side. Can't connect with the receiver. 1 point difference in this game as one team will look to move on to Saturday morning's second to last game, and we'll meet up with the Thomas University Nighthawks in that Saturday morning matchup. The other team heads home and concludes their 2023 campaign.
Minute 26 left. It's more than enough time if you can push the ball down the field. Guys are a little confused on defense.
Minute 26 as Neer rolls it back the other way and just out of the hands of Liz Amore, and that could have been the dagger.
Wow, had a hand on it. See if we can get a replay on this one. Man, that would have been the final nail in the coffin. Looking left and rolling right, and man, so close to ending that ball game right there. That incomplete pass, under 2 minutes, the clock stops.
Second down play. In the twin slot, Neer finds a receiver. This is Washington still alive, pitches it back to Graham for the first down. Graham pitches it back over to Kaylee Miller, and we got a flag. Could be a forward pass from the initial attempt.
Let's see what they call here. Flag guarding.
Ooh, and that was the last thing you wanted if you were St. Thomas. Again, going back initially to the way the ball's positioned when you're running with it, and if you're carrying the ball, you want to make sure that your hips are still accessible for the flagpole. You don't want to be in a position where your arm is caught in the wrong position at the wrong time. And that time, judging that it was Kaylee Miller who got charged with the flag guard.
Man, that puts you right back where you started from, minus about 13 seconds. It's hard enough to push the ball down the field all that way, but now you've burnt your own time doing it.
Neer going back against the left side, this time a uncontested first down.
Nicely pulled by Caprio, knowing she doesn't need the interception. She just needs to keep the receiver in bounds and from gaining extra yardage there, because the clock starts right now when that ball is set.
Neer. It's to Graham again, and who else but their go-to receiver.
St. Thomas is going to have to start burning timeouts here, making their way down the field a little bit faster, or they're going to have to start calling some plays that are towards the outside, the out routes, and some corner routes here instead of what they would rather do with some clear outs and drags and slant routes. They're bread and butter. You're going to have to change a little bit of the way that you do offense.
So now you're looking at about close to approximately 59 yards for a potential game-winning touchdown. You're St. Thomas right now. You've been on and off on the offensive end. How do you continue to move the ball down with 52 seconds left?
You're going to have to get someone open, and whether that's Kaylee Miller, who was the hero of the St. Thomas Kaiser game about a month ago, or whether it's going to be Rayana Baker, who's caught 3 today. You're going to have to find someone in space and get them downfield.
Near dumps it off. This looks, it's Salas.
That's not going to do it, though. You're going to need to get more than that. You've got to find a way to protect Near a little longer, because these dump-offs that are within the field of play with no opportunity to get out of bounds are going to kill you. You've burned 2 timeouts on your side of the 40. You've got 44 seconds to go 45 yards. And can it be done? Yes. Can St. Thomas do it? Sure, they did it against Kaiser a month ago, but you're going to have to start pushing the field with a little bit more intention than you're doing right now.
44 seconds remaining on the clock. And winner of this game moves on to play the Thomas University Nighthawks at 9:30 right back here at Mercedes-Benz Field. And the winner of that game moving on to face Ottawa and will have to beat the Braves twice for the national title. Near finds an open Washington, cut moves back to the middle, and a flag pull made by Foster.
Now you get the stopped clock. You've only burnt about 9 seconds, and you can get right back ready. Near kind of needs to pick up the pace here, because that's going to start right when that ball is set.
New set of downs as Near finds Miller again, and a flag is thrown. And judging by the body language of Kaylee Miller, this might be a call on her.
It is going to be a foul on St. Thomas. And again, wasted time, another 9 seconds off the clock. Oh, and that's a 10-yard penalty, too. That is going to be very difficult to come back from for St. Thomas.
It had to have been a personal foul in some sort of nature. Didn't actually see instantly what happened, if it was just before the catch or if it was in the process of carrying the ball. But either way, a 10-yard penalty is probably not what you wanted if you're the Bobcats.
Now you really are going to have to push the field as the clock is moving.
Near will flip it off again. This is to Salas. Salas going back over the middle. Flag pulled. St. Thomas is going to be forced to use another timeout. Now, what I was thinking about getting ready to say earlier was Salas, we have not called her name since the first quarter, I believe. And now she's coming back late with some few receptions.
Well, they did lose Dominique Parks, who's been sitting the bench, got hurt in the game against Weber. And so you have seen mostly Salas in this game. But at this juncture, especially on this drive, you need to be pushing the ball downfield, not necessarily going for your center unless you've got them on a seam route in between the safeties. Most of the time you're using them as a dump off, or your running back, excuse me, as a dump off, as an option there. Needs to really and truly, you've got to find a way to get about 20 yards per play over the next couple of plays in order to give yourself a chance to move on, survive and advance.
10 seconds on the clock. Near looking towards her left, throws back over the middle, no one there, and she got hit in the arm. No call from the referees.
That's interesting, because that was heavily apparent that the trajectory of the ball was heavily influenced by an outside source.
And now 4 seconds remaining. St. Thomas will need a prayer at this point, and possibly a couple of Hail Marys to compensate for it.
Well, they're a Catholic school. Hail Mary is kind of in the job description.
And how many times have we seen Holly Near or some of these other quarterbacks lofted in the air on the final play of the game?
Well, saw Kaylee Miller catch one against Kaiser about
Near.
a month ago.
is going to find Walker, and Walker's flag is pulled and the clock expires.
Not.
Kaiser was down by as many as 12 points, just like yesterday. And once again, the Seahawks come back from a double-digit deficit to eliminate and knock out the Bobcats, and will move on in the NAIA Women's Flag Finals tournament.
Not quite far enough down the field to make anything out of it, but a two-man rush there from St. Thomas, or from Kaiser, really sped up Holly Neer's rhythm there and caused her to have to go underneath. Kaiser getting back and closer to where they want to be, which is, well, Samaya Bryant doing flips on the field here, but that is re-challenging Ottawa for a national championship.
To do that, though, they will have to go through the new Queens of the Sun Conference and Thomas University. Again, that game tomorrow at 9:30. Saturday morning flag football action right here at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. You don't want to miss that. And again, the winner of that game moves on and will have to beat the Ottawa Braves, the two-time defending national champions, not once, but twice, to dethrone the Braves and claim NAIA's flag football's ultimate prize. We want to thank everybody for tuning into this broadcast. We want to thank everybody as well for all your broadcast attention and just following along with all the games. We will have one more game in roughly 20 minutes or so. We got JUCO action coming up. You don't want to miss that. NJCAA action in a round-robin contest between the Florida Gateway Wolves and the Fort Scott Community College squad. So Corey and I will be back momentarily, but it is the Kaiser Seahawks coming from behind once again, staying alive and keeping the 2023 season intact. For Corey Thorpe, I'm Angelo Pontello, and we say so long for now, and we'll be back in just a moment. All too familiar with how these two teams have already played, even though they're practically in different areas, different cities, maybe even different regions. But again, when it's just these 3 teams, it's almost like playing a little mini conference.
Yeah, absolutely. Florida Gateway's already played Fort Scott yesterday and was able to come away with a victory here. And we apologize in advance. There are some players playing for Fort Scott that we do not have on roster.
Well, there's probably a few things with NJCAA that they got to catch up with NAIA, but regardless, I imagine they'll be happy either way that they're going to get some recognition and some exposure when it comes to JUCO flag football.
Absolutely. As Fort Scott continues to make their way down the field. Checking the playbook here. And the snap. Faxon looking. Tosses. That one's going to be incomplete. Intended for Delexis McCall. And that's going to be 4th down here for the Fort Scott Community College.
And if you think about with JUCO flag football as well, this is going to be a prime opportunity, not just for these young women to play and try to bring a championship to their JUCO schools, but you even think about the NAIA schools that are lurking around here. Excellent opportunities for transfers.
And we're getting a run back here. Very quick with but the flagpole comes in. Kyla Martin does get a little bit down the field. And the Wolves will set up shop at about the 33-yard line. For the Wolves, starting quarterback here is going to be Smith. Taylor at running back, using no running back right now. Thompson at center with Lockett, Fillion, Coleman, and Shaheed, the wide receivers. Looking, it's Williams. Pump fakes, tipped, and almost picked off. Smith there just could not quite get the play off, or the pass off. Fort Scott doing a good job on defense there.
Haven't had too much of an opportunity to see how the rest of this round robin has gone with this JUCO league in the NAIA flag football tournament, but even looking at the regular season, Gateway looks like they're poised and could compete in the NAIA easily with the talent level that these teams possess. 6 shutouts in the regular season, including wins over Campbellsville and Kansas Wesleyan.
Now, of course, that win over Kansas Wesleyan doesn't exist on the Kansas Wesleyan website, but I watched it and saw it happen, so I can tell you that it did. But great pull there by Nyani Jones of Fort Scott. The Greyhounds there are sub 500 this year, but have played quite a number of NAIA schools. Snap to Smith. Looks. And that's going to be in and out of the hands of the running back, Taylor.
And again, that's just the second time that we subconsciously know that it just is in and out of the hands for Gateway. Very uncharacteristic for a squad that has been ran under a tight ship. And again, with head coach Ricky Tufts doing just a tremendous job with this program out of Lake City, has really found its way to be the premier team to beat in NJCAA. And as soon as I say that, it's like a broadcaster's jinx with a bobbled snap.
That's never what you want, and looks like that was fourth down there. And slow start here for both Gateway and Fort Scott here. Have to see who's going to try to take control early there.
But you would think, though, like even playing with some of against these teams in the regular season and knowing that it's just a limited pool of 3 teams, you're already playing them a minimum of 2 times, and then there's the championship game on Saturday, which will be around the noonish time approximately. And at that point, it just becomes, could it be better as a series?
Well, honestly, it almost has been a series. All 3 teams here have played 3 games already. Florida Gateway has only allowed 7 points across 3 games. And Fort Scott has the dubious 0-3 record, has scored 19 points and allowed 100. Florida Gateway on the other side has scored 107 and allowed 7. Pass off to Nyani Jones. Williams on the pass there. They keep eating their way down. Florida Gateway's defense needs to make a stand here.
Yeah, not very often do we see the bunched up formation in flag football. Something you might see from a youth standpoint, a youth play formation, but here I gotta imagine they gotta be branching out.
Rushing 2 going right up the middle. It is something that you tend to see sometimes in the NAIA on goal line, in goal line situations, and saw it a lot yesterday from Cotty College, seen it from Campbellsville and Reinhardt at times as well. But yeah, not a common formation that's used a whole lot unless you're trying real hard to find a yard or 2. And not in this case, you need more about 10. Takes the snap. Does Williams looking? Flush to her left, and she's going to get sacked back at the 20. And going backwards there are the Greyhounds.
Yeah, and you couldn't have asked for a better defensive play outside of maybe a pick 6 if you're Gateway. Just again, you flush the quarterback out of the pocket, you get every position, you need a double rush there, and it results in Zamario Granado with the flagpole. You couldn't have asked for anything more.
Nah, and 20 yards left to go into the red zone. You've got to get 6 within the next play or 2 here, or you're going to get the ball turned back over. Williams looking, trying to thread the needle, and that is going to be a touchdown caught by Cornelia Devon. And Fort Scott has taken a 6-0 lead over Florida Gateway.
They should feel honored. Granado just has scored now the 2nd touchdown against the Florida Gateway Wolves within this tournament. That is spectacular for them, and what a way to get on the board first.
Absolutely. Just not giving up there, getting the turnover on downs. As Williams takes the snap, looking, flush to her left, throws and caught again by Devon. No, incomplete pass. They say she did not come down with it. And actually that was Delexis McCall.
Just thrown out to the side.
Yeah,
no, that's down.
Yeah, could not complete the catch, could McCall, and so back to 14. Fort Scott will take a 6-0 lead and see if they can force another subpar offensive performance from Florida Gateway. Smith calls for the ball, rolling to her left, looking, caught ball, first down, and a little bit more there. Caught there by number 11, Mackenzie Fillion. It's a nice little rollout there for Florida Gateway, and the Tampa native coming in with the catch. First down here. Smith looking. She's going to take off and run with it. Pitching it back, but that's going to be an errant pitch. Destiny Lockett couldn't quite haul it in, and that's going to take you back more towards but right where you started from.
And even after 15 some odd games of being together as this Wolves club, you still have to make sure you're perfecting the pitching game to where you know where each player is and making sure that it's an opportunity for your team to still advance and gain yards off the pitch. Right now, they're still trying to form their own in some fundamentals of the game, but nevertheless, still moving the ball forward.
Smith throwing it into coverage, and that ball is caught. Nice snag there. Again, I believe that's Mackenzie Fillion. Just went up and grabbed it.
It was a good read. And again, just even great hand-eye coordination there, just locating that ball, knowing that it took everything you could just to keep it in play. And Fillion, again, tremendous job on the reception.
Smith, that's another interception there. That's going to be going back the other way. Misses the flagpole and that flag is pulled eventually. That is Jaleesa Faxon there who snagged the interception, and that's going to set up another easy short field for Fort Scott Community College, who's looking to, on the big stage here in the Mercedes-Benz Stadium, take a lead, a 2-score lead over Florida Gateway.
Not sure where the quarterback was throwing that time, but again, just a big interception and now a chance for Fort Scott to capitalize.
Williams going back to her left, has a receiver open just over the line. Devon with the catch there. Devon easily the favorite target for quarterback Shemaya Williams. Looks like we are going to have a timeout, Fort Scott. So with 2 minutes and 28 seconds left in the opening quarter, Fort Scott Community College has a early 6-0 lead over Florida Gateway College. As we come back to this game, Fort Scott will have a first down and 19.5 here to go to try to take a 2-score lead over Florida Gateway College. Jet motion here. Williams looking, and that's going to be a sack back here by Claudia Taylor, the Ocala native, getting the flag of Shemaya Williams.
Yeah, and you could tell there a double rush there by Gateway, and right out of the blue just was able to snag the flag with her left hand. Not very often do you see that work, but for Claudia Taylor, she was able to read the quarterback, anticipated that Williams was not going to be able to make a hit move, and was able to make that sack with ease.
So back at the 26-yard line. Williams looking to get out of another one. She does, floats it up. That's going to be batted away. Couple of Wolves there. And we might have a player down here for Florida Gateway. A little shaken up here. Looks to be number 8, that can't be 8.
Could possibly be number 4, Destiny Lockett as well.
Maybe that's 6. Kanera Shahid, the Tallahassee native, walking it off a little bit here. Takes the snap as Williams looks, fires, complete. Still does not get back to the original 20-yard line there. Jones on the reception. And to my recollection, this is probably 4th down.
Gateway look like they're in zone coverage at the moment, sending in 2.
Williams cannot find her receiver. Intended for number 2.
I think that's Honesty Butler, according to the other roster that we have on hand. And that honestly should have been a catch Honesty should have had.
To be honest, you're right. And Fort Scott will turn it over on downs. Florida Gateway gets another chance at it here in the waning moments of the first quarter. Snap to Smith. Smith gets it off again to Fillion. Fillion gets a nice gain up to about the 30-yard line, where it'll be 2nd and 10 here for 2nd and 11 here, where they're actually going to spot it here for the Wolves.
And if you're Florida Gateway right now, don't do anything fancy. Just make sure you're picking up yardage. And it seems like I'm a broken record for saying that over and over, but it absolutely is true. You're just looking to try to get on the board and try to find a way to keep moving forward to give yourself a best advantage.
As Smith floats that over the head of Fillion. And that's going to be end of the first quarter. So far, we've got ourselves a tight matchup where underdog Fort Scott Community College holds a 6-0 lead over Florida Gateway College here in the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. And we'll step aside for just a second as we switch sides here for the NJCAA Women's Flag Football Invitational presented by the NFL Flag and the Atlanta Falcons. Welcome back here to the NJCAA Women's Flag Football Invitational. 3rd and 12 here for the Florida Gateway College Wolves. Got to find a way to push the ball down the field here at the beginning of the second quarter. Snap to Smith. Smith looking over the middle, caught a no through the hands of the receiver. Believe that's Destiny Lockett. And Florida Gateway is going to have to punt.
You know, in the flag football realm, and it's not necessarily an old adage, but there is a consistency memo where, you know, in a situation like this, not exactly sure if Fort Scott just happens to have Gateway's number in this contest, or if maybe they might be just playing down to Fort Scott Community College's level. But if you are hypothetically playing down to their level, it's very dangerous to try to suddenly go from being at their level to turning it up a notch, because you start to get into that groove a little bit. You start to get into a rhythm, and then if you play even with Fort Scott, then you're giving them an opportunity to come around and take off with the upset win. But on the flip side, if you're Gateway and it is truly a struggle to try to stop FSC, then you have to try to figure out what's going on, what's wrong with the formation we have, and why aren't we trying to move the ball offensively, and why can't we make stops defensively?
This is true, and that's something that Rookie Hefty is going to have to address very quickly here, as the snap is bobbled, the handoff is bobbled, the whole thing goes to the ground and loses about 5 yards for Fort Scott.
Their lone loss of the season was to the Thomas University Nighthawks. But other than that, again, with the 6 shutouts that they've had, they've been able to find a lot of success on the winning side.
Pass complete to Alexis McCall there. Gets almost back to the 20-yard line. Going to be 3rd down here for the Greyhounds.
And noting that they still haven't crossed the 20 yet on this drive for the first down. If they can, they could use it as an opportunity to milk the clock a little bit and possibly regroup and still keep possession.
Snap to Williams. Looking, she's going to take off, but not before her flag is pulled by number 14, Zamaria Granado, the Brantford native, keeping everything alive here for Florida Gateway on this drive. And that's going to force the Greyhounds to punt.
In that situation, I'm not exactly sure why Williams chose to run up the middle when you're around two Timberwolf defenders. Usually in those situations, and even that you see in the NAIA realm, you try to run around the rushers to get yourself that opportunity, but there, it's a hit or miss play.
Pitch off there, gets just over the 40. The punt returned by Chanair Shahid and pitched to Destiny Lockett, and the Wolves will start off at the 40.5-yard line. Going to be first and 19.5. See if the Wolves can put something together here. Snap to Smith. Looking. Pass caught. Pitched back. Good pitch. And the flag is pulled by Shemaya Williams. But a nice little option there by Jasmine Thompson and Claudia Taylor. That gains a nice amount of yards. Takes you from right inside the 40 to knocking on the 30. Motion here for Smith. Smith hands it off and pass there and picked off. And she's going to have her flag pulled right where she stood. That flag pulled by Mackenzie Fillion from Florida Gateway. And again, just like you said, partner, trying to do a little bit too much there with the Florida Gateway Wolves. Got a little fancy, and the fanciness did not pay off for the Wolves.
Not one, but 2 interceptions for Jalissa already against arguably, if not unequivocally, NJCAA's team to beat.
That pass completed to Cornelia Devon there, just over the 20-yard line. So that's going to be a first down here for the Greyhounds as they try to find pay dirt again and try to increase a 6-0 lead. Williams takes the snap, looking left, looking right, looking wherever she can. She finds Cornelia Devon again for about a 6 or 7 yard gain here, coming up now on 3rd down.
And you can also tell, too, with Williams, a longer release at that, which may give Gateway just enough time to perhaps try to bat the ball down. You got to be careful if you have an elongated release like that, because you want to make sure you get out the ball quick and efficiently, but at the same time, not too long to where you have a second guess and it's not an accurate throw.
And she's going long. That ball is going to be picked off by Florida Gateway. Looks like Kayla Dismartin on the return, and that's going to give the Wolves a nice start to their drive here just outside the 40. Going to be 1st and 2 here.
Faceson was just covered, triple covered by Gateway's defense, and that time just an extra hand as she was trying to get on the ball was just one more hand needed for Dismartin to come away with the pick.
Smith looking deep, arcs it up, And that's going to be a pass interference there. Pass intended for Destiny Lockett.
Now that's what I call good sportsmanship.
Handing the flag right back to the ref.
It could be a whole lot worse. You could have somebody try to throw a referee's flag and then melee can ensue on the field.
I have heard of games where an opponent put the ref's flag on top of the helmet of the person who committed the foul.
Yeah, and in those situations, it's supposed to be all in good fun, but sometimes there's others out there that can take it too seriously, and that's why in situations like these, when you're playing a tournament play, it's better to be more on the serious side than the comedic side.
And a nice little gain there across the line of scrimmage there for Destiny Lockett, moving the cones up. 3rd down and about 9 to go for the Timberwolves. Almost halfway through this 2nd quarter of play. Fort Scott still leading 6-0 over Florida Gateway. Smith, the snap, looking. She's going to take off, and she'll get a few yards here. Not by much, but this is going to be about 5 yards to go on what I think is 4th down anyway.
Looks like an indication as well that it's 4th down. You got 5 yards to go. Again, Florida Gateway has really struggled on the offensive end to keep the ball moving. Fort Scott has been doing everything possible to keep the Timberwolves in check. So a big play coming up here.
Smith tosses it, and that is another pick. This time picked off by Cameron Davis of Fort Scott. And with 5:50 left in the first half, Fort Scott Community College will set up just outside, outside the 20, looking to make some movement here on this drive.
3 interceptions now by Ashley Smith. And right now, it just absolute utter disbelief on the Florida Gateway side. But Devon, if she couldn't make it, it was Cameron Davis that would have got her back for the pick.
Williams has forever and a day to throw. She's going to try to take off, and somehow she's still on her feet and eventually gets her flag pulled.
I haven't seen too many quarterbacks or even ball carriers that will put their hand down in terms of stopping. And depending on certain leagues, that may mean that you're automatically down. But sometimes they may use it as an opportunity to rebound and push back to get themselves another opportunity to cut the other direction. I don't remember off the top of my head in NJCAA if a hand down means that you're down altogether. But for Williams there, good effort to try to stay alive to get at least another yard or two.
Williams looking downfield, throwing, and an incomplete pass there intended for Delexis McCall. And that was into a lot of traffic there.
I think McCall maybe potentially trying to show people that she actually caught it in between her legs for a sports top 10 moment, but
now
that was already even.
Yeah, that ball hit the ground before.
Yeah, he still had a little bit of touch there on the bottom, but still, had she had hauled it in, that would have probably been an unbelievable play.
And a rare handoff there, straight to number 2, maybe Honesty Butler.
According to the rosters we have Honesty Butler as number 2.
We also have her as number 15, so either or might work.
It might be because of the 2 uniform situation. Maybe their maroon jerseys would show Honesty as number 15.
Ah, that could be it too. Bunch set here from Fort Scott. Williams taking it, lofts it up over the top. A lot of hand fighting, but a caught ball and a lot more. And this is the first time in a hot minute that Fort Scott has seen the other side of the field. Fastison there on the catch. And a little bit of picture taking there on the field, a little celebration from Fort Scott as they get across the 40 and get very close to the Florida Gateway red zone.
Jalissa Fasison from this game alone may start to have NAIA future coaches look at her as a potential transfer option. She has been finding ways to make big plays when they counted it and when they needed them the most. And this has been just an absolute builder already. 2 picks and now a big play. You can't ask for anything better.
Not at all. Delexis McCall there with the run. Gets the first down on the run. 2:38 left and counting here until halftime. Five seconds to snap the ball. Williams looking. Caught ball. Not terribly much there. Yard or 2 on the snag. Second down.
Just a good reception to Devon right there. Get at least 1, if not possibly 2 yards. Keep the chains moving in a certain matter of speaking. And as we officially reach the 2-minute warning, Fort Scott in the red zone, another opportunity.
This is something you don't see at the NAIA level right here, is at the 2-minute warning, they are treating it almost more like an NFL 2-minute warning, a de facto timeout, whereas in most NAIA games, they go, oh, the 2-minute warning, and they keep moving with play.
Keep moving with play, or just have people just surrounding around and just going what's going on. But in that scenario even, they're probably just trying to stretch and have their own different style of timeouts here for both teams. I think also, too, with the huddle, there's definitely stuff to talk about on both ends. If you're Florida Gateway, you do not want to suddenly come out firing only to be down by 2 scores to potentially head into the half down 12-0 or possibly even 13 or 14-0 to a team that you have dominated the past 2 times already in this tournament. Fort Scott, on the other hand, with 8 players, trying to play with a lot of pride here, and they want to come away and they want to become the first NJCAA team to defeat the Timberwolves. So either way, however you spin it, lots on the line here.
Looks like orbit motion here. End around, watch for the pass, lofted up towards the end zone, double covered and caught. Nice grab there by Cornea Devon over 2 Timberwolves, and Fort Scott has come out to shock the world here with a 12-0 lead with a $1:52 left in the first half here in the Mercedes-Benz Dome.
That is truly amazing. They are playing right now as if there is a lot of firepower. Meanwhile, for Florida Gateway, that X factor has just not shown up here in this contest, and Fort Scott is taking full advantage of it.
And gets the PAT, and now it's a 13-0 lead at PAT to Jalissa Fasison there. And Fort Scott is so far dominating this game. Florida Gateway needs to find a way to wipe that 0 off the board with 1:52 left in this contest, in the first half of this contest.
If somehow the Timberwolves can't get something produced here in the first half, I'm expecting head coach Ricky Tufts to sit down with this team and try to figure out what's going on. Not necessarily yelling at the team on what they're doing wrong, but just try to evaluate things and see what missing pieces are there so that way they can get back on the rolling winning ship.
Smith looking downfield, looking, tosses it off, caught ball, and a lot bit more as can't get the flag pulled. That one is to Jasmine Thompson. That's going to put Florida Gateway in business at right around the 34-yard line, 35-yard line. Going to be 1st and 5 or so with a $1:40 left in the first half.
A decent start there for the Jacksonville native.
Smith looking, and a caught ball, and nothing else to show for it as her flag is immediately pulled there. I believe that was Kanera Shahid. It's going to be a 3rd and 1 here for the T-Wolves. Clock moving here as Smith takes the snap, going right over the middle, caught, and a lot of room here. Zooms past the Fort Scott defender, and Florida Gateway is on the board. Kanera Shahid with a speedy catch and run to put Florida Gateway on the board.
It's about time the Timberwolves finally woke up, just needed a little bit of a boost, if you will, and Shahid did just that, cutting across the corner, and she's able to get off the outstretched arms of, believe, Devon's attempted flagpole, and Gateway is right back in this contest.
13-6, it'd be nice here to get this PAT. It looks like they're going with the option, but nothing doing there. Destiny Lockett can't get the pitch off to Claudia Taylor, and with 51 seconds left in this first half, Fort Scott's lead has been trimmed to 13-6 here, as the Greyhounds will get another shot to see if they can drive the field here in the last 51 seconds of the opening half. Motion here into the running back position. Williams takes it off to the other running back, Devon. Devon gets the flag pulled very quickly, and that's going to be a timeout taken by Florida Gateway, seeing if they can try to get the ball back and knot this game up before the half.
Yeah, that's the only reason at this rate, right? Ricky Tufts is going to try to call a timeout is, again, after having that momentum with that boost speed long play for a touchdown, if you can carry that momentum where you can get a 3-and-out here against Fort Scott, you only really need, like, what, 20, 25 seconds to make big plays. I mean, we've seen it all the time with flag now, that all it takes is 1 or 2 big plays to get yourself back in the mix and really change the perspective of the game. So right now, it's if you're Fort Scott, definitely find a way to at least get the first down. You know, whether you want to do it in the next play or the play after that. Because if you can do that, because of how close it is for that de facto first down, that'll eliminate the whole idea of trying to use timeouts to burn the clock, or not burn the clock, but stop it, to give Gateway another possession opportunity.
That's exactly what you want to do if you're Fort Scott. You just want to see if you can advance as much as possible here. Williams takes the snap, 2-man rush here, tries to avoid it, going backwards, throws it off, and picked off there by Destiny Lockett, and that might be an example of trying to do a little bit too much.
What I don't understand, partner, is what is Williams trying to accomplish by backing up? I mean, you've had a good 5-6 seconds as you're being pressured in the back to possibly throw it in the dirt, or maybe throw it at the rusher's feet or defend it with the legs. There's no reason to give the ball away just like that. You're basically gift wrapping a touchdown opportunity for the Timberwolves.
I've often said, unless your name is Peter Wark, you ought not be backing up on a football field.
Not at all. But hey, maybe Fort Scott, this could be an opportunity for them to show one more valiant stand defensively in this first half.
Smith taking the ball, going over the middle, caught ball, and a quick flag pull. Fillion with the catch there, and we're going to have another timeout here by Florida Gateway with 22 seconds left, trying to get this game knotted up at 13. About the 5-yard line here. It's Coach Ricky Hufty tries to assemble his squad and get this to a new game at the break.
Yeah, and again, not very often do you see it right in front of your eyes, but again, you look back at that opportunity for Fort Scott. You have about 6 yards to go to get the first down. You have advantage. You already forced Florida Gateway to burn at least one timeout, if not possibly two. And if you continue, even if you put it down in the dirt, you would still have an opportunity to possibly put them in a position to where you have them burn all their timeouts, worst case scenario, if they got the ball back. But because of that interception, you give them the 1 or 2 timeouts left. Now you have one that you're burning right now to go over strategy and play as you're within 5 yards of scoring.
Yeah, well, you know, there's a reason it's called a freshman mistake, and you know, with flag being a new sport in the NJCAA, a little bit of hero ball can sometimes occur. 2-quarterback system in now as Smith rolls and knocked away. Can be second down here for the Timberwolves. Interesting look there with the 2-quarterback look coming in motion across as a jet. Going with the same 2-quarterback look here is Florida Gateway. And again, the jet motion and gets it and lost it to the end zone. Two Florida Gateway receivers in the area. It's caught by Ariana Coleman, and that is going to bring Florida Gateway within 1 point of a tie here with 12 seconds left in this first half. A PAT ties this game up, effectively heading into halftime.
Still, that PAT is all the difference. Do we see something similar to have 2 open receivers, or does Fort Scott actually get a zone coverage in place and making it difficult for Gateway to try to thread the needle?
Personnel changes in here for Florida Gateway. Snap to Smith. Smith rolling to her right. Going to take it herself. And that's going to tie the ball game up at 13. And with 12 seconds left in this first half, we again are deadlocked at 13 apiece. I don't know that Fort Scott's going to be able to do anything in 12 seconds that's going to adjust that any at all, but by George, I've seen stranger things. Snap to Williams, looking, going to her left. That's a caught ball and a out of bounds, I believe. I believe she missed the flag pull. 5 seconds left at the 21-yard line. Just a good throw, going out of bounds, stopping the clock. Great job there by Delexis McCall. And despite going out of bounds, moving forward, Fort Scott's going to burn a timeout and talk about what they want to do on their next play.
Not exactly sure what they would be discussing with 5 seconds left. And if they are discussing something that is on a valid piece, it's got to be something along the lines of, you need to be positioned here because we got a lateral play coming up. I mean, you look at the arm of Williams already, and she has been able to throw some intermediate passes, but I don't think this is a situation where they're going to try to heave it deep, especially not with the secondary side of Florida Gateway at this point in time.
Yeah, you've got to be looking for a Music City Miracle style play here with, nope, they're going to kneel the ball and take it to halftime. And at the half, Florida Gateway is deadlocked with Fort Scott Community College, with both schools having 13 points. We'll step away for halftime. We'll be back with some more NJCAA Women's Flag Football Invitational action presented by NFL Flag and the Atlanta Falcons. All right, and welcome back to this game of the NJCAA Women's Flag Football Invitational presented by NFL Flag and the Atlanta Falcons. Our score at halftime, a deadlock 13-13 tie between Florida Gateway College and Fort Scott Community College. The referees have the cones set out. They are ready to go. We are seeing more and more showcase participants rack up on the left-hand side here, ready to showcase what they've got to a pool of NAIA and NJCAA coaches ready to see what they've got.
If I'm looking at, and we have the digital program pulled up right now, and I'm trying to double check to make sure what time that starts, but I want to say it's like at 5:30. And if that's the case, there's no way that's going to start on time because
Ghost Rider. It is not. Yeah, it's
5:10, and we're just getting ready to kick off the second half.
Well, they get to watch an NJCAA game, Angelo. It's going to be fine.
Yeah, depending on this program, too, I know that just like with the NAIA teams, Gateway, Fort Scott, and then somehow Hessen has to be around in the area somewhere, could be looking at players that will potentially suit up for them in the springtime of next year.
A couple of yards gained there on an option play. Nicely done there to get close to that 20-yard line. Looking like they're going back with Destiny Lockett at the quarterback position, running a little option look with Claudia Taylor. They're going to run to the left, pitch back to Taylor, and she can't handle the pitch. That's going to be a loss of about 4 yards. It's going to be 3rd and 4 for the Timberwolves.
Yeah, definitely, probably not the smartest decision to make the pitch back instead of just keeping it, because instead of now it being maybe 3/4 of an inch to go for the first down, now you're back to about 3-4 yards, which is still relatively manageable. But if you try to go short and the flag's pulled, you know, you're not giving yourself any favors.
Yeah, and you don't have very many options going on here. If you're Gateway, takes a snap. Smith back in the game. That's going to be caught, and that is a first down. Caught there by Jasmine Thompson. That'll move the cones there and give Florida Gateway a fresh set of downs to work with. Smith right back over to the elusive Destiny Lockett, who hips and dips her way over near to the 40. They're going to spot it at about the 37-yard line. A little bit of extracurricular activity going on there. How did the coach get on the field?
Yeah, it looked like initially when it was all said and done, it looked like after the possession, Florida Gateway's ball carrier was trying to get out of the way, and I think a cleat accidentally got on the face of one of the Fort Scott players on Devon. Well, Devon's number 10, but number 3 for Fort Scott Community College ended up getting hit on the side of the jaw with it. Nothing intentional, just one of those you got to get out of the way.
Smith tosses it over the middle to a wide open receiver. Goes right back to, and that will be ruled dead there at about the 32-yard line. And it's going to be a fresh set of downs for the Timberwolves. I honestly thought she got the pitch off.
Yeah, and I mean, again, it's all, wouldn't want to go as far to say tick-tacky, but again, when it comes to the pitch game, most of it really does come down to the discretions of the officials that are seeing it, whether it's going to be a forward pass or a dead ball or making sure that it's a legitimate pitch. And sometimes, depending on where you're at angle-wise, it's not always the cleanest view, but you're just making the best judgment call.
Smith looking for options. Looking. She's going to try. And she's got an open receiver. That's going to be a touchdown, and Florida Gateway is going to take the lead. Found Kanair Shahid in the end zone. A little bit of a broken play. Shahid was able to get down the field away from the Fort Scott cornerback, and Florida Gateway is going to find their first lead of the game with 8:30 left in this second half.
I was going to say, is it routine to still keep the clock rolling after a touchdown score? Because it was at 8:46 initially when the touchdown was scored.
Time's a construct, Angelo.
They ended up running about 14 seconds off the clock.
What is time anyway? In motion is Lockett. Smith tosses it back, and a heck of a collision there, and there is going to be a couple of flags that fly in there.
You just remember, this is flag football, not tackle football.
Someone was coming on like Troy Polamalu there.
And the showcase participants getting to see it firsthand. You got to hear the oohs in the background. You had a personal foul indeed.
And they will redo the PAT. It's unfortunate that you can't decide at this point to go for two.
Oh, no, not at all. I mean, like, that's the whole point, is because you don't want a deciding factor or an influential factor, if you will, of a penalty getting in the way of changing up what your options are. Once you decide, regardless of the situation, that's what you stick with.
Florida Gateway bringing on some new personnel. Destiny Lockett now at quarterback, and she's going to dump it off, and it's going to be picked off in the end zone. Picked off by Delexis McCall, and so Florida Gateway will hold that 19-13 6-point lead there with 8:32 left in this third quarter. Not sure where she was attempting to go with that football, but I'm sure it wasn't there.
And it really doesn't seem like it in this past contest, and just with the way both teams have played so far. But Florida Gateway now has scored 19 unanswered points. And if you're Fort Scott, you need to find a way to either tie this game or at least make it that much more difficult for Gateway to continue pouring on points.
Right. You need to get out of your own red zone here at the very, very least, as Thompson throws a pass, goes right through the hands of Cornelia Devon.
And again, we've said it all tournament long, but the key thing is, if it's like a routine play and it hits your hands, you got to make the catch. I mean, like, it helps you get the yardage and it helps you move forward. But when you drop passes like that, it starts to mess with your confidence a little bit.
Williams looking, rolling right. She's going to take off with the football, and her flag is pulled there. Looks like by Jasmine Thompson. No, scratch that. Zamari Granado. Look at that, third down now. And 2 yards to go to get a fresh set of downs.
Very manageable third down situation. But you and I have seen many, many times that something may happen and you're unable to get it to force a fourth down.
Motion here. And that's going to be a first down. A lot more, and a little bit more there. Nice end around there by Devon. Hard to defend that end around, especially with only one rusher. It's not like you can peel off a defensive end to.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where, based off the style, it's like there's similarities to the game, but at the same time, the thing is you can't bulldoze over a blocker either.
Nice catch there by Delexis McCall. An interesting formation with all 4 receivers on the far side of the field, and just a little levels play, looks like, almost, and Delexis McCall was able to come up with the catch, and now you're way out of the shadow of your own goal line, and not a bad spot for Fort Scott. Williams with the snap, looking, and going deep, and that one is caught. Another great catch by Delexis McCall, and Fort Scott's on the move.
McCall with some open space there. She cuts back around on the route. Williams buying some time here and finally unloads, and just again, all that room that Gateway allows, McCall will take it, and so will the rest of this Fort Scott squad. And now they look like they're in position to start moving this ball.
And they're at the 26-yard line here. Greyhounds running down the field here in the third quarter. Williams takes the snap with trips to the near side, flushed left, throws, and through the hands of Honesty Butler.
I have to double check too. It looks like the referee actually is going to credit Gateway with a sack. Not sure if it was a delayed call or if it was just a delayed whistle, but I almost thought for sure that Fort Scott was able to get away with that.
Yeah, I didn't hear a whistle there initially. Very delayed snap there. Again, this formation with 4 to the far side. Williams going over the middle, caught ball. And it looks like that's going to be short of the line to gain by about 2 yards. And they're going to give it to her. Be first and goal from the 20-yard line here for Fort Scott, who continues to make their way down the field. Motion here, and there's going to be a flag. That's going to be a false start.
I was getting ready to say it either has to be a false start or an illegal motion, but false start seems more likely with how these penalties have gone, not just for NJCAA, but for the NAIA games as well.
And that's going to move them back. Still going to be first down, but now instead of first down and 20, you're looking at first down and 25. And you've got the ball now in Florida Gateway territory. If you're Fort Scott, you just need to get a little something for your trouble at this juncture. Again, motion, fake, thrown, caught ball. And a flag pulled there at about the 13-14 yard line there by Khair Shahid. Second down there for the Greyhounds.
And Devon initially was able to escape what the would-be flagpole would be, but then an extra effort there was able to snag it just at the last second. And so give credit to Devon as well for not dropping or not stopping, if you will, until the final whistle. I mean, that's something that they teach you in basic flag football 101. You do not stop until you hear the whistle.
Two-man rush there, and pass falls incomplete. Third down here for the Greyhounds.
Can look like a pretty elongated play at that, as Fort Scott was just looking for any opportunity to get that ball out. But it seemed like for Fort Scott as well, they had a position to where they should have been able to make the play there. Number 13 just dropping it right then and there, but it would have been nice to gain those extra yards.
Cameron Davis, that number 13 you're referencing. Williams looking long and got the sack there. Did Florida Gateway's Amaria Granado. Finally found her way to the quarterback. And that's going to be a change of possession. Fourth down there for Fort Scott goes. And does not yield any yards. Someone must have taken a timeout, otherwise we wouldn't just be sitting here huddled. I just didn't see who called that timeout.
Yeah, now at this rate, if you're Florida Gateway, you finally have an opportunity to take a chance to breathe, relax, regroup, and now that you're in control by one score, just keep the ball moving, provided, of course, you don't put yourself in a position to cause a turnover.
The Fort Scott 13 points scored effectively triples the amount of points Florida Gateway had allowed through 3 games. Actually, that wasn't fourth down. It was just a timeout. This has got to be fourth down then. The snap to Williams. Williams looking over the middle, and that ball is knocked away. No completion. And that was 4th down. Ball change hands. Florida Gateway will get a chance to go up for 2 scores.
Looking for Jalissa Facesin on that play, but still, if it's 4th down and you're right there at the 20, not exactly sure that you've been wanting to go short of the end zone. But then again, Gateway has been holding down the secondary unit all day today, and give credit to Gateway for battling back the way they have.
2 minutes and 34 seconds left in this 3rd quarter of play here. Well, 2 quarterback system looks like here between Smith and Lockett. Lockett coming in motion. Smith fakes it, going back, looking, tells her to go out. That is a nice communication there as Lockett makes the catch for about a 10-yard gain.
Good little adjustment read there. Florida Gateway starting to come within their own. Just an excellent job for the adjustment by Granado, and give credit to this Florida Gateway team that's they're continuing to keep it moving. They're finding ways to adjust, and you can't ask for anything better. But correction, Ashley Smith. I keep calling her Granado.
They're going to wave off the flag that was thrown. Not sure what they thought the penalty was. So we're under 2 minutes in the 3rd quarter. Smith looking deep, telling her to go long, throws it, and that is going to be an incomplete pass intended for Ariana Coleman. Freshman from Jacksonville can't get in position under the Smith pass.
Yeah, and the only reason the officials, I think, didn't throw the flag at that time, it was fairly back and forth. They just let it play out. But you also see Coleman slip a little bit, too. It looked like near the end, the body, the way that she was falling down was in an angle where it appeared that there may have been a pull when there was no pull at all. But nevertheless, it was just allowing the receiver and defender to have a free chance at the ball.
Smith calls for it. Caught ball, trying to go up the middle, pitch out, and flag still pulled. That's going to be 4th down at about the 37-yard line. Let's see what Coach Ricky Hufty elects to do. Looks like he is probably going to elect to go for it here.
And I mean, why not? It's end of the 3rd quarter. At this rate, it's still another game where you can practice a few things here and there. But if you're Florida Gateway, I mean, clearly you're on to the championship game. But then for Fort Scott as well, you still have a little bit of a fighting chance, in a matter of speaking, depending on how Heston's been doing as well. And I don't know if I spoke too soon on that, but if there is any hope of fighting for it, they're going for it. But if not, then it's about pride and making sure you're going out and finishing your inaugural season on top.
So Florida Gateway has effectively, Fort Scott Community College has effectively been eliminated from play here. No matter what happens in this game, Florida Gateway has already clinched the top seed for what it's worth in a championship game. With their 3-0 record, Heston College is 2-2. And so it will be Florida Gateway and Heston tomorrow, as obviously you can't lose twice in one game.
The only time I could ever think of being a part of a 3-team tournament was back in 2014, and the having an over 50 hockey club, and we went up to Nashville one time, and based off the shortage of teams, it ended up being a 3-team tournament But the big difference was, unlike here with flag football, it was just a single round robin. So you only had 2 games, and then if you were the #1 seed that won both games, you were automatically in the championship. And then if you were the 2nd and the 3rd seed, you would play a semifinal game to play the #1 team. And so in that situation, for guys that wanted to play hockey or just wanted to have more, sport time, it was almost they didn't want to be the #1 seed.
As they start to run a little bit of option here, as a couple of Falcons players have come out. Tyler Algier, the BYU product, is out chatting on the sidelines, as well as John Fitzpatrick, the Georgia tight end. And Florida Gateway is going to try to run a little bit of this clock out as we're into the 4th quarter here, with Florida Gateway having a 19-13 lead. The pitch is errant here, and so they will lose a few yards on that exchange. Also here looks like let's see a 6. I can't quite make out what the number is from here. Florida Gateway, twins to the near side and to the far side. And we're going to get a quarterback keeper, a little bit of reversing field, and she's going to almost get a first down, and does off of that play. Holy cow. A little bit of going back and forth there, and Destiny Lockett reversing fields and doing a great job keeping the football going north and south.
Yeah, if it's junior college, you're definitely going to be able to get away with runs like that every now and then. But if you're playing in the NAIA realm, you're going to have teams that are going to have more of a format where if they allowed somebody to reverse and cut field and then suddenly get another 10, 15 yards on top of that, the coaches are going to have a word with that defense.
Absolutely. Left and right there for Destiny Lockett are the running backs as she evades a flagpole. Gets a few yards off of it. About 5 yards as the clock is under 10 minutes left in this ball game. Second down here for Florida Gateway. Gateway looking to really just take as much air out of the ball as possible here while scoring and taking a 2-score lead. Lockett takes the snap. Looking, tosses out, complete pass. And flags can get pulled around the 5-yard line, caught there by Mackenzie Fillion.
Yeah, just another side route there. Florida Gateway at this point, you're going to use the rest of this contest as more or less practice, but as long as you're continuing to perfect the fundamentals for your championship game tomorrow, I mean, that's pretty much what this is going to be all about for Florida Gateway. May have an opportunity here to try some new things out, but for the most part, it's just making sure that this is your final dress rehearsal before competing for a national title.
As Lockett lunges for it, and she's going to get in for the touchdown, and Florida Gateway takes a 2-score lead. That's going to be 25-13 pending the PAT with 8:19 left in this ball game. And heck, Lockett just found a hole and scooted right through it.
And to clarify the score line, that's 25 unanswered points for the Timberwolves after Fort Scott started off with a 13-0 lead and seemed poised for a potential, not potential, but like a monumental upset.
Say, what do you think Coach Hufty said after being down 13-0 as the PAT falls harmlessly to the ground on the snap?
It's tough to say because at first you're thinking about with Coach Hufty, he probably would have told Gateway and his team, You know, it's a little bit of a rough start, but we need to find a way to bounce back and regroup. But remember, this is the man that, if we're going to use a Star Wars analogy, he was a Jedi Master, and Chelsea Palmer was a Padawan of his at some point. So you have to look at it in terms of where Palmer gets her firepower and how she's been operating, and Ricky Hufty has to have contributed to that.
They called her short, and they did not get it on 4th down. It's still a 19-13 ball game, and Fort Scott has taken possession of the ball very deep in their own territory. It's very strange when I saw a referee hold up the touchdown sign.
I was just getting ready to say, partner, we saw the near side referee put both hands up for a touchdown, so obviously the head judge or the head official must have nullified that ruling, must have seen something else, and would have had a conference to overturn that.
Williams barely gets away from a safety there as Lockett gets the pull there at about the 10-yard line. There's only one other time where I've seen a touchdown not to be a touchdown. That was a preseason Green Bay Packers game where it was a touchdown and a touchback at the same time.
Yeah, and I mean, again, we're up here in the broadcast booth. They're down there on the field. They're going to obviously see something that we're not seeing or maybe not getting from our perspective. And I think we just more or less have to leave it at that.
Absolutely. They've got a better vantage point than I do on it as Florida Gateway comes up with another sack. Zamario Granado there on the pole. That's going to make life a little more difficult. Looks like we've got a timeout on the field.
Timeout on the field, and we still saw a few seconds roll off the clock, but I think that's partially due to the fact that we got a showcase event coming up after the conclusion of this game.
You're about 4 minutes behind from getting that started there. And we've got 6:14 left here. Fort Scott called that timeout there. They're only a possession behind at this point, 19-13. It's not out of the realm of possibility.
And this isn't to say, like, to try to devalue this game like a preseason game, but at this rate for Fort Scott, I mean, you're building for the future. I mean, if you're already 0-3 and there's no shot at making the championship game tomorrow, you're trying to fight for pride, and you're trying to make sure that you use this as a benchmark in terms of where you've gotten so far from your inaugural game to the end of this contest, and knowing where you need to go to return a very young team. And I know that's sort of a ironic thing to say when it comes to a squad like this, but all 8 of these players on their roster are freshmen. And if all 8 of these players want to commit, and if you have head coach April Williams go out, get more players and recruit to gain that depth, you're going to have not only a young depth ready to go, but then you got potentially your 8 sophomores that return. They've already known how to play with one another when it comes to this game, and it would definitely be a beneficial thing for them.
Fort Scott on to punt here. Wobbly one taken at the 35. Pitch there. Lowers the shoulder. Unintentional for sure there, but Shemaiah Williams took a heck of a shot there.
Yeah, we have seen a little bit of more physicality than most in this contest, but I mean, it is unfortunate, but hopefully we'll see Williams get up fairly soon.
6:04 left in this game, and definitely unintentional as the punt returner was trying to plant and move, but there are no shoulder pads to lessen the blow there.
Not at all, and some may even argue it's, you know, if rugby players are watching this game right now, they'll be like, this is normal.
Yeah. Flag football is a... Oh, they're bringing out the cart, Angelo. Oh, dear.
It could be fairly serious, but I think, again, we have to check on Shemaiah Williams first just to make sure that everything is okay. And right now, you know, from our vantage point, we haven't seen her move as yet.
There's a little movement. Got her sitting up good.
Sometimes you probably need about 5-10 minutes, especially when you get rocked that hard. You do need some time to get your wherewithals about you and in order.
They might be putting her through. No, it doesn't look like they're putting her through any sort of concussion protocol, so that's good news. She is getting up, and looks like...
We'll see after she takes a couple of steps to see if it's more of a concussion deal or what the case may be.
She is walking off under her own power. That is good news.
Yes, you do have the two personnel that is right by her, but yeah, no, I figured like with a hit like that, if she wasn't moving altogether, then that might have been a little bit more cause of concern. But you know, being in those positions before myself, it's one of those things where sometimes, again, you just have to take a few moments to get your wherewithals about you. It is a hard hit, but if you try to get back too quickly or you try to move too quickly, your body could potentially go into that shock, and then you can't move, and then that's what's more cause for more serious injuries.
Destiny Lockett going to take it there, and they're going to call that holding, of course. There is Lockett spun around and no flags pulled. Here's the tough part about having a 8-player roster is if you've got one hurt like you've got with Shemaya Williams, you can't afford another.
Right, but you know, despite the injury though, you got 5:56 left, so it's not like you still have an entire game left to go. So if you can manage to get through the final 5:56 of this contest and then try to see if you can regroup from there, then you'll be okay. But again, for Fort Scott, this is pretty much it of their inaugural season.
Taking all the time off the clock as possible. Lockett takes the snap, pitches it back. Good pitch there. And a nice gain out to about 9-yard line. And the clock will continue to roll here under 5.5 minutes left in this contest. Looks like more the 8-yard line here. And the player that comes on is number 15. I'm not sure if that's the real Honesty Butler or if number 2 is the real Honesty Butler.
That's a good point, but then again, it's if they want to gain that recognition, they'll find a way to put their numbers known.
Errant pitch there from Florida Gateway. And they're going to bring Ashley Smith back on. Kyla Dismartin coming off field. 4 minutes, 15 seconds and counting left here in this game. Takes the snap to Smith, looking, sees a hole. She's going to try to fit through it, and she does not quite. Down at the 3-yard line. So tomorrow's game here will be between Florida Gateway and Heston College. Game will be at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time on the NFL Flag YouTube channel here. Myself and Angelo Pontello on the call. And it looks like about 6 seconds or so. Florida Gateway is probably going to call a timeout here. That is exactly what happens. 3:15 left on the clock, and Florida Gateway has called a timeout, up 19-13. And as you said, this is definitely a final tune-up game here for Florida Gateway as they look to win their tournament championship here from the NJCAA Women's Flag Football Invitational. Nice piece of hardware to add to the trophy case here. Smith still in at quarterback. Claudia Taylor in at running back. In motion, snap, looks, fires, caught, touchdown. This time I'm sure of it. It'll be 25-13 with 3:11 left in this contest.
Again, just found an open receiver there just to the right side. All you had to do was just make sure that she found 2 feet into the end zone, and then that's all she wrote from that drive. Just an excellent pickup there and an excellent score there by Destiny Lockett, and now for the PAT.
Still Smith and Taylor. Lockett in motion. Went back to Lockett, but pass is incomplete. And with 3:11 left in this ball game, Florida Gateway has a 12-point lead, 25-13 over Fort Scott Community College. And we've got another player down. For the Greyhounds here. That's not definitely not what you want. That looks like to be the person we may think is Honesty Taylor, number 2. Or Honesty Butler, I'm sorry. Good news, though, is Shemaiah Williams is up and on the field and looks like she's going to come back in at quarterback. So number 15 is going to have to rejoin the offensive squad here as number 2 is looked at.
Perfect timing too, because you got Fort Scott that is still able to finish things out strong, and again, as long as number 2 can get off of her own power, then we should be rocking and rolling, because again, with 3:11 to go, if you can maintain things and make sure that you're not cramping up too hard or feeling that much fatigue, then you should be all set.
I imagine that is a difficult part of having to enforced playing both ways and not being able to really be spelled with an 8-man roster is late in games. It's gonna play heck with you.
No doubt about that. And you also can't help but wonder, is this something that we can try to control for next year as well? And you can, again, provided, like we mentioned before, you get the proper players and you get the proper depth that is coming with all this. And if you don't have it all, then that's what the off season's for. That's what the showcase is all about. There are going to be more open opportunities to find players to make sure there is depth so that you don't have to worry about these type of situations as often.
Still checking on her. She is sitting up out there. Looks like they're going to be able to get her up. little gingerly there on the walk back to the sidelines. Wait. She's going to stay in on offense.
Yeah, I'm not exactly too sure about that. If they're taking this long to try to figure out if she's going to be okay or not.
There's no way she can stay in for this play.
It's interesting that the officials are allowing them to do this. I mean, it is a judgment.
No, now they're calling her back.
Yeah, no, I'm about to say, especially if you're going to be delaying the game that long just to try to determine if you're okay or not, you definitely need to come off.
.311 still left in this game. First down here. Williams takes a snap and goes straight up the middle. Nothing doing really on that play. Loss of one, maybe, if anything there. And it is interesting now that you're a play in, that they're not immediately subbing back in. If they were trying to replace her off the first play, you'd think they would immediately try to sub out off the second.
No, absolutely. I think they were thinking about having her in, but then after a while, it's like, you did what you could for this game. Rest well, and we will get you ready to go for next season.
That's going to be a first down there for Fort Scott as the game gets towards the 2-minute warning. Florida Gateway is not 19 points clear of Fort Scott, so this game will go to zeros.
And overall with this game, just a tremendous job with Fort Scott, regardless of how you consider however you consider Gateway's play to be. It has been tremendous effort here for Fort Scott.
Nice catch there by Cornelia Devon, the one-handed catch. There's the 2-minute warning here for the second half. Looks like they are going to play on here on this one. And the clock keeps moving here off the 2-minute warning. As Williams shakes left, caught ball by Jelissa Fasison. Gets a few yards here.
Yeah, so another opportunity for Fasison to show what she can do on the offensive end. Again, for her, she at the very least will be able to say that she came away against Florida Gateway with 2 picks and a 20-plus yard reception.
Snap to Williams. Williams looking. Sorry, no, that's Alexis McCall in at quarterback. Not Williams. Williams playing wide receiver now.
Yeah, they parked the Williams car for the rest of the season, in a matter of speaking, as they will give McCall a little bit of reps here. Again, looking forward towards the future, looking forward to how these players will play out.
And that's going to be a pick there and pulled very quickly. The pick by number 17, Ariana Coleman. With 37 seconds left, Florida Gateway is basically going to be able to kneel this one out.
Absolutely. At the very least, that's what we'd like to see, if that's all in all what they decide to do. And I think they're going to call it with the way the line. They are going to call it.
They are going to call it. So, Florida Gateway goes 4-0 in pool play and defeats Fort Scott 25-13. Florida Gateway will play tomorrow at 11:30 Eastern Time against Heston College right here on this field in the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Thank you for staying with us through all day of this flag football heaven that we call the NAIA Women's Flag Finals and the NJCAA Women's Flag Football Invitational, presented by NFL Flag and the Atlanta Falcons. For Angelo Pontello and our amazing production staff here in the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. This is Corey Thorpe, and we are signing out.